This is a CBC News special presentation.
Welcome to Canada Votes. Tonight marks the culmination of 40 days and 40 nights of a relentless campaign.
Who can you trust?
Who can you count on?
Who would like us to go further?
A campaign of promises, policies, attacks, and some surprises.
The interests of Quebec.
Putting people first.
Addressing the climate crisis.
Now it is voting time.
I vote.
I vote.
I vote because it's a privilege.
Because democracy is sacred.
I vote because I'm Canadian.
The power is in your hands, and tonight we find out the results. This is Election Night 2019. Good evening, I'm Rosemary Barton, and welcome to our CBC News election headquarters. This is it. The campaign is over, and Canada is right now making its choice. We are just hours from finding out what that is. It has been an intense 6 weeks, and if the polls are right, a very tight race from the beginning all the way until the very end. Our Canada Votes team is here and at the ready to help guide us, to help guide you through the night. We've got reporters across the country where the leaders are and where the voters are, and we'll be on top of the results from coast to coast to coast and what they could mean for the future of the country. Results will come in from east to west, all 338 ridings. The first results will come, as they always do, from Newfoundland and Labrador, and that's in less than 30 minutes' time. And then over the next few hours, we will know how this country has voted, and because it has been such a tight campaign, it's possible it could be a very long night, so prepare yourselves. Our results desk is certainly at the ready. You know them well. Ian Hannah-Mansing, Heather Hiscox, David Cochrane, and Andrew Chang will be tracking the numbers through the night. We're going to start with Andrew because he's going to guide us through the big picture, the big changes we want to watch for throughout this evening. And he's got a special tool to do that, our Canada Votes floor. Andrew.
Yes. Yeah, so let's go ahead and punch up the House of Commons as it stood just prior to the start of this federal election campaign. Get a good look at it, and now wipe it from your mind, because every party starts from zero tonight. Two questions I'm going to be trying to answering. One, which party is going to win? And two, by how much? Can any party win enough seats to form a majority government? 170 is the number they need to hit in order to do just that. That's 50% of the House of Commons plus one seat. So 170, keep that in the back of your mind. There's one other number that I want you to try to remember as we take you through this evening, and it has to do with share of the popular vote. 38.5% is a number that you're going to want to remember, because no party has ever formed a majority government in this country and not hit 38.5% of the popular vote. And just about every single time a party has crossed that threshold, they've gone the distance. They've formed a majority. Now, two things to keep in mind. One, just because we've never seen a party form a majority with less than 38.5% doesn't mean that it can't happen, especially given how many three-way and four-way races we have this time around. And two, Rosie, it's no guarantee that we'll have a party that hits 170 tonight. We may end up in minority government territory.
Okay, so it could be a crazy night, and Andrew's going to keep his eye on all those big numbers and update us through the night as the results come in. But everybody else has another part of the job, and David Cochrane has a key part of it. He's looking at 60 swing ridings, key ridings that we identified early on before this campaign, all of which will matter, David, on that path to victory.
Yeah, that's right, Rosie. There's 338 ridings up for grabs, but there are 60 ridings that could really make or break this night. They're all across the country, from the east coast of Newfoundland all the way to Vancouver Island, and many are key for any party to form government. The ridings currently held by each of the major parties, some represented by independents like Jane Philpott and Jody Wilson-Raybould, so we'll be watching those. And we're also going to zero in on key battlegrounds like the GTA, where all the leaders spent a lot of time and where all the parties need a breakthrough. In Quebec, we're going to watch the Bloc, who could very well block any party's chances of a majority. Out west, pipeline politics will have a big impact on voters. And then there's British Columbia, the Wild West. A bunch of tight four-way races, Rosie, that's going to keep the entire country up very, very late.
Okay, get your coffee ready. Heather Hiscox always has her coffee ready. She's going to take on half the country tonight somehow. What are you watching for tonight?
I vow to stay well caffeinated for sure for that, because I'm watching PEI, Nova Scotia, Quebec, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. If there's a common thread through all five of those, it is uncertainty. The polls have been significant suggesting there are many super tight races coast to coast. The voters I've been speaking to on our morning show have been saying they are really struggling with who to vote for and on what basis for the first time in their voting lives. And these are voters in provinces which have traditional voting patterns. So you throw in Quebecers, whom we know, Rosie, have the most unpredictable habits, the most fluid voters in the country, and basically in good Quebecois vernacular, attache ta tuque, hold on tight tonight.
Okay, so Heather's tracking that half of the country, and Ian's got the other half. Just a few left, Ian.
That's right. Rosemary, great having you guiding us through this for the evening. Looking forward to that. Let's start with New Brunswick and Alberta, two provinces that are different in many ways, but similar in this way. In 2015, the Liberals won in some traditional Conservative ridings in each of those provinces. Can the Liberals hang on to some of those or any of those? In Ontario, it's all about the 905. These ridings, there's so many of them. There's so much potential for change from election to election. And for those people in British Columbia, if you're counting votes out there, count them quickly, because if it's close, those votes could really matter.
Count them accurately, too, though.
Oh, absolutely. No question.
Okay, so now you've got a sense of what everybody's tracking on the results desk. But Vassy Kapelas, host of Power and Politics on CBC News Network, has been watching this campaign along with everybody else. What are you hearing tonight from the war rooms, Vassy, in terms of where their heads are at?
Well, Rosie, there's a wide range, at least from people who have access to internal polling, of the number of seats each party is expected to win, which is a bit different from 2015 when it felt a lot more certain when you were talking to them. However, that kind of sharpened, I would say, over the last 48 hours, in which both the Liberals and Conservatives whom I'm speaking to are projecting more of a Liberal edge, with the caveat they are not positive how vote splitting. It's difficult to measure that, not positive how that might impact results going ahead.
And that will be part of the story here tonight, is how things split and how the rise of the NDP and the Green Party in certain parts of the country anyway will impact the vote on Liberals and Conservatives. So it's been 40 days, and you've probably seen them, of leaders crisscrossing Canada, making promises about how they would lead the country. What did that look like? We'll try and give you a sense over the next half hour or so. Let's start with Justin Trudeau's 40 days in 40 seconds.
In every election, we get to make an important choice about the future of our country. We get to decide what kind of future we want to build together.
That's why today we're announcing that we're actually doubling our annual investments in childcare.
Cut taxes for the middle class, gives the middle class some breathing room.
Keep delivering for the middle class.
For national pharmacare. Plant 2 billion trees.
Ban military-style assault rifles.
Breaking news tonight, a dramatic night in Canadian politics, a photo of him wearing brown face.
It was a dumb thing to do. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm pissed off at myself. We're fighting on the defining issue of our time because Jason Kenney and Doug Ford and other Conservative premiers don't want to do anything on climate change.
Salima Shivji is at Liberal headquarters in Montreal tonight. Salima, what's the mood there so far?
Well, Rosie, the room is ready. The sound check has been done. The campaign song tested, and the Liberals are feeling cautiously optimistic. Justin Trudeau voted this morning and then went for a run here in Montreal and has just been relaxing with his family after that major campaigning blitz for the last 10 days. We took a red-eye back from Victoria to Montreal. So the Liberal campaign team feeling good. They're counting on their ground game to get the vote out today, feeling quite confident that their ground game is stronger than some of the other parties as they head into, and voter turnout so important for the Liberal Party tonight.
Okay, Salima, we'll check back with you often through the evening, of course. Thanks for that. Salima is in Montreal at Liberal headquarters. We got another Liberal here, though, oddly to the left of me, but Roger Cuzner, longtime MP in Cape Breton for almost 20 years. Roger, what are the Liberals' friends telling you tonight about how they're approaching the evening?
Well, it's been such a unique type of election. I think you really nailed it when you said it was relentless 40 days and an intense 40 days. I've scoured my phone. I've yet to find the proper emoji to encapsulate the entire election, but I'll add two other words, wild and weird. When I found myself retweeting Ed the Sock on Twitter, I knew that it was a little bit different, but it's going to be a wild one, a lot of four-way splits, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, Roger's going to be here through the night, too, particularly to help us with our Atlantic coverage. Trudeau's main rival is, of course, Andrew Scheer, the Conservative Party leader. It's his first time at this federal leadership campaign, election thing. So let's take a look at how he did in 40 days in 40 seconds.
The question this election is very clear. Who can you trust to help you and your family to get ahead? The very first order of business for a Conservative government, an act to repeal the carbon tax. Scrap the carbon tax.
Cancel the carbon tax, job number one.
Very excited to announce the universal tax cut, the green public transit tax credit, the disability tax credit, the children's fitness tax credit.
Yes or no, same-sex marriage is just as morally equivalent as traditional.
I believe in the equality rights of all Canadians. I believe in the equality rights of LGBTQ Canadians. It's always been open and consistent. I am personally pro-life. My dad was born in the United States. I grew up my whole life in Canada.
But you've never told anybody.
Well, I've never been asked about it. I have nothing to learn from Mr. Trudeau, who fired the first Indigenous Attorney General for doing her job. Mr. Trudeau, you are a phony and you are a fraud and you do not deserve to govern this country.
All right, let's head west to Regina, Saskatchewan, and that's where we find our Katie Simpson, who's been with the Conservatives for much of this campaign. What are they telling you tonight, Katie?
Well, Rosie, there's an indication that because things are so tight that they're prepared to fight well past Election Day. Conservative sources are telling me that if this race is as close as it seems to be, and Andrew Scheer is able, and the Conservatives are able to win more seats than the Liberals, they are prepared to take this fight to Canadians and challenge any sort of leadership, even though that's not necessarily how the rules of Parliament work. But there's a magic number they're putting out there. Andrew Scheer needs to win at least a dozen seats more than his main competitor for them to make that case to Canadians.
Okay, Katie, we'll be out in Regina all night, and we'll track back with her through the night. Thanks for that, Katie. Let's go to Corey tonight. He's in our studio as well. He's the former Director of Communications to Stephen Harper, the 2018 campaign manager for the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party. What do you make of the Conservatives saying that they're already gearing up for a fight?
Well, they're setting the bar rather high, but you know, Andrew Scheer has pulled off a lot of surprise wins in his career. He's often been underestimated, and this is going to be, I think, the biggest fight of his career so far. So we'll see if they can pull that rabbit out of the hat. But to have the most seats and to be in that position, you're really going to need to see them picking up seats in the Maritimes. They're going to have to hold what they have, at least in Quebec, and they're going to have to score some big wins in Ontario. And then I think also significant gains in BC as well. I think the prairies, they've got nailed down pretty solidly right now, but we'll see what the night has in store, but it's a high bar.
Okay. Corey, thank you for that. He will be with us through the night as well to evaluate how things go. Now, speaking of bars, the bar was pretty low set initially for the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. So perhaps not surprising that he managed to exceed most people's expectations from this campaign. Take a look at Jagmeet Singh's 40 days in 40 seconds.
We are going to bring a hopeful message to Canadians. The issue in this election is who's on your side? Who's going to fight for you? We can work together on investing in healthcare, dental care, universal pharmacare by 2020 to build 500,000 new childcare spaces and build 500,000 new quality, affordable homes across this country. Bonjour, monsieur.
You know what? You should cut your turban off and you look like a Canadian.
Oh, I think Canadians look like all sorts of people. That's the beauty of Canada. Every single day of my life is fighting a bill like Bill 21.
So why
every
won't
single
you
day of
fight
my
it
life
if you form government?
Every single day of my life is challenging people who think that you can't do things because of the way you look.
Will you still try to form a coalition government with the Liberals?
Oh, absolutely, because we're not going to support a Conservative government. We're going to fight a Conservative government. We're going to fight it all the way.
Okay, all the way out now to the West Coast in Burnaby, British Columbia is where we find Hannah Thibodeau. What's the NDP telling you tonight, Hannah?
Yeah, hey, Rosie, they're coming into this and they feel the momentum is on their side. As you mentioned, we went into this campaign and we were saying that Jagmeet Singh and the NDP could potentially lose official party status. Well, he performed and his team performed quite well over this election campaign. Now we think that they will be able to actually, keep the seats or try to keep the seats that they came in here with, which is about 39. They're going to be looking for that. And the one they're going to look for first to see if that momentum is swinging his way is Jack Harris's seat in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Okay, Hannah, thanks for that. Hannah is in BC through the night to help us gauge NDP reaction. Also here to help us do that, Megan Leslie, former NDP MP for Halifax. From 2008 to 2015, she was deputy leader of the party. She's now director of WWF Canada. What are your friends inside the NDP telling you tonight, Megan?
I think everybody can agree that the NDP's run a pretty fantastic campaign, especially when they were declared dead at the outset. And Jagmeet Star just keeps rising. So the big question is, will that momentum translate into votes? And then, are those votes in the right places that they can gain seats? So tonight we'll find out.
Okay, Megan's here through the night as well. Thanks, Megan. We're going to take a quick break. Our election night coverage continues in just 2 minutes. Polls close in Newfoundland and Labrador in about 15. Stick around. Welcome back to our CBC News election night headquarters. Polls in Newfoundland and Labrador close now in just about 12 minutes' time. 7 seats up for grabs. I promised we'd have you covered, and that's where these folks come in. And who else but the Adishu panel? You want to hear from them tonight, and they are here with a first taste of what they're watching for. Chantal.
Well, the Bloc Québécois, of course, I can already tell you that they're going to have their best night in a decade. But how good a night it's going to be, I'm going to watch to see. Usually the sovereigntist vote in Quebec comes in lower in real world than on the last polls of the campaign. So this would be a first if they did as well as the polls predict.
Okay.
Interesting to see what that does to the mathematics of everything else.
Okay, Andrew, how about you?
Well, we're obviously waiting, first of all, to see whether it's a majority or minority, but I think it's even more important to see if it is a minority, as everyone expects, is it a stable minority? The closer the two parties are together, then the larger the number of seats they have to get in addition to their own seats to form a government, the more they may have to rely on not just one party support, but 2 or even 3. The more that is, the more unstable that coalition can be, and that's what we're going to have to see.
That could be quite hairy. Althea, how about you?
Before we even get to what the parliament looks like, can the Greens make a breakthrough? We talked so much about the Greens in the early part of this year. Their big hopes are for, a single-digit increase, but still, that's something. The NDP, can they hang on to even the incumbent seats? They have hopes that they can get the seats that they lost in 2015. They're saying they've seen a surge over the last 3 days, but they haven't been able to ID those voters, so they can't pull that vote. And then, as Chantal alluded to, what happens in Quebec? Does the Bloc basically eat the Tories and the Liberals the Liberals' ability to obtain a majority, the Tories' ability to form government, and can those losses, potential expected losses, be offset in Ontario?
Okay. And we will hear from you guys all through the night when they're not busy doing their other jobs, writing columns and stories for their respective online places and newspapers. We're going to take one more short break. This is going quickly. Our results in 10 minutes' time. Election coverage continues right after this. Welcome back again to our CBC News election night headquarters. This election is, of course, really about you, the voters. And tonight, this is the exciting part, we get to find out what you've decided. Duncan McHugh is host of Cross Country Checkup, and that's where the voters go. They email, they call, they tweet. And you were in Alberta just this week. So what are you hearing from people?
It was interesting when I was in Alberta yesterday for a twin town hall on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And I was in Alberta. We also had a live audience in Vancouver, and it was in Alberta. The conversation is very much about jobs, about economy, about pipeline. A very different election campaign conversation than we're having in the rest of the country about climate change, affordability. So. Ian and I are accustomed to turning on the television and seeing that the election is over in British Columbia. I don't think so tonight, and I think the pipeline actually could matter, and I think people are going to be watching up late and what happens in British Columbia.
Okay, and it has turned out to be a regionalized election in many ways, so we'll see whether that breaks down the results as well and what that will mean for the country. Speaking, though, of different perspectives, the host of CBC podcast, our daily podcast, front burner Jamie Poisson, is with our Canada Votes Watch Party. She's got the best seat in the House. Jamie.
Hi, Rosie. I do feel like I have the best seat in the House. I am thrilled to be here with these incredibly interesting, smart, and I think it's fair to say opinionated Canadians. We're going to be talking and debating all night. We're also doing an AMA on Reddit, so please send us your questions. We're also going to be fielding some questions through the CBC's social media channels. Throw us those questions as well. Let's introduce our panel tonight, starting with Ryan McMahon, writer and comedian. What are you watching for tonight?
Well, in 1960, Indigenous people were given the right to vote without enfranchisement, and tonight there are over 60 ridings in play that could swing with a high Indigenous vote. So I'm on Twitter seeing if all my cousins went out there and had their voices heard.
Okay. And Naheed Nenshi, Mayor of Calgary, and I should say you were just on a call with the City Council.
I was on a City Council meeting until
right
seconds ago.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, I'm really looking forward beyond tonight. I found this to be an incredibly divisive election, regionally divisive on issues like Bill 21, and just angry. And so what I'm looking for is how does any government, minority or majority, start to move the country forward together?
Marie Henein, high-profile lawyer.
Hi there.
Hi.
Well, I'm looking to see what Canadians actually think now. This was an election or a campaign that I thought was low on substance and high on rhetoric. And I don't think anybody got fooled. I think we're going to see that tonight.
Okay, and Mark Toohey, editor of Sun News, last word to you.
I'm very interested off the start to find out how fast results start coming in, because slow results from local ridings means tight races, and that means it's going to be a long and fascinating night.
A long and probably very long night. Okay, looking forward to digging into all of this with you. Rosie, back to you.
Okay, Jamie, we'll check in with you through the night, of course, with all your new friends there. We're taking one more short break. After that, the breaks are over, our last one. Before results start coming in, stick around. Hey, welcome back. First polls are closing in just over a minute in Newfoundland and Labrador. Vashi is here to tell us what we should watch for in Atlantic, Canada.
Look, very quickly, this will be when we start to see if things have changed from 2015. In 2015, that's when we knew something was happening with the Liberals. This is where we're going to know if something isn't happening and to what degree. And it'll give us something to watch as we head back throughout the rest of the country.
Okay, great. Vashi's here all night, of course. You're probably wondering what this empty chair is beside Roger Kusner. It's not that Roger Kusner's not friendly. It's that we're saving it for Peter Mansbridge because he didn't think we were going to do an election special without him. And he likes to show up just when things start rocking. That's how he rolls. Okay, remember, as Vashi said, there are 7 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador. All 7 of them were Liberal last time. In fact, that's where the sweep began. The Liberals took all of those ridings, all 32 of them. So the next couple of hours will start to lay the groundwork for potential trends. Will the Liberals be able to hold that? They don't even anticipate that, but let's see what the map will look like over the next couple of hours as we get closer to that huge swath of ridings that will come in at 9:30 Eastern. That's 263 ridings from Quebec all the way to Alberta. The future of our country is about to take shape. This is your time. This is your choice. Polls in Newfoundland and Labrador are closing right now. Welcome to Canada Votes. Tonight marks the culmination of 40 days and 40 nights of a relentless campaign.
Who can you trust?
Who can you count on?
Who would like us to go further?
A campaign of promises, policies, attacks, and some surprises.
The interests of Quebec.
Putting people first.
Addressing the climate crisis.
Now, it is voting time.
I vote.
I vote. I vote because it's a privilege.
Because democracy is sacred.
I vote because I'm Canadian.
The power is in your hands, and tonight we find out the results. This is Election Night 2019. And hello there, I'm Rosemary Barton. We are expecting our first results to come in at any moment, of course, from Newfoundland and Labrador. They like to get things going first, and that's what they're going to do this time, too. Polls closing just seconds ago. David Cochrane is going to walk us through his home province results. No one knows it better than you, David.
Yeah, Rosie, this is where the wave started in 2015 that made Justin Trudeau Prime Minister. If he's going to keep his job tonight, he needs to replicate all or most of that success. There's 7 ridings here. They went 7 for 7 last time. The Liberals are pretty confident they're going to get at least 6 of those. They're really worried about St. John's East, which is a rematch between Nick Whalen, the Liberal MP, and Jack Harris, the New Democrat that he beat by a very tiny margin in 2015. So that's the one they're watching because the Liberals are strong overall in Newfoundland and Labrador. The provincial government here is Liberal, though it was reduced to a minority in the last election. So there's volatility there that could help the New Democrats in the St. John's ridings. Seamus O'Regan might have a closer race tonight than he would like. What you're unlikely to see tonight is a real show of strength from the Conservatives. When former Premier Danny Williams and Stephen Harper went head-to-head about a decade ago in the Anything But Conservative campaign, it really scorched and salted the earth for the federal Conservatives in Newfoundland and Labrador. So, you know, you might see the Northern Cod come back before you see the Conservatives come back in the electoral map.
Well, I like cod.
I do too.
I can be totally objective about cod. Okay, let's go to St. John's East in Newfoundland, and that is where the NDP is hoping to win back a riding for Jack Harris, and Peter Cowan is there. Peter, I see some activity. How are people feeling about tonight?
Rosemary, the volunteers are still out there. They've been working them right to the very last minute because they know that every vote is likely to count here in St. John's East. And this is a rematch. Last time everyone was shocked when Jack Harris lost this riding. It was the Liberal wave that swept him out, and this time it's a very different election. Jack Harris is back. He wasn't ready to retire, and so he's running for his old job again. And what people here are hoping is that the bump that the NDP has seen in the polls over the last couple of weeks will be that push that the campaign needs in order to re-elect him in this riding. But it's interesting that Jagmeet Singh didn't actually even visit this province during the election campaign, and that's perhaps a recognition that Jack Harris has 30 years of political experience, more than a decade as provincial leader, 2 terms as the MP here, and whether he wins or loses tonight is largely going to be on his own record, Rosemary.
Okay, Peter Cowan in St. John's East tonight. Thanks, sir. We'll check back with you. Megan Leslie is here. You know Jack Harris well. I vaguely remember when Jack Harris lost that he was like, that's okay, I'm going to go home and live life, and he just has the bug.
Have you met him? Yeah, I think he was looking forward to that and then realized like 4 days later that that wasn't going to work. Jack is a really hard worker and doesn't know the meaning of the word retirement. So lots riding on this riding, so to speak. Beyond St. John's East, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle for the NDP. The salting of the earth is included for us as well, and not much of a history there, but this is definitely a riding that the NDP is excited about. And, you know, Nick Whalen's good on the ground, and he's a strong local MP, but Jack has a lot of experience. People love him. Been referred to once. I was out there a couple of weeks ago, and they said he's the best premier we never had.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll see what happens for him tonight. Thanks, Megan. Roger Kusner, what will you be watching for in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Well, it's pretty fertile for us to hold seats there. I agree with Megan in the assessment that Jack Harris. It was a little strange in 2015. All the elements came together for us in Atlantic Canada. You know, there were some people weren't comfortable any longer with the Harper government. 10 years is sort of worn thin. They were excited about Justin Trudeau. I think we sort of caught a little bit of that wave and a little bit of that energy. We had a great slate of candidates. And Nick Whalen certainly benefited from that, but it was less than a percentage point. I think Jack and Megan and I talked about this in the green room. I think Jack would tell you himself maybe his ground game wasn't as sharp because everybody loved Jack Harris, and I think Nick was a little surprised himself. But anyway, Nick was he's a great member of Parliament, so that'll be a great one to watch tonight.
Okay, Court Snake, I wouldn't mind going to you. And what David says, that's pretty much true. I mean, that was
the earth is salted.
Danny Williams sort of threw you guys over the boat and you never came back.
Never get in a land war in Asia and never get in a fight in Newfoundland with Danny Williams. These are rules that must be applied to life. But I think we're not really looking for any seats in Newfoundland, but the broader maritime provinces, I think there are opportunities there to regain some traditional seats, and we'll see how many of those we can bring back. But certainly, I think for Andrew to hit the targets to get a Conservative minority government, you're kind of looking at something in the 10 to 12 seat range overall in the Maritime. So that'll be a high bar because there won't be any of those coming out of Newfoundland.
Right. Let me just tell you what's on your screen there. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen what we call the mini board, just that board across the bottom there, that banner. That's, of course, where you'll start to see the seats leading and elected pop up. 338 ridings, as you know, by now. 170 is the target for a majority. We'll track that as they start to come in. Maritimes seats, they will start coming in 23 minutes' time. That's 25 seats. But the first one we'll watch for these 7 seats in Newfoundland and Labrador. Shouldn't be long before we start seeing some of those results, and you'll see them at the bottom of your screen. Chantal, want to weigh in on the Atlantic and what's at stake there and what you're expecting?
I expect the Liberals to do okay in Atlantic Canada. I don't think it was a major battleground, but I agree that there are traditional Conservative seats. And on a winning year, even if you win a minority, you should be winning back those traditional seats.
Places like New Brunswick.
And if you fall short on many of them, it kind of sends a signal. I say all that, and then I caution against the notion that Atlantic Canada always sets a trend for because if it did, Jean Chrétien would not have won the 97 election. He came out of Atlantic Canada, very unpopular, the EI reform, came out having lost seats to the NDP in particular, but not exclusively. And if that had been a trend, he would have been the leader of the opposition at the end of the night. But once you hit Quebec and Ontario, all of that changed. Obviously, Ontario was a big deal for Chrétien when the Canadian Alliance and the Conservatives were split. So it's a microclimate in the same way that Alberta and Quebec will be microclimates tonight.
Well, I sort of feel like everything's a microclimate in this election in a different way than, well, in a different way than 2015, certainly, when so much went red. But have you noted that as well?
Yeah, I mean, 2015 in Atlantic Canada was an aberration. You had Conservatives losing seats in New Brunswick that they'd held for generations. I don't think you're going to see that same pattern this time. I think earlier in the campaign, it looked like the Tories might be able to pick up the 10 or 12 that Corey was saying they need. These days, people are talking more like 6 or 7, and so we'll see what that comes in as.
What do you think, Althea?
You know, in 2015, not to rub it in Megan Leslie, but I remember calling Megan in June and asking her if she was worried about her riding, and she was like, "No, I'm not worried at all. No problem whatsoever." And the strategic voting thing, the strategic voting thing actually worked against Megan Leslie, elected a Liberal, and a lot of local people who were really thrilled with having Megan Leslie as their local MP were very discouraged that she was no longer their member of Parliament. And so I mean, who knows what happens in Halifax. But I think in Newfoundland and Labrador, there are strong local MPs who will survive regardless of the trend against Mr. Trudeau. I think of Scott Sims, for example, in the northern part of the riding. You know, he came out against the attestation, for example. And so there are people who are really...
The student grants where you had to say, I am pro-abortion, and so I will.
Or at least I'm not anti-abortion.
Anti-abortion, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that that is probably going to save ridings that might have been closer ridings to watch, in a sense. I remember calling your party, and they were like, this might be the year that the ABC is over. And I thought, oh, great. So I asked one of our younger reporters, call the Tories, find out which riding they're looking at. And by June, they're like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
And here we are in 2019, and still probably not going to happen. David, is there other than Newfoundland and Labrador, is there a storyline sort of overall for the Atlantic in terms of how they have approached this Prime Minister and how they have felt about this Prime Minister?
I think in terms of the seats and how it's going to play out tonight, there's an element of volatility in Atlantic Canada. 3 of the 4 governments are minority governments. Right. And that is maybe the national trend may follow Atlantic Canada, at least in how the government makeup happens. So there is some volatility and change there. Normally you swing back and forth between Liberal Conservative majority with some outlier exceptions. And once you get off Newfoundland and Labrador and get into the Maritimes, that's where really the battle for the most seats between the Conservatives and the Liberals is going to begin. The polls tell us this is a top-line battle between the Conservatives and the Liberals for the most seats. And mainland Atlantic Canada is where you're going to see that. And I've just got a text from a friend of mine who's in St. John's, in a polling station. They're locked in there because there's a long line of people waiting to vote in St. John's East. So I don't know if this is why results are slow to come in. They still have some people there. Yeah. There's 7 or 8 deep in line still there, and the doors are locked behind them as they catch up with voting. So if there's good turnout in St. John's East, probably the most competitive seat in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Okay, and we're still waiting for those first results to come in from Newfoundland and Labrador. The other thing to keep your eye on and your mind on as we get into the rest of the results from the Atlantic provinces, from the Maritimes, is whether the Greens manage to break in somehow. Even if it doesn't turn into seats, they've had success there provincially. Can they at least pick up some support, and what impact does that have in terms of vote splitting? There's another friend of this room who's in Nova Scotia right now. He finished his show. Oh, we must have made a mistake here. I'm kidding. It's Mark Critch. He's in Halifax, Nova Scotia tonight. You've got a live audience with you, do you?
I have a live audience here. Hey! Look at that, huh? Look at those people, Rosie.
Wow, we got none of that. We got none of that. We're just talking to ourselves. All right, so what are you watching for there, my friend?
I am watching for this bloody thing to be over. This was supposed to be the last first past the post. It's like beating your head against a post. Now, what are we going to have? Like, we might have a minority. That would be exciting. We're going to have a minority because Justin decided to look like a minority. And it could be a coalition. Nobody knows. This is the least wanted NDP Liberal merger since Justin accidentally elbowed Ruth Ellen Russo in the chest. This is, who knows? What's happening? I am here recording a show. I don't know. Do we have results yet?
No, we don't have any results. No, we're waiting for Newfoundland and Labrador to get to business. That's why we're talking to you.
Oh, it's because it's a half an hour later, Newfoundland. That's why you're talking to me.
That's right.
So this is the talking out your ass part of punditry. I see. Well, let me tell you what I'm thinking. I think we're going to have a coalition, Rosie, possibly, which would be exciting. All the different colors coming together to form sort of like a Power Ranger without the power. It'll be sort of like a group of different parties coming together, kind of like the Avengers, except this Avengers will be fighting against Captain America. Andrew Scheer. Who had that? Who figured that would be Andrew Scheer would be an American? Everybody, if we thought about it. The call was coming from within the House.
Okay, I get to cut off your talking out of your ass punditry now because we've got a result.
We have a result?
Yeah. So stay tuned.
I hope it's not pregnant. What's the result?
David Cochrane's going to give it to you now. I'll check back with you later. Thank you, buddy. All right, David Cochrane's going to do serious stuff.
It's Scott Sims riding. It's Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame. And surprising to see, early results here, folks. Conservatives up. Alex Brackey, former restaurant owner in Gander. He owned Bistro on Row, where you could get a good scoff. He's ahead of Scott Sims, the incumbent, seeking another term in the House of Commons. Sims, as Althea referenced, got into some hot water with his own party Party. He lost his chairmanship of the Fisheries Committee because he opposed the summer job attestation, where you would say you would only give money to groups that would support abortion rights. Sims has a very religious population in his riding. This is sort of the Bible Belt of Newfoundland, if such a thing exists. Big Pentecostal population, and he was certainly playing to the wishes of his riding when he took that stand, and it cost him the seat, despite the fact, Rosie, he chaired Justin Trudeau's Liberal leadership campaign in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Okay, so no hard feelings, I guess, as it turns out. Let me show you this map. Again, it's very early results. Don't expect that part to stay blue necessarily. Certainly not in that riding, but this is what we're going to look at through the night. It will grow bigger and bigger as we include more parts of the country, and you will see from the colors sort of the trend lines of this. Of course, last time this was all red. And we will see what color it turns throughout the night, and then we'll show you things as more results come in. 15 minutes away right now from maritime results, 25 seats in total. Very early reporting so far in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is what happens with elections. And when you get to 9:30, all hell breaks loose, frankly, because you've got 263 ridings that start reporting, and then that's when things start getting a little bit wild. Bashi.
I think especially when the rest of the Atlantic ridings come in, I want to pick up on something Althea mentioned, and that is the effect of the strategic voting message in 2015. I'm curious to see what kind of effect, and we'll probably only see some of that in the Atlantic, obviously, and particularly in Ontario, that might resonate. But there was a sharpened message from both the Liberals and to a certain degree the Conservatives over the past 7-8 days. You have to vote for us in order to keep the other people out. It's a different type of message because there's no Stephen Harper, for example, on the other side of it in this election. So I'm very curious to see to what degree did that resonate with people. I think we might get our first indication of that in Atlantic Canada, but again, you got to see more before you can decide whether or not that's had an impact.
Yeah, I mean, when you use that against a government that's been around for 10 years, you can see how that works. But when you're using it to say, we just want to stop a guy you've never seen before because we think he probably is going to cut things, that becomes a little more...
And he's like Doug Ford.
Maybe that resonated. I'm not sure. David, you wanted in there, I think.
Yeah, you can see some of that argument, though, the casting back to the Stephen Harper years with the ads that Lawrence McCauley did in particular. Like, to summarize them was like, used to have stuff, Harper took the stuff, we gave the stuff back, vote Liberal. It was kind of a very simple message that, you know, they had McCauley front and center. They talked about the retirement age being raised from 65 to 67, veterans' offices being closed, things like this that really matter in smaller, more isolated communities. A loss of service from, you know, veterans' office closes in place in like Corner Brook. So I mean, they tried to go after that with dialing it back to the Harper years, and that is the challenge for Scheer in being so unknown and so undefined that they were able to do some of it.
Although I would say that as much as it's uncertain whether that strategy worked, I'm also not clear that this big, scary coalition that was only mentioned once actually worked either. Like, I don't know whether that penetrated in any way and whether that's actually a big, scary thing anymore for Canadians.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Jagmeet Singh kind of mentioned it on a Sunday, walked it back on a Monday, resurrected it again on a Tuesday. I know. And he sort of walked it back a couple of times, and Trudeau never mentioned it once, and Scheer said, well, this is proof. This is happening, and, you know, I'm not sure. Oh, we have a new result. It looks like...
Okay, well, something's going... It looks like Scott Sims has come back.
Yes, reports of his demise were greatly exaggerated as we have new results from Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame that we can hopefully get up. He's gone from being down by 13 votes, I think is what it was in the last one that we saw. Oh, to look at that. He's barnstorming away with it now. It's 44-26. Scott Sims with an 18-vote lead over Conservative Alex Brackey. You know, Rosie, my people are fast talkers. They're slow counters, especially in a live television environment. And my sense is because there are people still in polling stations and they can't start the count until they get everybody out of there and lock her up.
Right, and once you're in, you're in. So you get to still go through and do your thing. I'm glad you said that about your people because I shouldn't have gotten away with it. Okay, we're still standing by for more results. Obviously, it gets slow in the beginning and it gets fast as the night goes on. David Common is going to help track some of the pace of that night. You look like you're having fun. He's in the Greater Toronto area. He's at some sort of wild party or something.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Rosie. You know, the wine is flowing, so is the conversation all about politics. This is the Bentavenia family in Burlington, and of course, this is a critical area. One of those 33 seats in the 905 area, a third of which are seen as swings. This is one of them. I don't even think I know we're on television right now. Did everybody vote today? Everybody votes? Okay, so there were lots of votes today. They're very involved in what's going on, watching through the peephole, the broadcast, the conversation, watching those Atlantic Canadian results, waiting for polls to close here to see what's happening in their own backyard.
Okay, well, make sure that they're on our channel. That will help them know when we're coming to you.
Oh, they are.
Oh, okay, good.
They are.
So there's 12 voters. There's 12 watchers for us tonight. Thanks, David. David's going to be moving through the GTA through the night. We'll see how many people and how many ridings he can hit. David Cochran's got some more results now.
Yeah, Rosie, it takes a good kitchen party to get votes moving in Newfoundland and Labrador. We now have results from 3 ridings. Here's Bonavista Buren Trinity. This is Churence Rogers with a 9-vote lead over Sharon Vokey, the former executive director of the Provincial Conservative Party. Rogers won this seat in a by-election. Judy Foote won it in 2015. She was a senior cabinet minister until she resigned for medical reasons. She's now the lieutenant governor. And this is Goody Hutchings in Long Range Mountain seeking her 2nd term in the House of Commons. This is the riding on the west coast of the island of Newfoundland. This is the real base of Liberal strength at the federal level and the provincial level. This is where the Premier has his seat. And Rosie, this is where Brian Tobin used to run up big majorities back when he was in federal politics.
Okay, and these are very well-known local candidates that we're seeing, and that's what works in Newfoundland and Labrador. I mean, it works everywhere, but...
Yeah, no, they're all very well known. Churence Rogers was the former president of the Liberal Party of Newfoundland and Labrador, the former head of the Federation of Municipalities, and he stands out because his name is Churence, which he said his mother created, which is an unusual name in Newfoundland. Scott Sims is well known as a former TV weather guy, very popular in central Newfoundland. He gives a lot of speeches at the Hotel Gander, and they have a box there that's called Scott's Box because he's not that tall, and it's what he stands on to see over the podium, and he makes a big production out of it every time. And Goody Hutchings, well-known business person, comes from a strong Liberal family. If either of those 3 were to lose tonight, Andrew Scheer would be declared Prime Minister before polls open in Maritimes.
Okay, and just so you're wondering what the heck is going on, there's less than 300 votes counted in the province so far. So as David points out, it may be slow going if people were lined up and still waiting to vote before the counting could begin. And so once that gets resolved, it's not that the polls were open longer, it's just that that's taking a little bit longer for them to come in. Maritimes, though, they close in 10 minutes time. So we'll have 25 more ridings where we'll start to see changes. This is what the map looks like right now. Leading or elected in 3 ridings. That is the Liberal Party. No one else on the board for now, but very, very early numbers right now. Duncan McHugh, let's go back to you. I imagine you talked to some people in Atlantic Canada, and what was the impression that they left you with in terms of the things that they were thinking about during this election?
I want to, and I'm talking with people online as well. I'm going to share that over the course of the evening, and I'll tell you right now, it's a lot of fear. Christine Brody shared this. I've never been so scared to see what our government is going to look like after an election. That seems to be the prevailing feeling on the CBC Facebook page. But I want to pick up on a point that you mentioned about the Greens. We're about 10 minutes away from the Maritimes opening. Last election, I was with Elizabeth May at Green headquarters. There was talk about a green wave, a green surge. Yeah, that didn't happen. It was Elizabeth May's seat. They're talking about it again. And so I'm watching to see how they do in the Maritimes. They're very much hoping to make inroads in the Maritimes. Of course, the Greens did well provincially in New Brunswick, in PEI. And if the Greens can take a seat in the Maritimes, that will be a victory for them. But they may also cut into Liberal votes, and that could make a big difference in the Maritimes. 4 seats up for grab in PEI, which may be small in the grand picture of things, but for the Greens, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, and they provincially form official opposition, the Green Party. So there is obviously an openness to the Green Party on the island. David Cochran's got some more results.
Yeah, we have a torrent of results coming in now from Newfoundland and Labrador. We have results from Labrador. The big land where Yvonne Jones has a narrow 2-vote lead over the New Democrat. I don't know what is happening there tonight. Jones has represented parts of Labrador either in the provincial legislature or the federal legislature for 20 years because he's a very good campaigner, a popular district, local politician, very likely to be re-elected tonight. And here's Ken McDonald, the former mayor of Conception Bay South, which is the biggest population center in the riding of Avalon. He has a 26-vote lead over Matthew Chapman. There was a point where the Conservatives were hoping to get former Premier Paul Davis to run for them there to get a big name. They didn't get the big name. Instead, they got a big guy. Matt Chapman's a 6'8" former university basketball player, but coming up short right now in Avalon. Seamus O'Regan, the cabinet minister for Newfoundland and Labrador, with a 24-vote lead over Anne-Marie Anderson for the New Democrats. O'Regan had to take time away from the campaign trail because his father was hospitalized during this campaign. At times, it looked quite severe, but I heard today that he's up, he's awake in the hospital, and he's watching the show tonight.
Okay, thanks for that, David. Only 700 votes so far. So, yeah, this is slow. And you'll notice, if I can just show you the map once again, while we have leading in all these ridings where there's red, that little tip on the end is where St. John's East is, and we don't have anything yet from St. John's East. So this will make for a nervous night. Is Jack Harris a nervous fellow? An anxious fellow?
Yeah, I think a little bit. He's got a lot invested here.
Yeah, that's right. So we will wait and see what's going on there. I don't think anyone should think that this is abnormal at this stage. Things are slow and a little strange. We don't have anything from St. John's East, but I'm sure we will quickly. In 6 minutes' time, we will get more results coming in from the Maritimes. That's Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. That will start to give us a better sense of what is happening in the Atlantic provinces. But while we are here and while we are talking about the potential rise of the Green Party, at least in terms of vote share, let's go back and take a look at Elizabeth May's 40 days in 40 seconds.
This election is about telling the truth to Canadians about how serious the climate emergency really is. We need to move away from fossil fuels as quickly as possible.
We're certainly not a one-issue party.
Bring in real pharmacare, canceling tuitions. We want to ensure that no one is left homeless and bringing in guaranteed livable income.
I'm not a woman who will ever, ever, ever retreat from the right of a woman to a safe and legal abortion, and that's our party policy.
He's not a separatist. We will not have a candidate who thinks they can work to break up our country. That's not on.
File and vote green. It feels good. To avoid catastrophic levels of global warming, we must not build the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It's so heartbreaking for me to look at you today and know you could have done so much more the last 4 years. Please, God, you don't get a majority.
All right, Tanya Fletcher is in British Columbia tonight, and she's standing by at Green Party headquarters. Tanya, what's the mood there tonight?
Well, Rosie, it's quite relaxed, and much like Elizabeth May herself over the past few days, the leader is expected to be here in a couple of hours, and she's going to watch the results come in with her supporters here in Victoria. She is very confident, and she's the most experienced leader heading into this. This is her 4th federal election, and spending the past couple of days with her through the home stretch of her campaign, she was on Vancouver Island. We hit 6 ridings in 2 days, and this is clearly where they're throwing all of their hopes. Right now, most of those ridings belong to the NDP, and you can tell that's where the main tug-of-war is in this battleground that is Vancouver Island. You hear some pretty nasty attack ads, and the Greens accuse the NDP of circulating misleading leaflets. And I asked Elizabeth May herself how this campaign compared to years past. She said by far this is the nastiest and dirtiest campaign, with the smear tactics and the mudslinging. And she's very she almost goes rogue as a leader. She doesn't stick to a script. And so you see that in the past few years, and you wonder when that is going to take effect. The Greens have struggled in the polls through the course of that campaign, and they've really struggled to really get that momentum going, especially on the heels of critical timing. We saw the climate rallies across the globe, and perhaps Greta Thunberg has been her greatest campaigner, and yet will she be able to leverage that environmental momentum on behalf of the Greens? That will be yet to be seen, but she'll be here in a few hours regardless. Rosie?
Okay, Tanya Fletcher keeping an eye on things out there in Victoria, British Columbia. Okay, meanwhile, polls closing in the Maritimes in just over 3 minutes' time as we await for more results from Newfoundland and Labrador. But Heather is going to be watching a couple of places here in the Maritimes. Tell us what you're expecting.
Well, Elizabeth May was targeting PEI, so why don't we start there? And the question is, could the island's famous sands be shifting perhaps tonight? The island has been reliably red for decades, Rosie, but as Duncan was mentioning, last April in the provincial election, the Green Party got 30% of the vote, and that was enough to form the official opposition in the province for the very first time in Canada. So could PEI give the Greens another historic breakthrough tonight? As for Nova Scotia, as we watch that province, the Liberals won all 11 ridings last election. Everyone suggested that's unlikely to happen again tonight. There is a true blue base in rural mainland Nova Scotia. Keep in mind the number 5, because that's the number of incumbents, Liberal incumbents, who are not running for re-election this time. That's nearly half. Conservatives has strategically tapped provincial MLAs to run in most of those ridings, including Mr. Cuzner's riding, Cape Breton-Canso, West Nova as well. We'll be watching those. They are high-profile candidates. They are experienced, and they're likely, Rosie, to make things very interesting in a province with a history of epic Liberal-Conservative battles.
Okay, some things to keep in mind as we get ready for polls to close in the Maritimes. Maritimes. 2,700 votes counted in Newfoundland and Labrador so far. The pace is picking up. Things will start to come in a little bit quicker. Ian's watching New Brunswick, his home province.
You know, we've touched on this already in the election special. Not even the most optimistic Liberals in New Brunswick expect to go 10-0 in the province of New Brunswick tonight. Traditionally, the southern part of the province is where the Conservatives have been very strong. And if there is to be change in New Brunswick, it will likely happen in the southern part of the province. Let's look at three of the ridings where I think both parties would expect to see the Conservatives do very well. And we're going to start with New Brunswick Southwest. This is one of the ridings where MPs who lost their seats for the Conservatives last time around, there are three of them, are running tonight. John Williamson is one of those. And I'll tell you, over the years, some huge margins. He won in the election in 2011 by more than 10,000 votes. In fact, the Liberals placed third in the riding back then. Tobique-Mactaquac is another one of the ridings where the Conservatives have done very well. And again, I'm just looking at this from back in 2011. 15,000 votes was the margin of victory for the Conservatives then. And one last riding, Fundy Royal. In the long history of this riding, which is more than 100 years, Conservatives or Progressive Conservatives have won in this riding every single time, with two exceptions. Paul Zed won back in 1993 for a single term, and Elena Lockhart, of course, 4 years ago. So she has not only a formidable opponent there, Rob Moore, but also the weight of history against her.
Yeah, and some well-known, as you say, people that used to be MPs trying to come back and regain those seats for the Conservative Party. Just show you the map one more time, if I can, before we go and get some more results from the Maritimes. This is what Newfoundland and Labrador looks like right now. 4,000 votes or so have been counted so far, so lots more to come, obviously. And that little tip on the very east, St. John's East, still not reporting anything at this hour, and that is the place where we expect to see a tighter battle between the NDP and the Liberals. So we'll get more information to see if anything's going on there. In the meantime, now we've got 25 seats coming in fast now from the Maritimes, from Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. That will bring us up to 32 seats so far. Stay with us. We'll bring you more results starting right now. Welcome to Canada Votes. Tonight marks the culmination of 40 days and 40 nights of a relentless campaign.
Who can you trust? Who can you count on? Who would like us to go further?
A campaign of promises, policies, attacks, and some surprises.
The interests of Quebec.
Putting people first.
Addressing the climate crisis.
Now it is voting time.
I vote.
I vote. I vote because it's a privilege.
Because democracy is sacred.
I vote because I'm Canadian.
The power is in your hands, and tonight we find out the results. This is Election Night 2019. And good evening, I'm Rosemary Barton here in our CBC News Canada Votes headquarters. Polls have just closed in the Maritimes. That means PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. That's 24 more ridings we will start to watch to add to the count at the bottom of your screen there. Those are the numbers so far just coming in from Newfoundland and Labrador. They have had at least the beginning of their say. These are still very early days in the counting. We'll now find out how the rest of Atlantic Canada has voted. First, let's go to David Cochrane, who can bring us up to date on what we're seeing so far. David.
Yeah, Rosie, we've got the Liberals leading in 6 seats right now. Those are the seats that are in the rural parts of Newfoundland and, of course, in Labrador and in St. John's South, Mount Pearl. The one we're all waiting on is some results from St. John's East, which the full expectation is that is going to be the closest race in that province of the night. I was speaking to people who were in polling stations in St. John's East. They were in a lineup there. They had the doors locked behind them. This is why results are slow. You can't start the count until everybody has voted and everybody is out. So that rematch between Nick Whalen and Jack Harris is the seat that everyone is watching in Newfoundland and Labrador. And of course, it's the only one we don't have any numbers.
Because that's just the way it goes. I should say that we're hearing that they haven't even started the counting there yet. So I don't know how long that line was when they closed the doors, but it's long enough that it's taking them a while to get them out and start counting. Yeah. So that's why we're not seeing anything there. So nothing untoward, but just allowing people to make sure they cast their ballot and make sure they do that before things stop. Okay, I think Louise Martin is standing by now in Charlottetown, PEI. It looks like she's chatting with someone, so we'll get her to talk to us. Oh, look, she's chatting with the leader of the Green Party. Of course she is. That's who I knew well. Peter Bevan Baker. And so this is where, of course, the PEI has had some attraction to the Green Party, and maybe that will happen federally too. Tell us what you're hearing from Mr. Baker there.
Well, you know what? That's the big question, right, Rosemary? Is it can the galvanization of the Green Party provincially spread federally? And so I'll ask the Green Party leader here on Prince Edward Island. What do you think? Will it rub off federally?
I think it's entirely possible, and you see across the country when Greens get elected at the provincial level, they tend to attract more Greens to get elected in the same province. So it's sort of like you get a taste of Green and you think, oh, I think I'd like some more of that. So I think it's entirely possible that we'll see here in the Atlantic region some very close races and perhaps even some Greens getting elected here on PEI and perhaps in Fredericton. There's a young candidate there, Jenica, who is fabulous. So we may well see some Greens elected in Atlantic Canada for the first time ever.
Now, a lot of the popularity that you had heading into the provincial election, the polling numbers were saying you were the most popular leader going into that. So does Elizabeth May have that same lure with her as a leader?
I think Elizabeth has absolutely done a fabulous job as the leader of this party for the last 13 years. It's very difficult on the federal platform, as opposed to the intimacy of politics that we have here on PEI, to make that sort of impression, even though she's been around for so long. So I'm not sure that we're going to see the same sorts of breakthroughs that we saw here on PEI at a national level. But I do think that, as we did here on PEI, these successes don't come overnight. It takes years and years of building and really creating a credibility and a comfort for voters in order for Greens to be elected. We did it here on PEI. I'm not sure we're there nationally yet, but I think we will see, particularly on the West Coast, absolutely some more Greens elected, and hopefully again here in the Maritimes.
And I think you can't underestimate, you just mentioned a small province, intimate, people know each other. You can't underestimate the power of the four incumbents that we have here on the island.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. Politics is very personal here.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. We have to go. Thank you so much. Yeah. That is our Green Party leader, Prince Edward Island Green Party leader, Peter Bevan Baker. Back to you, Rosemary.
Okay, thanks, Louise. Charlottetown is the one place where the Greens could build up their support a little bit. I thought the Green Party leader was pretty honest in his assessment about the real chances they have. And I think you were with Elizabeth May a couple days ago. I don't know. You were all over the country in about a week. So is this, I mean, I know she's indicated in the past that she is sort of interested in retiring regardless of how things go. But I wonder if she hadn't said that, would this sort of be the make or break moment for Elizabeth May tonight if she can't get more than 1, 2, 3 seats? I don't know.
I get the sense Elizabeth May would rather retire more than Green Party members would like Elizabeth May to retire. There's a lot of love and affection for Elizabeth May. I think if her husband is elected in the interior of British Columbia, she may decide that she wants to stay a little bit longer. You mentioned I was with her about a week and a half ago. I landed in Fredericton. This is a seat, I think this is probably the most viable seat for the Greens. Right. Peter Bevan Baker mentioned their running candidate, Jenica Atwin. Young woman, pretty interesting, Fredericton South. So part of the Fredericton riding is held provincially by the Greens as well. Has been a Green seat since 2014. That woman, I think you interviewed Marcus Harvey, that undecided voter.
Yes, yes.
Who was on with Andrew Scheer. He has come out and said he is supporting Jenica Atwin in that riding. Yeah, interesting. I love that look on your face.
He was like, I left him diehard conservative, and he flipped totally the other way.
Yep, she has convinced him. I actually sat on his front porch with Elizabeth May and Jenica Atwin as the two women tried to convince him to vote Green. Apparently, he's a big local figure, and this endorsement was worth quite a bit. And after we left his front porch, we got into a Tesla because she's driving a carbon-free campaign. Of course. We drove to Charlottetown, where she bunked with Peter Bevan Baker. Because it's a very low-key affair, the Green Party campaign. And she was campaigning in Charlottetown and Cardigan, where they're trying to off-seat Lawrence McCauley, who's had the seat since 1988. They're running an 80-year-old named Glenn Beaton, I think. His daughter actually won the seat for the Greens. And when he was door knocking with her, he decided, hey, this is something maybe I should do. So he's throwing his hat in the ring.
So it's very local.
It's very local.
The Green campaign is very local. Yeah. Okay, we have some results coming. The counting has started, rather, in St. John's East. So we're going to go to Peter Cowan. You want to do that now? Peter Cowan back in St. John's East. And he's got some news. I see a thumbs up, so let's go and hear from you there, Peter.
Rosemary, Elections Canada has certainly been keeping everyone's blood pressure high here. Everyone's been wanting to see the results in this race that is expected to be really close. And what we're hearing from the NDP volunteers is the reason we haven't seen results until now is at the very last minute, there were quite a few young people who went and wanted to vote. They needed to be sworn in, they needed to be added to the voters list, and that takes more paperwork and that takes more time. And so they're not able to open up the ballot boxes and start counting until everyone's actually cast their vote. So the good news is that has happened and the voting has started, and so hopefully now we're going to start to see more of those results come in, and everyone can hopefully relax a little. We'll see.
Okay, great. Thanks, Peter. Thanks for the update. Let me go to David Cochrane, who might have some news there. David?
I'm not sure, Rosie. We have seven Liberals now reporting, so we do have new results from somewhere. I don't think it's in St. John's East. It's probably somewhere else in the rest of Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, I think it's Malpeque. I think it's in PEI. Is that possible? Yeah.
But, you know, it's interesting. Sorry, David. It's interesting to start there in PEI because, as you've been talking about the Green, it's interesting. Wayne Easter, who has been there, this is his 9th term, as he runs for his 9th term, but he actually said he's more concerned about the Green opponent in this election than he has his traditional Conservative. And that's because Anna Keenan is a good candidate. She's the former provincial party leader. But Wayne Easter, in the early stages, an 18-vote lead in Malpeque. 62% of the vote went his way. We will watch that. Egmont is the only riding on PEI that has changed hands in the last 30 years. And this is a really interesting start. Logan McClellan was not even born when Bobby Morrissey won his first seat provincially. Bobby Morrissey was a longtime provincial MLA before he got the federal seat in 2015. Early going. We'll caution that, I'm sure, from our bench. But Logan McClellan, just 26 years old in the financial planning industry, he with a super early lead.
Okay, thanks for that, Heather. The results are starting to come in now from other provinces on the Atlantic. Still standing by. The votes are now being counted in St. John's East. Per Nick Whalen and Jack Harris might have a longer night than they predicted. Vashi is here with me. You had, I just want to go back to the Green Party for a moment. You had an interesting interview with Elizabeth May early on that I do actually think, it was before the campaign started even, but I do think it was an initial setback for the campaign because it then led to other positions that were sort of unclear.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, we don't have a crystal ball, and I take Mr. Bevan Baker's point and Althea's to look towards the West Coast for sure. I don't know what's going to happen, but if you contrast the Green campaign, and particularly Elizabeth May, with the NDP's campaign and Jagmeet Singh, if you're looking at the idea of what kind of expectations they came into the campaign with and whether or not they met, exceeded, or didn't meet them, I think that the answer would be different in those cases, right? And part of the problem for Elizabeth May was she wasn't clear initially on a couple of positions, and she got a ton of scrutiny for that because momentum was behind her campaign coming into the last 40 days. So everyone was paying a lot of attention to what she was saying and what position she was taking and whether or not they were clear. We were not paying the same kind of attention to Jagmeet Singh at that juncture. When he started to ascend in the polls and in his popularity, it was kind of so late in the game that he missed that part of the campaign, and so he was able to capitalize on it, I think, in a very different way than Elizabeth May. And so as a result, that may impact what we see tonight in her fortunes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The way campaigns go is sort of as you start to attract more attention, you also attract more scrutiny. And the two positions Elizabeth May, maybe I'll bring Chantal in here, was the one on her being pro-life, is how she self-described, but that her party was open to protecting women's rights. And then she had this other issue around a candidate who had left from the NDP who went to the Greens, and she said he was a separatist but not a sovereigntist, and she seemed confused about whether those things...
Or actually the reverse?
The reverse. It was the reverse. And she seemed confused that those two things were radically different or not. I'll just give you 30 seconds on that, and then I'll bring in David Cochrane.
Yes, but even on the day of the election launch, Singh had his message more focused and more together than Elizabeth May. And if you're going in with momentum for the first time, you should be ready for more scrutiny. And it looked for the first 2 weeks like they weren't. And that, I think, kind of took her out of the game. For sure, in Quebec, the separatist is not a sovereigntist thing kind of screamed, you don't know anything about this place.
Yeah, okay. Let me show you what the map looks like right now. And you can see there on your board at the bottom of the screen, too, we've got Liberals leading in 7 ridings, and the Conservatives now on the board with 2. David Cochrane.
Yeah, we're going to update you on some of the results in Newfoundland and Labrador while we wait, especially for St. John's East. We're going to show you the standings right now in St. John's South, Mount Pearl, Rosie, where Seamus O'Regan is seeking re-election, and he has a narrow 38-vote lead over Anne-Marie Annison. You can see there part of the problem. Only 2 of 185 polls are reporting. We've got an update in St. John's East, Rosie. A bunch of young people showed up, needed to be sworn in. That's why the voting is coming late. And here in Bonavista, Burin Trinity, this is a show of strength from the Conservatives I don't think a lot of people expected. Terence Rogers, the Liberals, in the lead at 132 votes with 55 polls reporting. But Sharon Vokey with nearly 1,700 votes there. She is the riding president. She is the former executive director of the provincial party. So she would presumably know how to organize and who the good organizers are there. But that's a stronger showing from the Conservative in that area than I think a lot of people would have expected in early returns.
Okay. Ian has some results now from New Brunswick, Ian.
Yeah, this is Miramichi Grand Lake. We're going to take a look at Rosemary, and it's riding in the central part of the province. As you can see, the Conservatives in the lead there, but still so early. Just 1 poll reporting, just a lead of 3. But one thing I want to talk about quickly about this riding is that Liberal strategist was pointing out to me that there are parts of 5 provincial ridings in the Miramichi Grand Lake area. In the last provincial election, 1 went Liberal, 2 went Conservative, 1 went Green, and 1 went People's Alliance. So a lot of right-of-centre supporters in that riding, and the Conservatives could do well there as we count more polls.
Okay. Ian's tracking things in New Brunswick. We'll check back with him, but David's got some news now.
Yeah, Rosie, we have our first projected elected member of parliament of the night, and it is in central Newfoundland. It is Scott Sims, who we have seen enough to project that Scott Sims will be returning to Ottawa as the member of parliament for Costa Bay's Central Notre Dame. He has a big rural riding, Rosie. He said it was too big to go door to door, so he used to go store to store. Clearly, voters liked what he's selling. Scott Sims is going back to Ottawa.
And he's often the first, this is often the first riding where we get an elected person, an elected MP, and Scott Sims wins that pool if you had him on your pool tonight. Ian, you've got some more results.
Yeah, let's talk about Fundy Royal, and it's one of the ridings that I took a look at a little earlier on as a riding where there are people from both the Liberals and the Conservatives that think that if there's going to be change in the province, it could well happen in this riding. Again, we're just looking at the first of many polls to report, but it will come as a surprise to no one that Rob Moore, the former Conservative MP, is in the lead. Here's something, though, that might come as a little bit of a surprise to some people. In 3rd place, the Greens. So it's just 1 poll reporting, but let's keep an eye on the Green results, not just here, but elsewhere in the province of New Brunswick.
Yeah, and again, what we want to watch for is not necessarily whether they win seats, but what they do to other people's chances to win seats in terms of their percentage of vote going up. I should say it's very, very early right now, but the Conservative vote across the Atlantic so far is up. A little bit. The Liberals is down. NDP's is also down. But again, early results and the percentage of votes sometimes will still mean that you'll be on your way to winning seats. David's got more results right now, David.
Yeah, we're going to go to Cape Breton where we've got some early results from Sydney, Victoria. And Rosie, this was a riding where Jaime Batiste, the Liberal candidate, caused some controversy early in the campaign when the Conservatives went through his Twitter feed and found some inappropriate comments, in particular about Indigenous women. The Conservatives called for him to be fired. The Liberals stuck with him, and now he has a narrow 8-vote lead over Eddie Orrell. And finally, St. John's East, welcome to the party. Jack Harris with a 9-vote lead over Jody Wall, the Conservative candidate, the mayor of Pooch Cove. He's got a lot of well-organized provincial members of the House of Assembly working for him, so there could be a good show of strength from the Conservatives here. Nick Whalen, the Liberal incumbent, in 3rd place with, what do we got? Oh, 1 of 182 polls reporting, Rosie. So the floodgates aren't quite open yet.
So Conservatives don't, throw a party because you've got Newfoundland back yet in any way. Megan, I'll just get you to weigh in on what you're seeing broadly in the Atlantic.
Well, I know PEI is a Liberal stronghold, and we don't expect much change there. But really, it's been a 2-party race. It's been Liberals and Greens. Peter Bevan-Baker's done a great job, really, with the Green brand provincially, and that's translating federally, and it is going to matter in future elections, even if they don't win seats. And I do think with David Kuhn for the Greens in New Brunswick as well, also very popular, very respected. The question in New Brunswick really, it plays more because there are more parties that we're looking at there. So it's a lot that's happening so far.
But hard to see any real trends from this so far. But again, these are just early polls reporting in each riding, so we'll start to firm up. Remember, we've only got one person really elected at this stage. David has some more results now.
Yeah, Rosie, the one trend we have is that it's slow. But we're going to go to New Brunswick now, to St. John Rothsay, which is a rematch between two people from the last election. Wayne Long has just a 2-vote lead over Rodney Weston, who he beat in 2015. Long is sort of running as a bit of a maverick there. He's broken ranks with the government on a lot of things, wanting an inquiry on SNC-Lavalin, voting against small business reform. He's running a very individual campaign, sort of a maverick, an Elsie Wayne without the sweater. His campaign sign says standing for them or stands for you. He's hoping he can maverick his way back to Ottawa.
I liked that a lot.
You're welcome.
I like that a lot. Heather's got some more results now.
Getting some of our first in from Nova Scotia, Rosie. Let's start with Central Nova. This is a riding we're going to be watching very closely. Sean Fraser, the Liberal incumbent, the parliamentary secretary to Catherine McKenna, starting the night with an early lead, well, tied right now with the Green. This will be a real surprise for Green, but again, we're just starting the night. I do want to highlight the third-party candidate at this point. Yes, the George Canyon, the country music star. The Conservatives roped in their star candidate. We're going to talk a lot more about him tonight. But really what to keep in mind with this riding is, yes, it's Liberal held right now, but this is McKay country. This is Peter McKay's riding. This was his father Elmer's before that. This is the riding where Elmer steps aside for Brian Mulroney to get his seat in 1983. This is very much Conservative territory. We'll watch that riding closely. And my goodness, I'm looking forward to getting real-time analysis on this riding tonight from Roger Kusner, because this is his former riding. And he held that every year since 2000. His successor, Mike Kellaway, beginning the night with an early lead over Alfie McLeod, who signs across the area. Just say Alfie. Everybody knows him from provincial politics. We'll watch this one very closely.
Yeah, and he is very well known, so that he has that name recognition edge. And we'll see whether this was a Roger Kusner seat or actually a Liberal seat. I'll get him to weigh in a little bit. I should tell you just broadly, though, that the Liberal vote, again, early results, but the vote share, the share of popular vote does seem to be down. It's a little softer in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, which is sort of the places where you would expect that to happen. Let's go now back to Charlottetown PEI. Louise Martin, she's got the Premier with her, Dennis King.
Yes, thanks very much, Rosemary. So I'm here with PEI Premier Dennis King, and you know, we're talking a lot about a minority government and the real possibility that this election could go that way. You're the leader of a minority government, but a much different campaign here on Prince Edward Island. You all were really nice to each other, hugging, and I barely got you to say anything bad in the debate, in the leaders' debate. So what is your advice going into a potential minority situation here?
Well, still a lot of votes to count throughout the night and throughout the country, Louise, but I think you have to put all of the differences aside after tonight and take the verdict from the people. The people of Canada are going to tell all the parties, this is what we want our parliament to be reflected as, and they expect you to go to work and figure it out and put those differences aside and to work for people. And it's time to put those attitudes aside and make this about people again.
Some of those differences are pretty deep, though, when you're looking at the difference between the Liberal Party of Canada and the Conservative Party. So how do you get past some of those fundamental issues?
Well, I think it starts by recognizing that Canada is a big fabric. There's many parts that make up this quilt that is Canada. Same thing we have here in Prince Edward Island. We have differences of opinion, we have differences of philosophy, but at the end of the day, you have to put all of those aside, try to make things work, find some compromise here and there, work together, figure a few things out, and make it about people. It's going to be very, very interesting to see if that can be done. I think Canadians are expecting, whatever the result here tonight, for Parliament to work effectively for Canadians, and it's up to everyone elected here tonight to do that.
All right, Premier King, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That's with PEI Premier Dennis King tonight.
Okay, thanks, Louise. That's some good advice from the Premier. We'll see if everybody pays attention to it by the end of the night, or whether they even need to. I should tell you that the Liberal vote, again, down about 10 percentage points in terms of vote share. But remember, they had everything here, so they can afford to lose a little bit of support, broad-based support, and even a couple of seats if they have to. Roger, does any of that surprise you there? And that the support would be down a little bit, particularly in places like New Brunswick and Nova Scotia?
No, as I said before, you know, we had lightning in a bottle in 2015. Everything sort of came together. 10 years of Conservative government, people, you know, governments wear out. There was a pushback against Prime Minister Harper, so just everything sort of came together for us. For us to win Fundy Royal, for us to win Southwest New Brunswick, those have long been traditional Conservative seats. So, but you know, the sad part, and I know that Megan can speak to this as well. You know, I served the last 4 years with 31 other colleagues, and we know that we're going to lose some this evening. I can say they all went out, they worked hard for their constituents, they fought for their constituencies and their ridings, and so we'll lose some people tonight, but hopefully, you know, we're going to be able to sustain a strong vote and a strong presence and contribute nationally.
Yeah, this is sort of the brutality of politics, is that
it's a tough neighborhood.
It's hard.
You know, with Megan, when I heard that we had an opportunity to beat Megan in her riding, it was sort of mixed emotions. You know, Andy Fillmore is a great member of Parliament. I love Andy. He's a great friend, but Megan and I were friends a long time, and
but this is healthy. I mean, for one region, for one area to be one party is not very healthy. Every single seat in Atlantic Canada is Liberal right now, and I don't think that does Atlantic Canada well. Oh, you know, and you can say the same for other parts of Canada, for Alberta, for downtown Toronto, for you know, pick your place. I think the color map here is really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Corey, I'll get you to speak to this. I mean, that is, you know, sometimes how people feel when they choose a minority government is they just want to sort of rein everybody in a little differently. And particularly when we get to Quebec, we might start to see that they just want different kinds of representation in Ottawa.
Yeah, or as I think there's some indications in the polling that we're seeing in this, that it's actually a none of the above sort of vote. Like we've seen, I think each of the major parties go through the course of the campaign some errors. You know, it's unusual that you see. Like, it's unusual that you see main party support go down over the course of a campaign, and even though the NDP support has come up somewhat, you know, I think it's probably a reasonable assumption that they're going to end the night with fewer seats than they had in the last Parliament. So it almost feels like less of an endorsement of minority governments and more of a frustration with some of the current options, and that's unfortunate in a bunch of ways.
Okay, I want to show everybody some tape right now of Justin Trudeau. He's been watching results. Maybe he's watching us now with his family in Montreal. He's there with his wife, Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, and his 3 kids, Xavier, Ella Grace, and Hadrian. They're all there watching. I imagine Hadrian doesn't stay up till the very end because he's the smallest of the bunch. They were out voting with him earlier today in Papineau. And this part of the, oh look, we've already got a yawn out of Hadrian, so that's the end of him. He may not see what happens to his dad by the end of the night, but they are watching the results unfold there in Montreal. We'll probably get tape from all the leaders who want to let us in and see how they're spending things. Looking pretty relaxed tonight. We'll see how things go. Ian's got some more results.
A couple of ridings, Rosemary, New Brunswick, reporting their first results, 1 poll in each case. And let's begin with Tobique-Mactaquac, a riding that I identified earlier as one that the Conservatives are hoping to pick up. They have a small lead at this point. And Acadie Bathurst is a really interesting riding. You can see the Liberals here with the first 1 poll reporting doing very well. This was Yvan Gaudin's riding for the NDP for a long, long time. And he was concerned that Jagmeet Singh had not campaigned in his riding, in fact, hadn't campaigned in New Brunswick at all. Singh did make a visit to Acadie Bathurst and took the candidate around, and he is now in second place there. But it's kind of a 4-way race, really, at this point.
Yeah. And again, the early results here, but you're starting to see them down on your board there. Liberals into double digits with leading and elected, and the Conservatives coming up fast now at 8. They seem to be doing well. This is certainly a good signs for them. Heather, you've got some results now.
I do want to watch Cumberland-Colchester, Rosemary, because it'll answer the question, is this a Liberal riding, a Conservative riding, or a Bill Casey riding? He's not running this time, but voters followed him from progressive Conservative to independent, away from politics, back in as a Liberal. As they say, they followed him everywhere. Where do they go now? Do they go to the Liberal, the NDP, formerly MLA Lenore Zann, you see here in second place? Do they go back with traditional Conservative roots, Scott Armstrong, who used to be the MP in those hiatus years, he with an early lead? And let's go next to Cape Breton Council. for Roger Kuzners-Sake. We're going to be following this really closely. This has flipped since we last checked in it. Again, Alfie MacLeod, the longtime provincial politician. Keep in mind, this is a riding with, in its current configuration, has never elected a Conservative MP, Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Heather. Let's give you a sense of what's happening and why you're seeing those numbers bounce around a little bit at the bottom of your screen. And it's because some of these places are simply, at this stage, too close to call. The Conservatives are in first in all of these races, but you can see that the margin there is 14, 3 votes apart, 7. So you may see them leading now, but that doesn't mean they're going to hold that, because all of these ridings just too close to call right now, and that's why those numbers will start to move around a little bit. Maybe the Conservatives will hold them, maybe not. Right now, 3, 10, 14 votes apart. Clearly those numbers are still very fluted. Let me just show you the map on the floor to give you a sense of where we are so far in the Atlantic provinces. Little tip of orange there, with Jack Harris still leading in St. John's East. I thought I saw a little dot of orange in the middle too, but maybe I'm crazy. Lots of red, and the Conservatives picking up some places where you would expect them to be leading, New Brunswick and in Nova Scotia. Vashi, your thoughts on where we're at right now?
Well, taken with the note of caution that you exercise there for sure, and understandably so. I mean, as Corey mentioned, anything in the double digits for the Conservatives in the Atlantic is considered that's a good start for them, very much so. They're, from speaking with people on the campaign, if they're able to get something in the double digits or be, 10 or above seats, they consider that a good start. They consider that a good omen. That's their best case scenario in Atlantic Canada right now. So that would be a good sign for the Conservatives, with the other added note of caution that Chantal offered earlier, which is that sometimes Atlantic Canada isn't necessarily driver or an indicator of exactly how the rest of the country will play out, but certainly that's on the high end of expectations for the Conservatives.
Okay, and remember, the Liberals had all 32 seats when they were in 2015. Let me show you where Yvonne Jones is at right now. Yvonne Jones is elected in her riding of Newfoundland and Labrador. Let's go to Duncan McHugh, because there aren't, I'm not sure how many Indigenous candidates there are total. I'm not
62.
Sure.
62.
Look at you.
Yeah, 62 Indigenous candidates.
All right, and so that's our first one elected.
Yvonne Jones is Inuit, and she served as the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs. But I want to pick up on something that Ryan McMahon pointed out. It's often thought that Indigenous folks in this country are too small a number to make a difference in this election. But the Assembly of First Nations has said that there are 63 ridings, priority ridings, where the Indigenous vote could make a difference. And so, looking at this this Liberal win this early on, we're early on here, but Yvonne Jones doing well in the Atlantic, that's got to be a shot in the arm for the Liberals, because of course there has been some criticism of the Liberals. Justin Trudeau really inspiring Indigenous voters in 2015 to come out in the second highest turnout that Indigenous voters have ever had. But then, did he live up to the promises? Did he made a promise that it was going to be the most important relationship, no relationship more important to him. But there has been concern in this campaign that Justin Trudeau just has not carried on with those Indigenous platforms and promises that he made. So Yvonne Jones being elected, that's a good sign, early sign for the Liberals about how they may do as we start to look at some of those northern ridings where Indigenous voters make a difference.
Indigenous youth in this country, the fastest growing demographic, so certainly they could pull their power here and show people. And I think also probably not enough discussion of Indigenous issues, I would say, throughout this campaign. But if people are worried about the difference between Justin Trudeau and Andrew Scheer, who doesn't talk about it very much at all, that might be something that would motivate them as well. But we'll dig into that a little more as we go along. I'm going to Andrew Chang now, who's going to use the floor here to give us a picture of where we're at as more results come into the Atlantic.
So here's the big qualifier to keep in mind, that we only have about 50,000 votes in the system right now in a part of the country, the Maritimes, where we would expect by the end of the night to see something more in the ballpark of 1 million votes. So we're still only a small percentage of the total votes. But this starts to give you a sense of where the overall picture is going. The important bit of context to help you understand where the pluses and the minuses fall here is that, considering how well the Liberals did back in 2015, sweeping the entire Atlantic region, winning all 32 seats, they have no ground to gain here tonight. They only have ground to lose. And that's reflected here in this graphic. You can see they're down 10 percentage points in terms of their popular vote. But look at those other bars. You can see the NDP also dropping in terms of popular vote. it's the Greens that are up, and of course, the Conservatives that are up. So the Greens in a lot of these ridings, that's really fascinating to see them not, of course, taking first or second place, but in a solid third place position. A lot of those NDP votes going in that direction. And of course, the Conservatives, the ones who are able to parlay their increase in their share of the popular vote into actual leads in seats as we stand right now. And let's talk about those seats. You remember earlier, I talked about the Liberals, their path to a majority government, if that's in the cards for them. They can afford to lose 16 seats across the country. Right now, they're down in 10. What does that mean? Well, they're still within that 16 threshold, but keep in mind, we're only through Atlantic Canada right now, not even all of the Atlantic Canada seats reporting, those ridings reporting. We don't have results from all of them just yet. And of course, there's all of the rest of Canada. So the fact that they're at -10 right now means they've got a very uphill battle for the rest of the country if their goal is to form a majority government. This is not the greatest of starts for them. It's not that they can't make up that ground, but it's uphill. And again, the Conservatives, they have a big mountain to climb. 72, plus 72 was their target in terms of forming a majority government. They're at +9. Not exactly home free by any stretch. Still really early, but that's a start.
Well, the vote share graphic that you showed there was pretty interesting because it doesn't really indicate that the Liberal vote share going down is going to the Greens or the NDP. It seems to be a direct transfer to the Conservatives.
That's right. Yeah, they're the big beneficiaries.
Yeah, no reason for anybody to panic at this stage, but certainly not the best start for the Liberals. And not doing the splitting that we maybe had anticipated for Atlantic Canada. Ian's got some results now.
You know, a lot of these results at this point in New Brunswick are just one poll reporting, and so it gives us an opportunity to say, hey, look at this, it's kind of interesting. But as Andrew was speaking, one of the first result polls actually has turned into a little bit more in terms of results. Madawaska, Restigouche, we now have the Liberal in the lead, but look how close the Conservatives are. This is a riding the Bernard Valcourt won for the Conservatives back in 2011, but in 2015 the Conservatives had dropped to third place, but they're doing pretty well so far tonight with 3 polls reporting. And Beausejour is interesting for a couple of reasons. First of all, Dominic LeBlanc has not been able to campaign in this election. He's been in hospital in Montreal. There had been hope that he might be released today, but I just checked. Unfortunately, he's still in hospital, although his campaign manager says that he's doing, all things considered, relatively well. But a big story we're going to be watching in Beausejour through the evening is how the Green Party does here. Not that they will have enough votes to win. Yeah. They may, but not that we're expecting that. But look how well they're doing here. This is a part of the province where provincially, I think it might have been the first riding, Tantramar, in the Sackville area to bring in NDP MLA many years ago. They have a Green MLA now in Memramcook, Tantramar, and a lot of support in that community, Rosie, for the Green Party.
Okay, so something to watch for. Of course, Dominic LeBlanc, if he had been totally healthy and ready to go, he would be leading a lot of the campaigning in the Atlantic provinces for the Liberal Party. Heather's got some results now.
That number I mentioned, Rosie, 5, the number of Liberal incumbents not seeking re-election this time, and in most of those ridings, the Conservatives running provincial MLAs. That's the case in West Nova, where Colin Fraser went back to his law practice in Yarmouth, and for the Conservatives, Chris D'Entremont with an early lead over Fraser's executive assistant at the time, Jason DeVoe, as we watch West Nova. Halifax West is one the Liberals would expect to hold. Jeff Regan going for his 7th term. He's held this since 2000. He is the Speaker currently since 2015, and that Regan name in Nova Scotia, his father, the former Premier, his wife, Kelly, a cabinet minister provincially. This is one we want to watch closely. South Shore St. Margaret's. This is Nova Scotia's only female MP. She is the first female cabinet minister ever from Nova Scotia. That's Bernadette Jordan, named to cabinet after Scott Bryson left. She's the Minister of Rural Economic Development. And we look early going, she in her second go with a lead to start.
Okay, thanks for that, Heather. You'll notice at the bottom of your screen there that things have flipped a bit. Liberals leading or elected 19 Conservatives in 8, and that's because some of those close-to-call races that I was showing you a little bit early have now flipped the other way. So, very early stages here. I would imagine the party is still watching closely to see if they can hit their targets. We know for the Conservatives, that's double digits, and Liberals holding on to whatever they've got. David, you've got some results.
Yeah, we're going to take our first look at Charlottetown, Rosie, where the Greens could have a real impact in that race there. And the early results Liberals have Sean Casey just with a 20-vote lead over Robert Campbell running for the Conservatives. Darcy Lantier, the former interim leader of the provincial party, is running third. Early results, the fear here for the Liberals, though, is that the Greens could split the vote and help the Conservatives or win it outright. And the numbers are rolling in St. John's East, where Jack Harris is out to a nearly 500-vote lead over Nick Whalen, with 22 of 182 polls reporting. As each poll comes in, Rosie, the NDP line lead widens. If that keeps happening, the arse could be out of it for Nick Whalen, but back in it for Jack Harris. And we're going to take a look at Sydney Victoria, which is one of those flip-floppers. Jaime Batiste now is ahead of Eddie Orrell with a 14-vote lead. Again, small numbers, only 5 of 196 polls reporting. Eddie Orrell, one of those former PC MLAs who's decided to try to take the run in federal politics, slightly behind Jaime Batiste early.
Okay, thanks for that, David. We're actually going to go to Sydney, Victoria, Nova Scotia, to Eddie Orrell's headquarters there with Kayla Hounsell. Things are very close. How are people feeling tonight, Kayla?
Well, you know, Rosie, I think Eddie Orrell's team here at his campaign headquarters in North Sydney are feeling very confident. I have had a chance to speak with Eddie Orrell himself quite a bit today. He's been in and out of his campaign headquarters here. He told me he's feeling pretty good, but it was also clear from chatting with him that he knows he's in a tough race tonight, and that is, of course, what we're seeing unfold here, largely because this is a Liberal stronghold. But also because when he's been on the doorsteps, he told me he knocked 20,000 doors, and he has been hearing some people who are reluctant to embrace Andrew Scheer. So it's sort of a situation where we like you, Eddie, but we're concerned about some of the ideas of your leader, comparing him to Stephen Harper. The Harper Conservatives, of course, closed down the Veterans Affairs office here in Cape Breton, also made some changes to EI that affected seasonal workers here, so there is some concern about that. Beyond that, this riding has been held by the Liberals for 19 years, with Liberal Mark Eiking now one of the 5 Nova Scotia Liberal MPs deciding not to re-offer this time around. So the Conservative strategy here has been to run provincial politicians, as David Cockram was just mentioning. Eddie Orrell is one of 3 Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative MLAs who have decided to resign their seats in the provincial legislature and try federally this time around. But this riding hasn't voted Conservative since 1974, and it has voted Liberal in 11 of the last 12 federal elections, Rosie.
Okay, Kayla, good context. But there's a nice vibe there, so who knows what'll happen. I like the music in the background. Kayla, thank you for that.
Anyone's guess at this point.
We'll check back with you a little bit later. And I want to show you the too close to call board again, because you can see the numbers have bounced around at the bottom of your screen. And that's because some of the places where we were just a few votes apart have now flipped the other way. They've flipped into the red column. But again, you can see that we are not in any definitive stage with any of those ridings. Halifax, Sydney, Victoria, where we just were, Kings Hants, Scott Bryson's old riding, 5-27 apart. Those are very, very tight margins. So I wouldn't expect anything there on the bottom of your screen to be completely solid yet at this stage. There are 14 ridings, in fact, in all of Atlantic Canada that have a margin of less than 50. So that's pretty close to call. And it might give us an indication of just how tight tonight will be, if this is any sort of warning on that at all. Many of you were asking where he was. He's here. He's filled his empty chair. Peter Mansbridge has made it now. Good to see you, Peter.
It's tough, you know, being retired.
Is it?
You tend to fall asleep a lot.
Stop it.
I was downstairs meeting with young people.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of them in the atrium of the CBC building.
That's great.
Who've come to watch the program, watching you right now. And we're all very involved in getting out the vote on the part of young people today. Yeah. And that is terrific. It's a great part of the democracy that we saw unfold across the country tonight, and they're very much responsible for it in the Toronto area.
And you spent some time in the Atlantic provinces for your documentary that you aired last Friday. What was the vibe you got there?
Well, I was mainly around Fredericton, and as you know, Ian has mentioned, Fredericton's an interesting place to watch tonight because the Greens are a factor in that riding and could have an impact on what ends up happening. But, you know, the board you just showed of the too close to call, if that's an indication of the night we're going to have, that board is going to be very, very long by the end of the evening when we go across the country. Yes. Which argues to this fact that, you know, there's entirely possible we won't have a result tonight. There'll just be too many things up in the air if it remains close.
Yeah, so and that's why the Liberals and the Conservatives can look at that, what's at the bottom of your screen there, and both still be very hopeful about how this night is going to end.
I mean, at that point, in those numbers, they can all take something out of those.
Totally,
numbers.
yep.
You know, it's not the end of the world for anybody.
For anybody, no.
And it's not the beginning of a new world for anybody yet either.
No, not quite yet. I'll just give you a sense of how the vote share is splitting in the Atlantic provinces, though. It's interesting because we had perhaps anticipated that we would see the NDP and the Green Party sort of splitting the vote in different ways. That doesn't really seem to be what's actually happening there. It's really the Liberal vote loss is transferring almost directly to the Conservative Party. And in the case of the NDP, their losses in terms of overall support switching over to the Green Party. So, you know, voters do unexpected things, and that's what we're seeing a little bit tonight. I'm going to go to Corey now, if I can. So again, there are lots of close to call. I don't think the number will stay at 5, but we'll see. How would Conservatives be viewing that? Would that be worrying, or they're looking at my too close to call board and they're okay?
Well, I was liking it a lot better when it was 9.
Yeah.
Because I think 9 is a really acceptable number for the Conservatives, and you know, if it's between 8 and 12 for the Conservatives coming out of Atlantic Canada, then I think there really is hope alive for, that's quite strong and realistic for the Conservatives winning the largest number of seats. When it starts, you know, dipping down into lower single digits, it starts becoming a very steep hill that you have to climb in some other very challenging markets in order to get to that threshold. So I think we're going to be riding a roller coaster, Rosie, because I'm kind of on pins and needles watching that number go up and down.
Yeah. No, and again, no reason for anybody to panic here, because everybody's still, things are close. This is going to bounce around, and there's a lot more ridings to come. Chantal, the fact that there are so many that are close to call, what does that indicate to you?
It's too early to really say this is the pattern for the rest of the night. You were saying about the Liberal vote going to the Conservatives. I'm not from the region, but my understanding is it's usually the two main parties, and people do flip back and forth. It may be a bit different in places like Ontario, where an NDP voter often will go to the Liberals, but I think in Atlantic Canada, there is a tradition of if you didn't vote for the Conservatives this year, you may vote for the Liberals the next time. Because those are the two dominating forces.
But it does show that the two other parties, and particularly the Greens, where there was some provincial support, can't punch through. At least not yet.
Can't punch through, but are a problem for the NDP that spent years trying to get a real foothold there and is not getting it back tonight at this rate.
Okay, David Cochrane's got some results from the 60.
Yeah, we got 2 first results, starting in King's Hands, which if the Liberals did lose this seat tonight, Rosie, this really would be Scott Bryson's fault, but Cody Blois is off to an early 50-vote lead over the Conservative candidate. Bryson gone, but not forgotten, at least in the early polls, 2 of 223 reporting. And now take a look at Fredericton. And look at this. It's early, but look at this 3-way split. You've got Matt DeCourcy with a 2-vote lead over Jenica Atlin, the Green, and then only a 3-vote lead over the 3rd-place candidate, Andrea Johnson. And this is what the Liberals were worried about in Fredericton. A real strong presence by the Greens, where they could either win the seat outright or bleed enough progressive support away from the Liberals to hand it back to the Conservatives. So Matt DeCourcy, it's early, and he's in tight, Rosie.
Okay, and I think that would not be unexpected for the Liberals, as you say. We're going to get pictures of all the leaders watching results through the night and seeing where their fates land. This time it's Jagmeet Singh with some of his supporters and his wife. They are watching, of course, in Burnaby, British Columbia. Extra points to them because they appear to be watching our broadcast. So that's... but no, it doesn't really matter. They're going to watch through the night and, of course, react as results come in. He's all the way out on the West Coast. Remember, he's only been in the House of Commons since earlier, a year and a half now, because he opted to wait a year and a half, rather, to run for the riding of Burnaby South. So he's only been an MP briefly, but certainly has done better than most people had expected. Jamie Poisson's got some brief impressions from the people watching along with her at the watch party.
Okay, thanks, Rosie. So as we're watching all these results coming in, we're talking leaders. How did they do? I'm going to start with Ryan McMahon, writer and comedian. Ryan, it was the first time that you voted in 2015, and you mentioned earlier that you voted for Justin Trudeau. Why?
Well, other than the anyone but Conservative wave that hit in 2015, I mean, there was just... As an Indigenous person, there was a lot that was said that sounded really good. The nation-to-nation talk. the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I mean, there were a lot of big-ticket items that the Liberals campaigned on.
Yeah. And how do you feel now, 4 years on?
Well, I would like to start tonight's drinking game and just say every time we hear the words Trudeau disappointment in the same sentence, we drink.
Okay.
If Canadians need an excuse to drink.
Okay, well, we've got coffee instead of alcohol, unfortunately. Marie, can I ask you about that? It does feel like the sheen wore off at some point, and when do you think that we started to see that veneer crack?
Well, I think Jody Wilson-Raybould was a significant factor in all of that, particularly when someone presents themselves as a feminist and two very strong, capable women end up leaving. But I think we're seeing a lack of authenticity across the board, quite candidly, and it's really hard to put your finger on who these people are. And so that's troubling.
Mark, can I get you to jump in on that? Do you feel like we saw a lack of authenticity across the board?
Well, I think this is a referendum on Justin Trudeau's leadership. That's really what this election is about. And I think it was hard to believe 3 years ago, maybe even 2 years ago, maybe even a year ago, that he wasn't going to just waltz into a second majority. Andrew Scheer, I think, has done a reasonably good job of trying to avoid all the mines and just not make too many mistakes. But it's a situation where I think the sheen came off the Liberal leader pretty quick. He got elected on the basis of promises of progressive nature, promises to the Indigenous people, promises to women, and he broke all of them.
Okay, and I think some people might disagree with you when
I
talk
hope
about
so.
And that's what we're going to do when we talk about Andrew Scheer. Maybe he didn't avoid all those landmines. But last word to you, Mayor Nenshi, the only politician on this panel. Did anybody shine during this election campaign?
Well, yes, I think Jagmeet Singh shone. I think Monsieur Blanchet shone in terms of what he needed to do. The challenge that I have is that this election has been way too much about personality and way too much about leadership. Both Mr. Scheer and Mr. Trudeau have great teams around them. We never heard from them.
Like
we never saw them. The ministers, the candidates, right? And that narrow-minded focus, which I think was caused by both the Liberals and the Conservatives going personally after the other leaders, kept us from actually talking about the issues. There's some real terrible election promises and some very good ones, and we hardly talked about any of them.
But we've never had an election where we talk about issues.
No, I think in 2015
Kim Campbell did get in trouble for saying that elections aren't for issues. We actually have to go back to Rosie, but we're going to keep talking about those issues tonight, and I hope that you come back to us soon, Rosie.
Okay, thanks for that, Jamie. We should probably remind people that all those people at the table come with interesting perspectives that we can dig into a little bit more as well if we go back to them, because that might color what they're saying as well. Where are we going next? Andrew. There you go, Andrew.
All right. Let's do it. So I want to help folks visualize a point that you were making earlier in terms of how the vote is splitting. Just to give you a little bit of context, we still only have about 135,000 votes in the system, which is a small fraction of what we would expect to get for all of Atlantic Canada. And as you can see, 24 plus 6 plus 1 at the bottom of the screen, that only adds up to 31. There are 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada, so we're still missing results from one. But focus on the red bar just for now, because what you want to look at is the fact that they're down. The Liberals are down 14.2 percentage points. The Conservatives are up by almost that amount. So if you're wondering, if you're trying to answer the question, where is that Liberal vote going right now, that gives you at least a shade of the answer. And you can see a similar story with the NDP and the Green results, right? The NDP down 1.5 percentage points and the Greens up 2.9 on the night so far. Again, still lots of votes to count in the Atlantic region, but that gives you just a sense of how those votes are balancing out with each other. And if you're wondering why these votes, these numbers are so volatile, it has to do with the total number of votes that we've been counting so far. But also, think of what our decision desk has to do in terms of trying to crunch the numbers and trying to project how the numbers are ultimately going to pan out. Right now, so you see the Liberals leading or elected in 24 ridings. There are only 8 of those that are locked and loaded, that we're sure about, based on all of the historical data, the polling data, and of course the results as they're coming in now. There are 8 of those ridings that we're sure of. That leaves 16 that are still up in the air. And you can see with the Conservative and the NDP numbers, I mean, the Conservatives leading in 6 ridings right now, but none of those 6 are we absolutely sure about. So a lot of these races still volatile. So if you're wondering, why it dropped from 9 down to 5, then it was up to 7, trickled up to 8, and now it's back down to 6 for the Conservatives. gives you a bit of the answer.
Okay, and that's important to keep in mind because it looks pretty crazy at the bottom of your board there as things bounce around pretty rapidly. That's because we still got a lot of too close to calls, and so the numbers are going to move throughout the night. A reminder that in about an hour or so, we will start to get results from the rest of the country, but for now, we're still looking at what's happening in Atlantic Canada, and Ian's got some more of those results now.
Rosemary, the Conservatives I talked to in New Brunswick said if they could get 5 seats this time around in New Brunswick, that would be a pretty good day. Anything more than 5 would be great. Let's take a look at the party standings right now in this early counting period in New Brunswick, and you see that the Liberals are leading in, or actually elected in 1, but a total of 5, Conservatives 4. The reason that only adds up to 9 is that Moncton, strangely, has not reported a single poll to this part. But I want to show you a couple of the ridings within New Brunswick. Madawaska, Restigouche. No one I talked to suggested that this was going to go the Conservative way. Now, look, it's really close, 41 votes separating the Conservatives from the Liberals here, and also not many polls reporting just 17 of 156. Big result there for the Greens. You see the Greens and the NDP almost neck and neck between 3rd and 4th place. In Miramichi, Grand Lake, now this was a riding that the Liberals were a little bit concerned about. Again, close, again, early in the counting. So interesting. You know, we can easily expect some flipping in the party standings in New Brunswick as more votes get counted. But where's Moncton? I mean, I know where it is geographically, but how come we haven't heard from it? It is really strange.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can get an answer for you on that one. Get Moncton, check it out there. Phil Ling, he's back there. He'll look into it. Heather's got some results.
All right, let's check both of the provinces I'm watching, Rosemary. We haven't looked in PEI for a while, so Cardigan held by right now the longest-serving MP on the island, and in fact, one of the longest-serving members of the House, Lawrence McCauley. We have him elected for his 10th term in the easternmost riding of Prince Edward Island. 3 on Nova Scotia. In Nova Scotia, that boy, the NDP is watching closely. They think there is a lot of enthusiasm. Could they take them back? Because there were some nasty surprises in 2015. This is one. Andy Fillmore, who defeated our Megan here. He is in the early stages with a lead over the NDP candidate this time round. As we look to Sackville, Preston, Chesit, Cook, this was Peter Stauffer's riding, and a shocker that Daryl Sampson took that in 2015, but he says he is the brand now, and indeed with a lead as he begins his quest for a second term. And Megan was telling me before our broadcast, Rosemary, that there is a lot of enthusiasm for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, so let's just check that before Emma Norton. She's running second right now, but we'll watch her numbers. Darren Fisher, he is again, second term, longtime municipal politician for the Halifax Regional Municipality. He with a lead in the early stages after just 5 polls.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Heather. I want to take another look now, if I can, at the too close to call board, because that's what's giving you that volatility there at the bottom of your screen. So those ones are the closest we have so far. Look at Fredericton. So this is Matt DeCourcy's riding. He is the incumbent, and he is currently tied with Andrea Johnson, the Conservative. I mean, I realize we're just in the early results, but that's still pretty astounding. There are 9 ridings where there is a margin of only 100 votes, and there are 13 where there's a margin of 200 votes. So if the polls are true, that things started tight and they're ending tight, those are the ridings where we are starting to see an illustration of that. David Cochran's watching the swings.
Yeah, Rosie, all of the Newfoundland and Labrador seats are now settled. The CBC Decision Desk has projected them all elected. And the final one is St. John's East, where Jack Harris is going back to Ottawa. He has 1,371 vote lead over Nick Whalen, the now 1-term Liberal Member of Parliament. The Decision Desk has seen enough. His lead has been widening as every poll came in. Jack Harris coming back to work with Jagmeet Singh. And look at this. Eddie Orrell has moved out to a 389 vote lead over Jaime Batiste. Orrell, of course, one of the Progressive Conservative MLAs running federally for Andrew Scheer. Jaime Batiste got in a spot of trouble, Rosie, throughout this campaign with his Twitter account. Some unfortunate comments about Indigenous women. The Conservatives wanted him fired. Eddie Orrell, Justin Trudeau didn't do it. Eddie Orrell may do it for them.
Okay, let's go to Megan to get some reaction to Jack Harris pulling it back.
Yeah, congratulations, Jack Harris. I think this is good. Obviously, it's good for the NDP, but it's also good for Newfoundland and Labrador just to have another voice there in Parliament and another perspective in Parliament. You know,
What do you think that does? What do you think that does? That's the second time you mentioned it. How does it change the conversation inside the House?
A pretty quiet issue much earlier in the mandate was around Supreme Court judge appointments and whether or not Atlantic Atlantic Canada should have an appointment from Atlantic Canada. And you didn't hear anything about it in the House of Commons. It was a silent issue. And you know, it's Liberals appointing the court, and it's also all Liberals in Atlantic Canada. And so if there had been an opposition member or two, we could have actually heard a debate about that on the floor, maybe some questions in question period. It's hard to stand up when you are the governing party and say, hey, what about my region? And so I think regions are not very well served when it's uniform.
Although some of them have done that, as David points out. Scott Sims did it. You know,
paid the price.
Yeah, and paid a price, but I mean, he still got reelected. So
you know, Rosie, on that point, if I can, with 32 of 32, the fisheries, for example, no discussion in this election about fisheries policy, aging demographic issues in rural Newfoundland and rural Atlantic Canada, big issues. When you do have a split legislature from a region or split representation, those issues can get on the table more than they did when it was all of
well, there's a way to put pressure on the government in a way that maybe you didn't expect. I think Chantal wants in, and then I'll go to Hannah.
Yes. It doesn't speak to feeling that you've been totally ignored by the government.
Fair enough.
Because Atlantic Canada voters are not shy at expressing anger at the federal government, but 25 out of 32? Maybe 26 when Moncton comes in, because it's a fairly liberal riding. It's hard to think that it can get any better except on a year like 2015.
Okay, but again, as I say, there are lots of too close to calls there, so you know, that might bounce around a little bit more. But I take your point. This isn't exactly, at this stage anyway, a repudiation of what the Liberals have done for Atlantic Canada. Hannah Thibodeau is in Burnaby, British Columbia, where I'm sure the crowd went wild about the Jack Harris win.
Well, we don't have the crowd in here as of yet. You have to remember the time difference. They're coming in a bit, but we do know that their campaign team are extremely happy about this. And let me tell you the reason why. What they were doing, they were watching Jack Harris's riding and a few others in the Atlantic provinces. So Jack Harris for them shows that they may have some momentum picking up because they did such a good job towards the end of that of the campaign. Some other ones that they're watching, Rosie, are Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Right now, the Liberals are leading in that riding. Also Halifax, which is Megan Leslie's old riding. Acadie Bathurst, which was Yvonne Gaudin's riding. Those are some of the other ones they're thinking that if they could potentially take those ridings, you might see that Singh surge, as you've been hearing about throughout the campaign, actually taking place. But when I look at those other ridings, other than Jack Harris's riding, it appears that those other ridings are still being led by other parties, mostly Liberals. So they're going to keep their eye on that, but they are really happy that they've sent Jack Harris back to the House of Commons.
Okay, Hannah, thanks for that. Hannah is in BC, where the NDP headquarters for the party will be. I should tell you, though, that the NDP support is down overall in Atlantic Canada. So they may get a seat out of this, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get much more than that at this stage. And maybe the Jagmeet Singh impact, the Singh uprising, or whatever he was calling it, hasn't actually transferred into this part of the Singh surge. Thank you, that's what it's called. Let's go to St. John's East, though, and that's where they will be celebrating about Jack Harris coming back. Peter Cowan's there.
Rosemary, I'm here with Alison Coffin, who's the provincial NDP leader, and you were working pretty hard today offering rides, even piggyback rides if people needed it, in order to get out. 4 years ago, Nick Whalen beat Jack Harris. Tonight, Jack Harris beat Nick Whalen. What's different tonight?
I think that people realize that there was a strong base for New Democrats. We saw a solid campaign coming from Jagmeet Singh. We know that New Democrats are here for the people. We know that every New Democrat that is going to be elected will be there to speak for people, and I think that resounded well. We are also seeing that we are the voice of change, and people are listening.
With the prospect of a minority government, what sort of role do you think that one NDP, because right now it is only one NDP, certainly within Atlantic Canada, what sort of role do you see him playing?
Certainly in a minority situation, it means that we can craft better policy, it can be better balanced policy. We're going to see the needs of more people reflected in our legislature, and I think that's going to be very important.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll let you go enjoy the party. I think they just brought an accordion in, so that's always the sign in Newfoundland and Labrador that the party's about to begin, Rosemary.
And that's why we love Newfoundland, because accordions appear when you most need them. Peter, thank you for that, and thank the leader of the NDP as well. Appreciate it. Ian, I believe, has some results.
Yeah, so one of the things that we should caution people, and we've talked about this before, is you look at the bottom of the screen and you see that board and you think, well, this is a good idea, sense of what the lead is for the Liberals, but some of these ridings are so close, and New Brunswick is among the places that has those close ridings. So first of all, we have found Moncton. It's not just the place where Champlain Mall is. It's also the place where they're actually counting some votes. You know, that Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is in first place, the health minister, won't come as a surprise to anybody, but two things might. First of all, that the Greens are doing so well there. This is a riding that has gone back and forth between Liberals and Conservatives for a long time. And the other thing is that lead. Only one poll reporting, but still a slim lead. Let's look at a couple of other ridings, though, with more polls reporting and a really slim lead. Our board is not capable of reflecting the fact that the Liberals and the Conservatives are tied in Miramichi, Grand Lake. And one more close one for you. Madawaska, Restigouche, okay, you know, 51 is still a pretty small margin with this many votes counted. And, you know, somebody on Twitter said, I had it all wrong with the Greens. I said the Greens are getting way more votes than they're actually getting. Well, they're getting a lot of votes in some ridings like Fredericton. And in Madawaska, Restigouche, the number of votes they're getting could determine who ends up, or help determine who ends up winning this riding.
Yeah, and they are up across the Atlantic region. So again, caution that doesn't always mean you win a seat, of course, but it does mean that you're stealing some support from elsewhere. And, you know, that could be the NDP. It seems to be at this stage anyway. So they're up about 4 points from last time round. Althea.
Yeah, I think for the Greens, you know, coming up second could possibly be a win. Although Fredericton seems to be moving around, bouncing about. There's only 10 polls reporting, but there are fewer than 20 votes separating the Conservative candidate and the Green. The other riding that's really interesting is Beauséjour, where the Greens came in second. CBC is suggesting that that's going to be Dominic LeBlanc's seat. It will continue to be Dominic LeBlanc's seat. But on the ground, another riding I visited with Elizabeth May, driving in the backseat of the Tesla, driven by a volunteer. We stopped in that riding. A lot of local people were suggesting that, you know, Dominic's not doing very well. Obviously, he's in Montreal for cancer treatments. He hasn't been that present in the riding. But also, they're comfortable parking their ballot somewhere else because they don't fear a Conservative coming into that riding, for example. The Liberals have tried to make this campaign a fight between them and the Conservatives, but in some ridings, strategic voting doesn't work that way. And so there's a safety in casting your ballot for another vote, and I think another party, and I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of Green supporters in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, I think I want Roger Cousineau to talk about Dominic and Dominic LeBlanc in just a minute, but Andrew wants in there.
Just to say that this is converging more or less on what the polls were predicting, pretty close, and also converging back to normalcy. You know, you look at some of these Newfoundland ridings where we have the most results, where last time they won by an average margin of 50 percentage points, and we're looking here at more like 6, 14, 13, that kind of thing. Across the region, the Liberals beat the Tories by 40 percentage points last time. It looks like it's going to be more like 10 percentage points. I think I'm going to be very interested to see what the turnout numbers are, though, because that's the Liberal fear, is that their voters aren't going to be as motivated as they were last time around, and that's the best hope for the Conservatives to catch them.
Okay, I should tell you that all polls are reporting now in Atlantic Canada, first reporting anyway, so that's 32 out of 32 reporting. And in 3 ridings, those places that Althea was talking about, the Greens are in second, and Beauséjour, in Fredericton, and in Moncton. I'm going to go to Heather next, but I am going to come to you, Roger. Don't you worry. Heather's got some results. First results.
From Quebec.
From Quebec, oh, that's right, because we have the Magdalen Islands.
Exactly. Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine is an hour ahead, so this gives us, and Chantal perks up, and we see what happens here. You remember 2015, because it's 2015, there was Diane Leboutillier prominently in that cabinet photo as Minister of National Revenue. Again, just one of the 214 polls reporting in this large and varied riding, but this is a riding, if you look through history, PC, Liberal, Bloc, NDP, Liberal. It just indicates we could be in for some surprises, but this is our first look at a cabinet minister in Quebec tonight, Rosemary.
Okay, Magdalen Islands are an incredible place to go. I can see you chomping there at the bit.
They're not only an incredible place to go, but for some reason, as far as they may be from the media centers in Quebec, they have gone with the trend. And this, on the night of the Orange Wave in 2011, the Magdalen Islands' first results were orange. So if the Liberals keep that seat, they will find that encouraging.
Okay, good to know. Roger Cousineau, let me come back to you now on this, the Green rise in Moncton. and whether there was something going on there with the fact that Dominic LeBlanc, because of his health, just couldn't be present. I mean, surely there were other Liberals out there campaigning for him.
Yes, the seat has traditionally been a Liberal seat. Angela Vauthier won it in '97 as an NDP, and then she crossed it over and joined the Conservatives, and Dom beat her in 2000. We came in together in 2000. There was a cohort of 26 Liberals that were newly elected in 2000. Dom is the last guy standing. So Mark Eiking and I were in that, as well as John McCallum. And Larry Bagnall came in 2000, was defeated, had a timeout, and he's back in. But I think, and we all wish Dom the best, and Jolene in his recovery. You know, the LeBlanc name has deep roots within that community. Dom always used to kid that he'd only put LeBlanc on his signs up in Memramcook because they still supported Romeo up there. But it's great. He's gotten great support there, and I think he carries a great deal of equity and respect in his name.
Okay, Romeo LeBlanc, of course, his father and the former Governor General.
Yeah.
Vashi's got some intel from the war rooms who are watching this, the tightness of this, and are thinking what?
Yeah, I mean, the tightness is certainly something to talk about. I'd highlight Matt DeCourcy's riding as something that they're paying attention to. Overall numbers, like Andrew pointed out, seem to match up with public opinion polls. They also match up with internal polling, right? There was an expected range for the Liberals, particularly, that they thought they would lose anywhere from 5 to 8 seats. If you don't see the Conservatives rise above that, they're not going to panic. At the same time, for the Conservatives, a 7-seat gain over there is not terrible, and keeps them, looking at the next regions to come. They're not panicking either. So I would just highlight that this is pretty much as expected for both parties. Okay. And so, again, highlights the increased significance as we start rolling west.
Yeah, as we start rolling west, which will happen now in under an hour when 263 ridings will start reporting from Quebec all the way to Alberta, and that's when things are going to get fast and furious, and we'll see whether the closeness of things starts to replicate across the country. There's one fellow that's standing by waiting for those results, quite with a lot of pressure on him, because he's the leader of a newly founded party, the People's Party of Canada. They're waiting to see whether any sort of increase in support for that party, which has been polling at around 2% from the beginning of the campaign, could eat away at the Conservatives' support in any place across the country. Unclear whether it will actually do that. But Thomas Degla is in the Beauce in Quebec, south of Quebec City, and he spoke with Maxime Bernier. Here's that.
Hey, Rosemary, we're backstage now at the People's Party of Canada headquarters here in Beauceville with leader Maxime Bernier, who in 2015 won this seat by 20,000 ballots. But many people we're talking to in this riding are saying this was a harder campaign for you this time. Would you agree this has been a harder campaign than before?
Absolutely. I did campaign here in Beauce, and I'm very happy with what we did as a leader of the party. But the smear campaign that the Conservative Party of Canada did against us, that was not helpful. But we will always fight for what we believe: individual freedom, personal responsibility, respect, and fairness. And I'm very pleased that we did a campaign based on ideas. That was important for us. But I believe that the people in Beauce will be there in a couple of hours from now. I'm pretty confident that I can win the riding.
It's, of course, the first time you're running not as a Conservative, but as the leader of your own party, the People's Party. What is a win for you tonight in your party?
I hope that we'll have more than one candidate elected. But we'll see. Also, everybody was saying that we're around 1.82% in the poll, and we'll see if we have a huge participation rate, that will help us. So we'll see what will happen.
Your signs here in your riding say that you want to defend Beauce values. Yeah. And what has been the reaction when you're door knocking and talking about less immigration, when you're talking about a different, perhaps weaker fight against climate change? Are those Beauce values?
Yeah, it is. It is. I was telling the truth to Beauceron and people all across the country. And our program is very different than the other leaders. We are doing politics differently, and I think people in Beauce appreciate that. It's based on ideas. It's based on a smaller government in Ottawa, a government that will respect the Constitution, a government that will respect the taxpayers. So if you are a real conservative who believe in freedom and less government, we are the only party here in Canada.
Mr. Bernier, thank you very much.
Merci, thank you.
He's been the MP here for 13 years. His father was MP for 13 years as well. Tonight he finds out whether he keeps it in the family, Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Thomas. Yeah, the Bernier name is strong in the Beauce. Corey? I'm going to get you to weigh in on whether you think he has done any damage at all to the Conservatives in any part of the country.
I think he probably has, but we're going to have to see riding by riding. I think it's not dissimilar to what you're seeing with some of the Green voters, where in certain ridings where there's a particular situation where there's a particularly strong candidate, where that number can get bumped up higher. We saw that in the by-elections earlier this year, where it was very uneven in terms of what their vote turnout was and support levels. So, you know, I think you're not going to see in the maritime provinces the People's Party being much of a factor. But once we get into ridings around Max's riding in Quebec, it'll be interesting to see whether he has any coattails. And it'll be interesting to see in some of the really close races that we're going to find in the 905, some of the really close races that we're going to find in the lower mainland of BC. Will the People's Party vote be the difference in margin between the Liberals and the Conservatives?
And it only has to be like 3% or something,
a couple points can make the difference in those. So my guess is that that he will have cost us some seats, but time will tell. Well, it's early in the evening. Hopefully not too many, as I'm cheering for Andrew to win. But
yes, I realize you are.
Big surprise for everyone at home, I'm sure.
That's probably the only leader that's going to scrum with us through the evening, I'm going to guess. Pretty much everybody else is hiding out and watching results quietly to see how the night unfolds. David Common is tracking results. Well, he's talking to voters from the GTA in along the 905 and towards Toronto. I have no idea where he is now. He just doesn't stop moving. But tell us where you are and what you're finding out there today, David.
Well, Rosie, we're in Mississauga, Erin Mills, and we're actually at a voting station, so you can see that people are coming. There's been a fairly consistent line. It ebbs and flows. Not as many people right now compared to some of the lines we've seen over the past few minutes. 45 minutes or so, 50 minutes left to vote in Ontario, really in that block from Quebec to Alberta. And Elections Canada tweeting out that if you are in line when the polls close, as long as you're in line, you still can vote. So if you're watching, didn't vote yet, thinking whether you should or not, you still do have time in that Quebec to Alberta corridor. Here in Ontario in the suburban 905, of course, these are ridings that are so critically definitive or could hold that potential very, very tight going into this race, particularly here in Mississauga, Erin Mills. And when you look at the Conservatives in particular, if they want to win the most seats, it's in ridings like this that they're going to have to do it. Don't do it here. The Liberals hold on to it, and it's more likely they keep the momentum, Rosie.
Okay, that's great. So it's good to see people out and voting, even if they're in a lineup. Thanks for that, David. And let me update people that might be watching tonight and are worried. So Elections Canada says that it's not extending voting hours anywhere in Canada at this stage, but there has been some staffing problems in Toronto, in Ottawa, and now also apparently in Guelph. So they're not extending the hours, but if you are in line at 9:30, so what time is it now? You've got a little bit of time to go here. You can stay in the line. You've got 45 minutes. You can stay in that line. And you will still get to vote, sort of what happened in St. John's East. You'll get in the line, they'll let you vote, then they'll go, we'll close the door. It might be a little slower in some of those places. So some polling stations in Toronto, Ottawa, and some in Guelph. Again, not a widespread issue, but there were some staffing problems there. So if you're in line at 9:30, stay there. They'll let you in and you can cast your ballot. That's awfully important. Okay, we've got some results coming in. The Green Party is up to 8.3% across Atlantic Canada, David.
And Rosie, they're on the board. And we're going to show you where. It's in Fredericton. This is a seat where the Liberals are very worried about a split with the Greens, maybe costing them the seat to the Conservatives. They may just lose it to the Greens outright. Jenica Atwin has moved into the first place for the first time tonight, any Green in Atlantic Canada. She's got an 87-vote lead over Andrea Johnson, the Conservative. Matt DeCourcy, the Liberal, back in third. And as Ian cautions me, you've got an urban-rural split in this riding that could determine, that could very much shape how this outcome will go. The Conservative candidate has skipped some all-party, all-candidate debates, for example, in Fredericton throughout this election. She's focused more on the more rural areas of the riding. So right there, the Green, a sign of strength, but only 15 of 158 polls reporting, Rosie.
And I should tell you that this is the only race that's remaining right now where the margin is under 100 votes. So still very, very tight. But let me go to Roger and get his perspective on whether that surprises you that Matt DeCourcy would be in third spot. Was the Liberal Party worried about him?
We were aware of this seat for quite some time now, and it reflects what went on during the last provincial election. We knew it was going to be in play. Matt's a great parliamentarian, great parliamentary secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But we knew it was going to be a battle. The Green candidate is very capable, and you know, this one will go down to the wire. When we talk about four-way battles or three-way battles, this is really one that'll stand out in Atlantic.
Peter Watson, yeah.
Well, that's the one I was mentioning because I was in there in Fredericton and sitting in that farmers market there a couple of Saturdays ago. And I had a number of people mention to me, look, listen, we've grown up, it's either red or blue here.
Right.
And we've been disappointed, election after election. And this time we're going to try another color. And so that's, you know, that's obviously one of the voters that went for the Greens here tonight. Let me make another point to back up something that Chantal said a little earlier. The Liberals looking at this, I mean, what have they got now? 26, 5,
yeah. Leading
couple
and elected,
ones.
yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, no.
And when you consider that last time round in Atlantic Canada, in each province, they were well over 50% of the vote.
Sure.
And they're still sitting across Atlantic Canada at 43% of the vote. In any other year, that's a big number.
Yeah, no.
43%.
It's when you start out with everything and you lose anything that everybody starts saying, this is a terrible night. But yes, no, I take your point. Okay, and we'll go back to those too close to call ridings as well to give you a little bit of a sense of where things are at. I do want to tell you one more thing, though, about some polling problems. There is one extension of polling time to go and vote, and that is in the riding of Thunder Bay Rainy River, so up in northern Ontario. Polls will stay open there if you are there for 1 additional hour. There were some problems with the voter registration cards. The wrong times were on them. So in order to correct that, Elections Canada says that the poll stations rather in that riding will stay open another hour, and Ian's got some results now.
Sounds like somebody's microwave popcorn.
I know, I was like, someone's got a snack.
You want butter on yours?
Well, when the polls close in Ontario, one of the things we're going to be looking at closely are those Liberal conservative battlegrounds. The NDP can play a role in those as well. In the 905, we hear about the 905 so often, and why do we? Well, first of all, there are a lot of ridings there, more than 30, so that's more than each of the Atlantic provinces. And also, voters there seem willing to change their vote from election to election and often appear to perform as a bloc. Let's look at what happened in 2015 in Toronto and in the area outside of Toronto. Solid, well, not solid red, but certainly predominantly red. But then if you look at the provincial election 3 years later, the colors are very different. As Doug Ford became premier in Ontario, he had the support of the 905. So what's going to happen tonight? Well, consider these two conflicting things. On the one hand, Doug Ford's power base is the 905. On the other hand, some of his policies, for example, education cuts, have been very unpopular. So he stayed, Rosie, out of the campaign. The Liberals tried to drag his name into the campaign as much as possible. We'll see how that plays out. But one thing we do know, quite often for the party that wants to form government, the path to power is through the 905.
Yeah, and they tend to, as you say, vote as a bloc. And we certainly know that Doug Ford did stay out of the election until just a few days ago when he made an appearance at the furthest point in Ontario where he had to take some questions. But he did stay out of Andrew Scheer's hair, so that was one thing. Heather is going to give us a sense of what she's going to be watching for when the Quebec results start to roll in.
Well, the question that's been put before Quebec voters, Rosie, is simple, and it's one that they have heard before. Which party can best represent les intérêts du Québec, Quebec interests? And the answer we expect to get back tonight from many of them is the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc is back. It has risen steadily in the polls since the leaders' debates. And in the process, it has taken a wrecking ball to the plans and the strategies of both the Liberals and the Conservatives. The Bloc could prove tonight both spoiler and kingmaker in terms of which party forms government, whether it's a minority or a majority government. It could even hold the balance of power at the end of the night. Yves-François Blanchet has tapped into the same nationalism that propelled François Legault into the Premier's office last year. He's adopted his platform, certainly unconditionally supporting it, and much of his same language. And as a result, here we are tonight with a Quebec-only party that was basically a spent force poised to deliver a tour de force result that few saw coming.
Okay, Heather, so that's a big story to watch in Quebec, how well the Bloc does. Of course, they were a dominating force between 1993 and 2008. Can they make a repeat of that? What kind of increase can we look at? They started at 10 seats, not even official party status, something to keep your eye on as we get closer to results coming in from Quebec on out west. Let me show you Fredericton right now, because in Fredericton, the Greens are leading with 35% of the vote. This is a real three-way race at this stage between the Green Party, the Conservatives, and Matt DeCourcy, who's the incumbent here, now in third. And this is the difference that the Green Party, the NDP, anyone can make when they come up and their support increases. They can start to damage the two traditional parties that you may have expected to get ahead. Let me show you the too close to call now races, where we're at with those, because that's what's been moving the numbers around at the bottom of your screen. So these are the places where things are still very tight, but a lot less tight than they were before, right? Now we've only got one riding, and in fact, it's the Quebec riding of the Magdalen Islands where the margin is only 11 votes, but the rest of them are starting to pull apart. A couple, three in the Liberal favor, one in favor of the Greens and Fredericton there, and one for the Conservatives. So that number at the bottom of your screen with the Liberals leading or elected in 25 seems a little more stable than it did even just 30 minutes ago. But of course, we'll keep track on those too close to calls. And Duncan McHugh's got some stuff to say now.
Yeah, well, I just want to pick up again. That is a really positive result for the Green Party, sure, with Jenica Atwin, and picking up on what Althea was talking about. I mean, this is very much for Elizabeth May an important question about her leadership. The party, well, they are you know, she's adored by many in the party. It's a question of whether Elizabeth May is the right leader to take them to the next stage. So they'll be watching these results in New Brunswick very eagerly to see if they can break through in somewhere else other than in British Columbia and southern Vancouver Island in particular. And because again, the leadership of the Greens is going to be a question tonight.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, Elizabeth May will be fine with that, but maybe not. But if they could pick up something here, that would be a huge boost. I should tell you that Fredericton, everybody knew that it would, as Roger pointed out, that it would be an important riding to watch. Justin Trudeau went twice. Elizabeth May went twice. Andrew Scheer even went once, too. So everybody was concentrated on that same place, and they all knew that it was a potential for a three-way race in Fredericton. We'll continue to watch that. Heather's got some results now.
Let's check back quickly on the Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, the easternmost point of Quebec, Rosemary, because things have changed. We now have the Bloc candidate leading Minister of National Revenue, Diane Leboutillier. Guy Bernatchez is a local mayor. His hometown is Saint-Maxime du Mont-Louis, and he's been there municipally since 2017. Early going, just a couple of the polls in, but as Chantal indicated, this is one to watch as perhaps being indicative of what happens through the course of the night. Again, for the Bloc on the board and leading early on in the Gaspé.
Okay, so we'll keep watching that one because, as Chantal rightly pointed out, sometimes the Magdalen Islands sets a trend for the rest of Quebec. Let me just show you what the floor looks like, the map of Canada at this stage. Lots of red still on the floor in the Atlantic Canada. A little tip of orange in St. John's East, where Jack Harris has reclaimed his seat tonight. That one in Fredericton, that little spot of green, we're still watching that closely. The Conservatives picking up some of the places that they have traditionally held in New Brunswick. That would be an encouraging sign for them tonight. And the Bloc Québécois now leading on the Magdalen Islands. That's the tip of Quebec, and we're going to start to get into those results soon. But Ian's got more to tell us right now.
Well, let's take a look at the change that appears to be happening in New Brunswick and may happen in some of the ridings where we haven't projected a winner, but there certainly is a lead there. So right now, the Liberals, who had run the table last time around, are leading or elected in 5 fewer ridings of the 10 ridings in New Brunswick. And let's look at a couple of the close ones. This is Miramichi, Grand Lake, and not one that I heard in the conversation between Liberals and Conservatives in terms of one that might change. So if the Conservatives can hang on here, I think they would be very happy. And the one that you just mentioned a moment ago, the huge surprise and you know, relatively small lead, fewer than 200 votes, but still a lot of votes have been counted here. I talked to Don Wright, a professor of political science at UNB, and he kind of gave me the heads up on how well the Greens were doing in this area. And he said among the factors for that, really strong provincial candidate, really strong like provincial leader in the party, really strong local candidate, but also 2 floods in a row in a lot of areas. Interesting, right? Climatologists would tell you you can't associate those with climate change directly, but people know what they feel. And there's a lot of emotion in some parts in New Brunswick on the climate change issue.
That was exactly the guy on Face to Face.
Yeah.
That was exactly his concern. And it was the flooding and how would they mitigate that and what kind of things would they do for climate change. I'm going to get a last thought from Roger Kusner because then he's going to be swapped out with another fella. But you're going to stick around so we can all have a little bit of a celebration after, regardless of the results. Celebration, we made it through a tight election. Just so your last thought on how the Liberals would look at this map tonight and what they would be thinking.
We knew we were in tough. We knew that, you know, when the last time that we held all the seats in Nova Scotia, like I said earlier, in '93, we lost them all in '97. We're certainly looking better than that now. We've had...
You're leading in 10 out of 11 of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That's pretty good.
Some tight battles, really tight battles. I'm glad I'm on this side of it this time around, I'll tell you. I've enjoyed it more at the desk, as threatening as this might be. But I think the leader... you know, the big thing, whatever happens tonight, whatever comes down tonight, that people come together and we find a way. This was a tough campaign, and I found it a bit nasty, and we got to find a way to put that stuff aside. We got to find a way to deal with social media and get to the truth of the matter and get to the issues of the matter and get to what matters for Canadians so we can continue to build this great country.
Okay, Roger Kusner, those are good words to leave you on. Thank you for being here tonight,
I was happy
sir.
to be with the opening act for Bob Rae.
Yeah. We'll see if he can perform up to your standards, Roger. Okay, everybody, in about 30 minutes' time, we're going to get ready for a hairy time. 263 seats will pour in from Quebec to Alberta, including 2 territories. How the next 2 hours unfold will shape the future of our country. This is your time. This is your choice. Take a look at this.
From branches to the road, standing in our truth forever.
In the future, I wonder what the history books will say about this moment, about us. Will they say that this was more than a political battleground, but an actual blueprint? As we watched and waited and looked to our leaders to see who could lead. I wonder if they'll say that we felt divided. With so many backgrounds, trying to squeeze everybody in the same picture isn't easy. Or will they say that no one was listening, frustrated from being force-fed the illusion of a plan, and then choking on the choice between diplomacy and distraction, dysfunction and inaction? Or will they say that we were just so tired of all the yelling and fighting and figuring out that hope on the horizon is a hologram? So is that what history will say? That we tried to have our voice heard and never saw anything change? Or maybe it will say something else. Maybe it says that we were inspired. All of us. Beautiful and broken pieces of all shapes and colors collided into a kaleidoscope of calling to become the meaning of Canadian, coast to coast, like roofs over our heads, like education for our youth, like the cost of progress and how we treat the earth too. Look, I don't know what they will write about us, but the one thing I do know is that the only part of the narrative not dependent on the future is this moment, this time, this place. Diverse like our landscape, we shifted these tectonic plates. So the moving of mountains, or one voice or vote making a difference, is more than just a cliche, but a calling.
Welcome to Canada Votes. Tonight marks the culmination of 40 days and 40 nights of a relentless campaign.
Who can you trust?
Who can you count on?
Who would like us to go further?
A campaign of promises, policies, attacks, and some surprises.
The interests of Quebec.
Putting people first.
Addressing the climate crisis.
Now, it is voting time.
I vote.
I vote.
I vote because it's a privilege.
Because democracy is sacred.
I vote because I'm Canadian.
The power is in your hands, and tonight we find out the results. This is Election Night 2019. And good evening, I'm Rosemary Barton, and welcome to our CBC News election headquarters. We are awaiting at this hour the biggest wave of results that we will get tonight. 263 polls about to close from Quebec to Alberta. That includes Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories, some of the key battlegrounds of this election, places that you just need to win if you want to form government. The picture of where this country is headed is about to get a whole lot clearer. Should tell you that Thunder Bay Rainy River is about an hour delayed, so there's one riding that we'll wait a little bit longer for out of that bunch. We've got reporters, though, across the country where the leaders are and where the voters are, and we'll be on top of the results from coast to coast to coast and what they could mean, as we say, for the future of Canada. Results have already started coming in from east to west, as they always do. Remember, 338 ridings at stake here tonight. You can see already, let us give you a bit of a snapshot of this, the way Atlantic Canada voted in the numbers there at the bottom of your screen. And over the next few hours, we will see how the rest of the country has decided to choose. We'll have a better sense of how close this race could be, because certainly there were some tight results coming in from Atlantic Canada. To help navigate all of that for you and for us, our results desk, Ian Hannah-Mansing, Heather Hiscox, David Cochran, and Andrew Chang are going to track all of those numbers. It's an awful lot of work, so we're glad that they're here doing that for us tonight. And Andrew, his task is the big picture of Canada, what's happening across the country, and he does that with the Canada Votes floor.
Yeah, and so a bit of context here. I mean, it would have been virtually impossible for the Liberals to replicate their flawless performance in 2015, right? Sweeping all 32 ridings in the Atlantic region. And so any loss is not a surprise. And right now they're down 7 seats. The number to keep in mind, though, is that they can afford to be down 16 across the country and still hold on to their majority government. So what does -7 mean? Well, it means that they have some losses. And the bigger that negative gets over the course of the evening, the more uphill of a battle that they will face in Quebec, in Ontario, and particularly, of course, in BC, if the night goes that long and the election relies on those results coming in. Conversely, I want you to pay attention to the Conservative number. Now, they had a big mountain to climb in terms of forming government. +72 is the number that they would hope to hit if they have hopes of forming a majority government. Right now, they're at +5, which I think we can characterize as a sluggish start. It means that they'll have to hold the small handful of ridings that they have in Quebec. They'll have to fight tooth and nail in those key swing suburban ridings in Ontario. And they'll also have to perform really strongly in British Columbia if they have a hope of forming government and throwing the Liberals out. Let's look at the party standings as they stand right now. You can see at the bottom of your screen, Liberals leading or elected in 26 ridings, Conservatives leading or elected in 5. What this graphic shows you is the certainty. So we are certain of 17 of the 26 ridings in which the Liberals currently have leads, but that leaves 9 other ridings. And last I checked, there were still a handful of ridings in which the Liberals had a lead, but the vote margins were relatively small, still only a couple hundred votes. So those are ridings that could still, in theory, flip in either direction. And you look at the Conservative certainties right now. So certain about 3 of the 5 in which they're currently leading. So still the numbers in flux. And it means, as you pointed out, a lot in play in Quebec, a lot in play in Ontario.
Yeah, and a good sign that maybe things are as close as the polls were suggesting, at least in some ridings. Okay, Andrew, thanks for that. Andrew will be back as the map continues to change to give you a sense of where things are at. David Cochran's task tonight is to look at 60 swing ridings that we identified early on as key battlegrounds in this country, and tell us more about that.
Yeah, that's right, Rosie. We've had some results from some of them, but these are 60 ridings that could really make or break this night for the parties, and they are all across the country, starting in St. John's East in Newfoundland, all the way to Vancouver Island. Many are key for any party to form government, and they're ridings that were held by all of the major parties and by independents like Jane Philpott and Jody Wilson-Raybould. We're watching those ridings, and we're going to zero in on key battlegrounds like the GTA, where the leaders and the parties have spent a lot of time, and everyone needs a breakthrough. In Quebec, we're watching the Bloc, who could very well block anybody's chances at a majority. And in Western Canada, energy and pipeline politics is going to be fueling voter decision. And then the Wild West, Rosie, British Columbia, key four-way races that are not going to be settled until late into the night. And now to give you a sense of one of the ridings we're talking about, we're going to take a look at Milton, which is a key riding in Ontario. It's one the Conservatives need to hold, that the Liberals think they can steal. And when you look at a candidate like Lisa Raitt, you think she would be safe, but she's literally got a gold medal opponent in Olympian Adam Van Koeverden is running against her. Plus, Milton is changing fast. New subdivisions going up, bringing in voters who fill that Liberal demographic. And the factor overlaying all of it, Rosie, is the Ford factor. Ontario Premier Doug Ford is polling somewhere between pink eye and stomach flu right now. That is a real challenge for the Conservatives in Milton and all around the 905, which is the path to victory for all the parties.
How many more lines like that do you have? Just so I can prepare myself.
How many more provinces are there?
I was out in Milton a week ago, and that was the exact issue. It was a lovely family that had moved further and further away from Toronto because of affordability, struggling with the fact that Lisa Raitt's a good candidate, but they are inherently Liberals, so I'm not sure where they landed. I think it was probably Liberal. Heather, you're going to set us up for what we should watch for.
I want to highlight 3 ridings, all of which are held by cabinet ministers and all of which, Rosie, are under attack as we speak. In Quebec, the riding of Quebec, Jean-Yves Duclos is the family minister, the architect of the Canada Child Benefit. Even its popularity does not mean an easy path to re-election. The riding is a Conservative target. The Bloc feels confident here, too. Its candidate has come back to run in a riding she held for 18 years. So a tight 3-way race, potentially the kind we expect to see throughout the province. Looking at Manitoba next, Liberals made a breakthrough there 4 years ago, winning 7 of the 8 ridings in and around Winnipeg. They are in play, including Jim Carr's riding of Winnipeg South Centre. He's facing a lot of opposition to the carbon tax, and it is the same issue next door in Saskatchewan. Conservatives there have 2 goals. They want a prime minister from Saskatchewan, and they want to beat Ralph Goodale. Regina Wascana is the only splash of red in the province. It has been Goodale's for 26 years. Can his personal popularity outweigh a nasty billboard campaign this time and strong anti-Liberal sentiment one more time? We'll have to see. But we're several hours into our night, Rosie, but there are still some very good storylines to come.
Yeah, I should say that Andrew Scheer actually went to Ralph Goodale's riding today to campaign. That did not go over well with any Liberal I know. I mean, it's all fair game, but they thought that was a bit of a thumb in the nose to Mr. Goodale. Ian, you've got to set the stage for us now.
Yeah, but the first thing I want to say is I want to pitch a new show on CBC, Cochrane's Corner. 15 minutes every week.
I think it's like 5 of us who are watching, though.
I don't know. Homespun wisdom from David Cochrane. I'm loving it. But I'm also looking at some ridings tonight. And right now, let's think about 2 ridings in 2 provinces with a similar storyline. Conservative MPs who lost in 2015, who are hoping to get back to the House of Commons in 2019. Let's begin with Newmarket Aurora. What's interesting about this is it's the kind of riding that the Conservatives need to pick up this time around if they want to turn things around nationally. It's in the 905 north of Toronto. Last time around, Tony Van Bynen, the mayor of Newmarket, beat the 2-time MP, Conservative MP. And Edmonton Mill Woods, in this case, you know, can we see the Conservatives do in Alberta what the Liberals did in Atlantic Canada in 2015, run the table? Amarjeet Sohi ended up only winning this by, what was it, 80 votes last time around. It came as a surprise to a lot of people. Tim Uppal is the person that he beat. Uppal was an MP before, would like to go back, already lives in Ottawa, so if he does go back, he doesn't have far to commute.
Yeah, did take a bit of criticism,
yes,
throughout the campaign, although other people do that too. It's just how they manage their family lives. What was I going to tell you? Oh, yes, Chantal. So I also want to tell you, though, we are 20 minutes away from seats coming in across the country, but let's get Chantal to weigh in. And what you're watching for with these ones now, this big swath.
With the big swath, to what happens to the Conservatives in Quebec. Because, yes, the Bloc is changing everyone's calculations, but when you talk to voters, there were 2 things that they were happy to vote for the Bloc, but usually when Quebecers vote for the Bloc, they tell you how they dislike the Prime Minister. In this case, increasingly with every passing week, they would say how they didn't like Andrew Scheer or his campaign. So, and that became ominous. What was at first kind of entertaining for the Conservatives started to become a what if we're set back in Quebec and we lose the ground that Stephen Harper worked so hard to keep for us. So Fortress Quebec, if there's a breach there, it's going to be hard on Conservative morale and not bode well for the future under this leader.
They won 12 seats in 2015.
Yes.
And their support is very concentrated sort of in and around Quebec City and those kinds of regions. Do you think that, and then I'm going to come to another guy who just sat down. Do you think that the performance at the French debate, the performance at Tout le monde en parle, did that color things for people?
The TVA debate, which was the first debate, which didn't have Maxime Bernier and Elizabeth May, so you got to see only 4 leaders, was devastating for Andrew Scheer. It was, from a leading candidate, the worst performance in a debate that I had seen, I think, in all of the years that I covered federal politics.
Okay, there you go. All right. So on that happy note, let's bring in someone who's replaced Roger Kusner. Roger Kusner called himself the opening act. I would never go that far.
Nobody can replace Roger
I would
Kusner.
agree. Well, let's try.
Let it be said.
Let's see what Bob Rae has to say. Bob Rae, of course, an NDP MP, the leader of the Ontario NDP, premier, the interim leader of the Liberal Party. The list goes on. People probably know who you are at this point.
That's just the beginning.
That's just the beginning.
Just the start.
You're just walking in. You're just looking at the board here and the results. What springs to mind in terms of what we're seeing here and how you interpret that?
Well, I heard what Roger had to say, and I agree with it completely. I think we were starting from a bad situation of having all the seats, so you can't look perfect after that. Yeah. I think it's all for me. Elections nights are always tough because you see good people not win who you've thought made a great contribution.
From all parties.
From all parties, and that's what happens on election nights. Yeah. But I think, on the whole, I think we came out of Atlantic Canada better than might have been expected, with a stronger result. And some results are still, I think, going back and forth. I noticed from my screen that it goes from 25 to 24, so there's some very close races. Yeah. But I think we all recognize that the meat of the matter for us is going to be Quebec and Ontario, and obviously in British Columbia, and we'll see how that goes. It's a very strange election because it's, on election night in 2015, when the Liberals won 32 seats, you only had to sit there to say something's going on here. Like, this is amazing. You can do very well in Atlantic Canada, and you can do not as well in Quebec, and you can do differently in Ontario. It's a very, very regionalized result. It's very hard to read a trend. It was very hard to read a trend during the election. It was very hard for people to get traction. Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting night. What can I say?
And potentially a long one. Okay, Bob, we're glad you're here with us, and we'll come back to you, of course. I should tell you that at this hour, the Greens are up to, I think it's almost 10%, 10% now, all over Atlantic Canada, which begs the question, is the Green Party in some way maybe even replacing the NDP in terms of support in that part of the country? Again, they're on the board with just one leading right now. That is in the very tight race in Fredericton. Tanya Fletcher is in Victoria, British Columbia, with the leader of the Green Party, Elizabeth May. How is she feeling about this so far, Tanya?
Well, let's ask her ourselves, Rosie. Here is Elizabeth May, leader of the Green Party. She just arrived to lots of cheers, and as you saw her just now anxiously looking over my shoulder, she's looking at the count up on the board. How are you feeling right now to see how well your party is doing on Atlantic Canada?
Well, very excited, and I've been campaigning, as you know, in Fredericton and, of course, throughout the Atlantic region, but particularly New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and Jenica Atwin's campaign has been one of the ones where we had very high hopes, and we remain with high hopes. It'll be great to have a caucus that represents at the federal level more than British Columbia MPs, so I'm looking forward to more good returns tonight.
What is a realistic look at success for you, and what would be a failure to your party tonight?
Either the Conservatives or the Liberals forming a majority, I think, would be a very large failure for Canada. The false majorities that we get under first past the post lead to very poor government and also lead to policy lurches, not to go into academic mode, but it basically means you just can't hang on to policy because the next guy that comes in kicks everything out. Of course, it would be good to have a woman come in, but in any case, we really are committed as a party to doing the best we can for Canada. So a good result for us is one where we can play a significant role of influence in a minority parliament.
If, let's say, you break even, you maintain your 2 seats in Ottawa, you don't lose any, but you don't gain any, what does that say about the party? I mean, this campaign, the timing was critical looking at the climate strikes around the world, Greta Thunberg. How, if you can't manage to gain some of that momentum and leverage that this campaign, then when is the time for the Greens?
It's way too early in the evening for me to comment on a question like that. We have significant gains to be made here tonight across the country. I don't think anyone was predicting the possibility of a Green seat in New Brunswick, so let's just see what the evening holds.
And what are you hoping for here in BC?
Well, for a lot more Green MPs coming with me back to Ottawa, because we need to have hardworking, ethical, honest representation that doesn't compromise on issues as significant as climate.
Thank you. Elizabeth May, leader of the Green Party, and she's going to be watching the results with her supporters here in Victoria throughout the night. Rosie?
Okay, thanks, Tanya, and give our thanks to Elizabeth May for making time for us as well. Thanks, appreciate that. I should say that Elizabeth May was just out in Fredericton on Saturday, and that's where David Cochrane wants to start things off.
Yeah, Rosie, the Elizabeth May decision desk isn't ready to make a call, and neither are we on Fredericton, but we can show you that the Greens are still in first place there in what is a pretty surprising and impressive result so far. Jenica Atwin is 600 votes ahead now of the Conservative Andrea Johnson. Matt DeCourcy, the incumbent Liberal MP, is in third place. They were worried about a vote split with the Greens. They may lose it outright to the Greens if this trend line continues. Going to move on now to Sydney, Victoria, where Eddie Orrell has a 145-vote lead over Jaime Batiste, the Liberal candidate. This one has ping-ponged back and forth all night. Jaime Batiste, the Conservatives wanted him fired. They may get him defeated at the polls instead, but this one far from over. Wayne Long, the Maverick of St. John Rothesay, in a rematch with Rodney Weston, has a fairly good lead at 1,169 votes. More than half of the polls reporting. Long is campaigning with signs, Rosie, that says, I will stand for them and I'm standing for you. It's not the Team Trudeau stuff that we've seen from a lot of people, a bit of Trudeau unrest in certain parts. This place is where the, St. John is where the Energy East pipeline would have gone. The refineries would have been using oil there. An issue. Wayne Long distancing himself a little bit from the party.
Okay, good to know. And Ian's got some more results at this hour, again from Atlantic Canada.
Well, I would just say if anybody in British Columbia where the polls are still open is wondering, geez, should I go and vote? Does it really matter? Well, take a look at what's happening in Miramichi Grand Lake in New Brunswick. This is why, of course, every vote matters, but particularly in a riding like this, it has been going back and forth through the evening. About 40% of the polls are now reporting in Miramichi Grand Lake. We've seen the lead go back and forth, and now it's a lead of just 36 Conservatives, as you can see, have that lead.
Okay. I should tell you that all 5 Atlantic cabinet ministers for the Liberal Party will be re-elected tonight. So that would be good news for the Liberals, and again, reassuring for them, as we were talked about earlier in the night, that they haven't made they hadn't upset everybody in Atlantic Canada. It just remains in pockets at this stage. Heather's got some more results.
Looking again at 2 of those ridings where the incumbent is not running for re-election, Rosie, and the race is so close in Cape Breton, Canso. Roger Cuzner's gone, but he's watching this very closely. Mike Kellaway took over from him when he retired after his 6 terms. He has a lead of just 542 votes over. As David was just referencing, this is not a Team Scheer candidate. This is an Alfie candidate. All the signs across these ridings say Alfie. He's 16 years in provincial politics. He's been the former speaker. He is trailing narrowly. And in Cumberland, Colchester, again, the question is this a Bill Casey riding? He's been progressive conservative, independent, liberal, and now he's been out campaigning in support of the former NDP candidate, if you can follow along with me in all of this. Provincially, Lenore Zahn, she's moved over to the Liberals federally. She is leading narrowly, though, under 200 votes over Scott Armstrong, who is a former MP that the Conservatives are bringing back there.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate that. Of course, we are just over 10 minutes away from polls closing. Polls closing in 263 ridings from Quebec all the way to Alberta, including 2 territories. Should update you again, though, that there is one riding where things will be delayed in Ontario, and that's the riding of Thunder Bay Rainy River, a riding that goes NDP, goes Liberal. If you are there, you'll have an extra hour to vote because of some problems with voter registration cards, and there have been some minor problems at some polls in Toronto, in Ottawa, and in Guelph. So keep in mind that if you are in line there and you're worried about the clock ticking down to polls closing at 9:30, don't worry. You can stay in line. You can still cast your ballot. If you're on the line, they will take you in, Elections Canada says. So don't panic about that either. Of course, we'll stay on top of any other issues that may happen at any polling stations across the country. All right, Jamie Poisson's back with her watch party, who are thinking about what to expect in Quebec. Jamie.
Thanks, Rosie. So with the polls coming in Quebec, we're talking about Bill 21. Of course, that is the bill that prevents public service workers from wearing religious symbols, so a hijab or a kippah. And Mayor Nenshi, how do you think the parties did on this?
Terrible.
Terrible.
There's no other way of saying it. This is a bill that is flagrantly unconstitutional.
that in this country we're asking people to choose between their faith and their job. It is absolutely the worst thing that's happening in the country right now. And all we heard from all of the parties was sort of mumbled platitudes about how people deserve dignity and human rights, and then very forceful statements, and I won't do a darn thing about it.
But what would you have liked to have heard from them?
You know, I have to remember that in the 2015 election, there was similar things on hijab ban, or on burqa bans rather, and they were very popular according to polling, and one party leader stood up and said, that's not right. I'm opposed to that, and that guy won the election. And so there's opportunities to intervene in court cases. There's opportunity to use constitutional rights that the federal government has to disallow laws. There's opportunities to cut off federal funding to provinces that have discriminatory laws. We haven't seen any of that courage yet. I mean, Trudeau said maybe later, but that's
I will
it.
say, he said that they may intervene later, that moment
Maybe later, wink,
in
wink,
the English language debate. Ryan, can I ask you, were you disappointed?
Yeah, I mean, especially after the mosque bombing in Quebec just 2 years ago. This was a chance for leadership to really show some courage and to stand behind those in the community that are looking at this bill having massive impacts on their life. And you know, I can't, in good faith, understand why, other than losing the province of Quebec, which pretty much blows your chances at forming government, why they wouldn't take a stronger stance in this. I mean, let's not forget that the shooting in Christchurch, New Zealand, had one name etched into that gun, and it was Alexander Bissonnette. And so let's not pretend that the decisions we make in a province don't have larger implications across our country, but also globally.
Mark, I'll ask you, Mark Toohey, editor of Sun News. Do you think that
editor-in-chief? We have editors that actually do the work.
There we go.
I just kind of show up.
You're just the big guy.
You might not brag about that, though.
Question for you. Do you think we could see similar bills across the country?
No, I don't think so. I don't think Quebec residents are racist, but I do think that over the years, in order to maintain a unique and separate culture and an isle, surrounded by Anglophones and in a strong culture to the south, they are somewhat xenophobic, absolutely. But it's pure politics why none of the leaders have spoken out against it, because Trudeau can't afford to lose the seats that he's got there, and he's desperately likely to lose some of them. Scheer wants to keep the seats that he wants as well. I think it's a huge failing on the part of the Liberal government that this alienation, both in Quebec, the sovereignty movement, separatist movement, and in Alberta, has risen to heights that we haven't seen in decades.
Something we've been talking about tonight as well, and we'll get into more later. Marie, final word to you.
Well, I think on an issue that you would have liked to have seen leadership, there's a gross lack of intestinal fortitude. But here is the good news for members of the public. It really doesn't matter if the federal government intervenes or not in a court case, because both sides of the case are going to be argued. The Civil Liberties Union has intervened. The courts will hear it. They will figure it out. They will hear both sides. So I think this tells you more about the leadership than it does about the constitutionality of this law.
Okay, a lack of intestinal fortitude. I think that's a line that I'm going to steal from here on. Rosie, back to you.
Okay, Jamie, thanks for that, and thanks for your viewing party too. Quebec is a key battleground with 78 seats, of course, on the line. The Bloc Québécois, as we've been talking about, could be the spoiler in any party's majority plans or even minority plans at this stage. Remember, they started off with just 10 seats, not even official party status. What can they gain back tonight? Here's Yves-François Blanchet's 40 days in 40 seconds.
What the Bloc Québécois proposes is a friendship, is working only for the benefits of Quebec.
With 70% of the population of Quebec supporting the Bill 21, Quebec does not need to be told what to do or what not to do.
We have become again a significant player in politics.
We will not be part of any coalition or of any kind, because our only loyalty is to Quebecers.
All right, as we wait for results coming out of Quebec in about 5 minutes' time, let's bring in Alison Northcott. She's at the Bloc headquarters there in Montreal. Obviously, they are very hopeful tonight, Alison.
Absolutely, and supporters have started to arrive here at the headquarters, and there's a lot of anticipation. The energy is really building, and a lot of high hopes tonight because the Bloc could make big gains in Quebec tonight. There are people wearing Quebec flags draped around their shoulders as they listen to interviews with some candidates on the stage behind me. The Bloc went into this campaign with just 10 seats in the House of Commons. As you mentioned, that's not enough for official party status. They would need 2 more for that, but polls suggest they could win much more than that. I've been speaking with some of the supporters. They certainly have high expectations, and they say they want Quebec's interests represented in Ottawa. It's something they say they feel that they haven't gotten from the previous Liberal government, so they're pinning their hopes on Yves-François Blanchet. So now they're eagerly waiting for the results to come in to have a sense of, what that traction in the polls, how that plays out in the votes tonight.
Okay, Alison Northcott, we'll see how that unfolds all through the night. Thanks for that. You will be there through the night in Montreal at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, 4 minutes away now from polls closing in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Saskatchewan. Did I say that? Yeah. There's a whole bunch of them anyway that are about to come in about 5 minutes' time. So let's get at issue to weigh in briefly, if they can, on what they're watching for. I'll start with you, Andrew. I haven't heard from you in a while.
The just utter centrality of Ontario to the Tories' hopes in particular. It's a given they're going to sweep most of the West. They always do. That's the most fundamental factor of Canadian politics going back to the 1950s. It's a given they're going to do very poorly in Quebec. If they're going to have any hope of even coming close to a plurality in this election, it's going to be in Ontario. Obviously, the Doug Ford factor is hurting them, but there's so many of those ridings in the 905 belt that every election are on a knife edge. Yeah. And we're just going to have to wait and see whether the tide comes in or goes out for the Tories.
How about you, Althea?
I'd say so far, it's like best case scenario for all the political parties. The Liberals thought they might lose 3 to 4 seats in New Brunswick and West Nova, and it looks like from the map that that's what's happened. Elizabeth May was hoping to win in Fredericton. That's happened. The NDP was hoping to win in St. John's East. That's happened. The Conservatives were targeting 8 seats. 6 so far. It's not so bad. So it's kind of like status quo. In 2000, when the Liberals won a majority, they had 19 seats in Atlantic Canada. So 26 so far isn't so bad.
Yeah, and I mean, I should say the Conservatives wanted double digits. So, that may not be, depressing, but it's not encouraging particularly either, because as Corey's been pointing out.
No, it's like status quo.
That's right. You got to find that support somewhere else. Chantal, what are you going to watch for now as all these polls start to close?
A word on those Conservative seats. What I find maybe disquieting for them as they watch this is those seats did not come easily. There are still 3. Right. Where no one has been elected, which tells you that it's a hard climb. Close, and that probably doesn't bode all that well for what may happen in Ontario. Like Andrew, I'm going to be watching Ontario, because if the Conservatives have the same kind of night in Ontario, they're not forming government anytime soon.
Well, maybe I'll go to Corey before I start things off again for the next round of results to come in. I mean, Conservatives I was talking to in the last couple of weeks didn't think that the 905 was doing particularly well. They had hopes. There are some places where they might get back, but they had started to things had started to slip out of their hands. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think there's a lot of challenges for them if we're looking at what's going to be coming up next. I think perhaps even more important for the long-term electoral viability of the Conservative Party is to defend the bridgehead that the party spent 15 years building in Quebec, defend it at all costs. They're going to lose a key seat in all likelihood to Maxime Bernier, which is something that I think was quite avoidable, but I think is problematic. And then when we get into Ontario, there are key seats that we'll be, I'll be watching, we'll all be watching, that you really have to have in your column if you want to have any chance of forming a government as Conservatives. You have to win the Miltons. You have to win,
Mississaugas,
You have to win in key ridings, urban ridings around the Ottawa area in Eastern Ontario. If you can't secure those kinds of seats, you're not forming government. But I think strategically, longer term, protecting the bridgehead in Quebec speaks to the long-term electoral viability of the party in a way that the others don't.
Yeah, well, I think that's also something to watch for the NDP, who, there are the fears that they might go down to 2 seats. And if they also can't protect some base of support in NDP, it shows that that was really not a real thing, not a stable thing. I know Chantal wants to say more, and she will, but first we're going to do this. How the next hours unfold will shape the future of the country. This is your time. This is your choice. Lots of polls starting to close now across the rest of the country. Massive results starting to come in. Watch this.
tectonic plates. So the moving of mountains, or one voice or vote making a difference, was more than just a cliche, but a calling.
Welcome to Canada Votes. Tonight marks the culmination of 40 days and 40 nights of a relentless campaign.
Who can you trust?
Who can you count on? Who would like us to go further?
A campaign of promises, policies, attacks, and some surprises.
The interests of Quebec.
Putting people first.
Addressing the climate crisis.
Now it is voting time.
I vote. I vote.
I vote because it's a privilege.
Because democracy is sacred.
I vote because I'm Canadian.
The power is in your hands, and tonight we find out the results. This is Election Night 2019. Good evening, I'm Rosemary Barton, and welcome to our CBC News election headquarters. We are now awaiting the biggest wave of results that we are going to get tonight. Polls have just closed from Quebec all the way through to Alberta. Let me show you what that is on the map. Those are some key battlegrounds in this election, as we've been talking about, unless you've just joined us. Ontario, Quebec, central to forming government here. You need to start picking up some seats big time, and you can see that this is what the map it looks like right now. Lots of red in the Atlantic provinces, leading and elected for the Liberal Party in 24 ridings. The Conservatives on the board there with 6, 1 confirmed elected for the NDP in St. John's East, 1 Bloc Québécois leading. You may wonder where that is, the Magdalen Islands, which closes half an hour before everybody else, and the Green Party also leading in 1 riding, and that's in Fredericton. So we are standing by to bring you all of these results as they come in fast and furious. Our results desk here with us, Ian, Heather, David, and Andrew. They'll bring us the big picture and the specific riding results as well. At Issue is here to help dissect what's happening. We've got representatives from all the teams, if you will, Megan Leslie, Corey Tenaik, Bob Ray, and of course, Vashi Kapelas, host of Power and Politics, is here too. But let me start with this gentleman, Peter Mansbridge, of course, the former host of The National, chief political correspondent. I don't know, you had a bunch of titles.
Yeah, love those titles. Listen, Rosie, the thing about this next hour, 2 hours, we're going to see these hundreds of ridings come in. We're going to have a pretty good idea how the evening's going to unfold over these next 2 hours, and that means it's a 2-speech night for some of the key leaders, right? They got 2 speeches in their pocket.
That's right.
They got the I win and the I lose.
And maybe the I'm not sure what's going to happen, get ready to see my lawyer's speech.
Exactly, exactly. And with the I lose goes the what do I do now?
Right.
And what is that party going to think that I should do, my party?
Yeah.
You know, we kind of hinted at it a little earlier, talking about Elizabeth May. She's going to have some big decisions. Sure, she's won a seat, or looks like she's going to win a seat in Atlantic Canada. But she's not going to do what a lot of that party expected to happen in this election.
Okay. We'll come back to Peter throughout the night, of course. David, though, is watching the swinging 60. We call that sometimes, but not publicly. I've just let it slip. Anyway, here's the 60 ridings that we watch through the country, David.
Yeah, well, the first one from Ontario is going to be York Centre, which is an interesting riding because it's one of the early ridings that Andrew Scheer went to early in the campaign. Michael Levitt, the candidate there for the Liberals with a 15-vote lead. Rachel Wilson, a controversial candidate because of her views on abortion, seen as part of what the Liberals would call a secret anti-abortion agenda. But I tell you, Rosie, I was speaking to some Liberals leading up to the election. They said if there is a seat in Toronto that they could lose, it is York Centre. This is the one they are most worried about in the city itself.
Okay, thanks for that. I was just going to bring a little breaking news that's coming, a strange sort of bit of breaking news. André Pratt, the senator for Quebec, who used to be, I believe, the editor-in-chief of La Presse, who had been appointed to the Senate by Justin Trudeau as an independent, has just tendered his resignation from the Senate, saying that it will be effective at 9:30 immediately Eastern Time. And he says, it saddens me to betray the trust that you and the Prime Minister had placed in me, but it would be more of a betrayal, writes the senator, to continue performing a task that I cannot accomplish to the level of excellence expected. I mean, there's a whole other side story to what happens to the Senate. Go ahead.
If I can
yes,
just
give
you a bit
Mr.
of
Pratt.
background
yes,
on this. he handed this resignation letter ahead of the vote. It's not at 9 today, this afternoon, and he wanted it to become public only before the result of the election is known, but only after people have voted, because he doesn't want it to be construed as a reaction to whatever is going to happen over the next hour and a half.
Still, very interesting breaking news and all sorts of conversations around the future of the Senate we can have a little bit later, but let's go to Heather for some results now. Okay. Thanks, Chantal. Heather.
Oh, sorry. Just
She's getting ready.
Up.
Yeah, I know.
Ready
You're allowed to work.
Because they're just coming in now.
Yep.
So let's begin. And let us begin with one of the Island of Montreal ridings that the Liberals look to hold. This is Pablo Rodriguez, the Minister of Heritage and Multiculturalism in Honoré Mercier, off to an early start with a lead over the Bloc Québécois. And in Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, this is a riding held currently by the Bloc. Again, with these early numbers, it's obviously the first votes coming in. Xavier Barcelou-Duval is expected to hold this on the South Shore, but this is the kind of riding that we're going to be looking at, Rosemary, as being very key tonight. The Francophone ridings in the South Shore, the suburbs, south and east of Montreal could be determinant in the province tonight.
Okay, and I noticed there's no orange on that board in any of those results you've showed us, so we'll have to see whether the NDP collapses in Quebec. Ian, you've got results.
Yeah, let's look at 3 ridings in Ontario, and the first 2 are the leads are the parties that won in 2015, Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. Conservative territory in a way, or it has been historically, but the Liberals, of course, winning last time around. And Kenora is interesting. Bob Nault won this riding last time around. Randy Turtle, who is the chief of the First Nations there, Rudy Turtle, is in the lead, and a pretty big lead, although just one of the polls reporting. And finally, Sudbury. This is a riding that the Liberals won last time around, and they're leading also with just one poll reporting.
Okay, and of course, the one where Bob Nault is losing is the issue of Grassy Narrows, where Jagmeet Singh went up to make a big point of how the issue needed to be dealt with. It is, of course, though, a provincial issue at heart that the federal government has tried to solve with Ontario, and they're still working on that, or at least they were when they were still working as government. David Cochran's got some results now.
Yeah, Rosie, we have our first result from your hometown in Winnipeg. We're going to Elmwood, Transcona, and if the Singh surge was a real thing, if the last 2 weeks were good to make up for the 2 years before that were not so good, this is a seat where the NDP will need to hold. Daniel Blakey, the incumbent, with a 56-vote lead in what is a rematch. He only won this seat last time by 61 votes. So if you're going to get a lift to hold on to a marginal seat, it needs to show up here in Elmwood, Transcona.
Okay, we're going back to Heather, I think, at this hour. Yes,
we are, Rosemary. You mentioned no orange on the board. These are 3 ridings that were held by the NDP, the last vestiges of the orange wave. Let's see how they're faring. In Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-Les Basques, Guy Caron trailing 4th place right now, early going. He, of course, was the parliamentary leader of the party, while Jagmeet Singh was getting to know Canadians. We look at Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. This is a very, very complicated riding. Régent Hubert is actually a Liberal now, but a PQ health minister formerly. There's a lot of trading and jersey swapping in this riding. I hope we get some time to spend some time on who is what, because the NDP and the Greens have flipped and everybody's all mixed together. But right now, early going, it is the Liberal in the lead. In Jonquière, this was one of the closest ridings in 2015, and it was Karine Trudel who won by just a few hundred votes in 2015. The Liberals tried to recruit her on 3 different occasions. You see her now in 3rd place with the Bloc Mario Suma, who's run in this riding before, a very early lead in Jonquière that they are targeting the Bloc Québécois. As we look at that, again, just one of the polls reporting, but that given the splits and the very tightness of that race in 2015, Rosemary, that is definitely one to watch tonight.
So far, what we're seeing in terms of share of the vote is there is a direct transfer from the Bloc's increases right from the NDP. And indeed, that is what happened in 2011. All of the Bloc support went to the NDP. So to see it go back, that is not boding well for the NDP in Quebec. But Ian's got some results first.
And, you know, when you have these first poll results, and I mentioned this in New Brunswick, they're more kind of intriguing than anything, and it raises questions about what we might see in this riding. So let's start with this one, Thunder Bay, Superior North. Patty Hajdu, of course, cabinet minister, is in 2nd place, but just one poll is reporting. And there we have Anna Betty Ekna Menashcom, who is in the lead right now, and show you a couple of ridings in the Niagara region where the party that won in 2015 is in the lead. Again, just one poll reporting that other one, 2 polls here, and actually a pretty significant lead at this point for Dean Allison in Niagara West.
Okay, look closely at the bottom of your screen there. We're seeing the Liberals start to pull away, leading and elected in 45 ridings now. Conservatives trying to pull up if they can. And David Cochrane's got some more results now, David.
Yeah, Rosie, we've got one purple on the board down below, and that is in the Beauce, where Mad Max, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, is trying to make his way back to Ottawa. The Conservatives were hoping he'd be pushing up Daisy, so they hired Daisy to try to take him out. That may backfire because he's made it an issue of dirty tricks with the Conservatives. They're running a mayor there. Expect to see that in a lot of Quebec ridings for the Conservatives. Louis Hébert, a Quebec City riding. Joël Lightbound is the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance. Normally a springboard to getting into cabinet, but you've got to win. Quebec City is a tough place for Liberals. He's off to an early lead of 27 votes. And here's King Vaughan in Ontario. If the Conservatives are going to win the most seats, and if they're going to try to form a majority government, they must win ridings like this one. Deb Schultz, the Liberal incumbent, 336 votes ahead of the Conservatives with just 4 polls reporting.
Okay, so listen, early results still from all of these big populous and vote-rich provinces, but this is a good sign for the Liberals here tonight. They are doing pretty well in Quebec, and they are doing pretty well in Ontario. So keep your eyes on some of those numbers. Let's go to Vashi and hear what people are telling you about what they're watching here.
Yeah, I'm especially looking at the results in Quebec right now, particularly because prior to the campaign, I remember sitting down with a cabinet minister who said 2 things. We need 5.5 million votes to win a majority, and we need to pick up, we think we can, we know we will pick up seats in Quebec. The trajectory throughout the campaign, obviously, given everything we've been discussing with the Bloc, very much changed to the point where in the last 2 weeks, they were saying things like, are we going to lose? How many seats might we lose in Quebec? That changed the minority-majority calculation for the Liberals, right? It essentially moved a majority out of sight. If they are to outperform their own expectations right now in Quebec, that's a really big deal, and we should be paying attention
Did they give you a number? What were their expectations? Because I had heard Conservatives saying the Bloc could get to 30, 40. That seemed high, but...
Internally, both for the Liberals and the Conservatives, they were looking at anywhere for the Bloc between 30 and 40. Could go as low as 25, but everybody today was talking to me about between 30 and 40.
Okay, so we'll see where that goes, though. And right now, at any rate, it does seem to be hurting the NDP most. Of course, they don't have a ton of seats in Quebec anymore. They only have, I think, 14.
It's their biggest, still, it's their biggest caucus.
Yes, it's their biggest caucus.
So
the biggest regional
if
caucus.
they don't have a lot in Quebec, they have very little anywhere else except BC.
Right.
Well, let me go to Megan on that then, because then I think that raises sort of the same point that Corey was making about the Conservatives in Quebec. And it starts to make you wonder if you can't hold anything in Quebec for the NDP, or if all your seats are being transferred to the Bloc Québécois, because that's the only way you won them in the first place. Was that a real thing, or was that a thing that just wasn't given enough attention?
Well, I mean, Bloc voters, the Bloc Party is pretty progressive, and a lot of the values that they have, with one major exception, align with NDP values. So I understand why Quebecers would move back and forth between the NDP and the Bloc. I will say, though, earlier Duncan was talking about where Indigenous voters wield considerable influence. And in this time zone, or with these results that we're about to get, I actually would love to talk about environment, like an issue that could determine elections, because we saw the climate strikes. Yes, those were students, so not a lot of voters there, but it was also young people. And if we look in this area, there are a lot of ridings where voters are high percentage 35 and under. So in ridings like Spadina-Fort York, it's 55% of the voters there are under the age of 35. Nunavut, Toronto Centre, Laurier-Sainte Marie. I'll be really interested to see what happens, because they want action on climate. It means different things in different ridings, I think, where they want to put their vote. But it's going to be super interesting in these downtown urban ridings to see where those young people do place their vote.
Yeah, and I think that's been sort of the conversation. Is this about climate change? And if we know that we're running out of time to deal with something, is this the moment to seize that, or is it not? David's got some more results at this hour.
Yeah, Rosie, we're going to go to Saskatchewan right now and look at a seat that the NDP won last time, and they will need to hold this time if that Singh surge is real. But they have a challenge here, because this was Aaron Weir's seat. He won this last time, was kicked out of the caucus in a dispute over internal conduct. The Conservative candidate, Warren Steinley, is a Saskatchewan Party MLA place since 2011, an early lead there over the New Democrats. This is Glengarry Prescott Russell, Francis Drouin's seat for the Liberals. Pierre Lemieux ran for the Conservative leadership against Andrew Scheer. He's trying to make a comeback here. The subplot of this riding is Amanda Simard, who left Doug Ford's caucus at the provincial level over cuts to Franco-Ontarian services, expected to be a play. And look at this. We're back in the Beauce, and right now Richard Lehoux, the Conservative candidate, has moved ahead of Maxime Bernier, the leader of the People's Party of Canada. As I said, expect to see a mayor's strategy in Quebec. They've gone into the municipal ranks to find well-known leaders with local bases of strength and see if they can make the leap to the federal level.
That's what the Conservatives do a lot, in fact, and so do the Liberals, to be fair. They all try and steal municipal candidates, particularly in Quebec, because they're well-known. I wish you could have seen Vashie's face when we popped up that Beauce riding results. It flipped pretty quick, so we'll keep watching. It may not it may not be a celebration night for Maxime Bernier. Should tell you that it's early in Ontario, so as we see these numbers start to move around, less than 4,000 votes have been counted. There's a lot to come still, and Ian's going to update us now on some of those.
Yeah, so let's not read too much in 4,000 votes, but let's look and see what those vote totals are telling us at this point. And the early story is that the Liberals, as you can see, are down by almost 5 percentage points. You know, they have room to go down and still have a decent total of seats in Ontario. The Conservatives need to build on what was not a very good showing in 2015. They are up a little bit, but I'm sure not up by as much as they would like. Willowdale, this is a riding that historically has done well for the Liberals. They did lose it in 2011, but Ali Assassi won this 4 years ago and is in the lead right now. Simcoe North, Bruce Stanton, one of those MPs who just keeps on winning. He's going for a 6th win tonight, and with one poll reporting, he is in a small but still in a lead.
And a reminder that the Liberals picked up 80 of the 121 seats in Ontario last time, so that was obviously key to them forming a majority. Heather's got some more results now. Heather.
I want to look at the northwest and then the far east of Quebec, Rosemary. Beginning with, though, how the vote is changing. We're looking at Bloc numbers, 33.9%. We haven't seen the Bloc at that level of popular support since 2008. When the Bloc stopped Stephen Harper's majority in that election. Liberal popular support down a little bit from what it was 4 years ago, and there you see the rest of the parties. But let's take a look at a couple of the ridings, as I mentioned, as we look up to Abitibi-Témiscamingue. This is one of the ridings. This is a vast riding. The NDP incumbent did not run for re-election. The Bloc, Sébastien Lemire, is leading in the early going. Yves-François Blanchet, actually the only leader to pay a visit to this riding. And interestingly, Rosemary, he said he hoped to become a voice for Indigenous people in Ottawa, much more activist role for them in Canada's Parliament. In Manicouagan, as we go to the farthest northeast riding, right above Labrador, you see Dave Savard actually with a very slim lead. It is Marilyn Gill who is the incumbent in this. She won with 41% of the vote last time and should hold. These are early numbers, but a strong start for Dave Savard.
Okay, that's great. We're going to go to David now, who's got more results from his 60.
Yeah, Rosie, the story of Quebec could very well be the story of the Bloc, and we're going to take a look at their leader now, who is running in Beloeil-Chambly, and the early results have Yves-François Blanchet out to a lead. He is 239, he's got a 151 vote lead, over the Liberals there. If he wins this seat tonight, Rosie, he would be the first Bloc leader to win a seat in the House of Commons since 2008. We're going to take a look at a couple of Ontario seats right now, and this is Cambridge, and this is one of those seats that's held by the Ford Conservatives provincially that the Liberals have held at the federal level, and it is one of those key battlegrounds outside of Toronto. If you look at them, that the Conservatives need to win if they're going to form government tonight. And Mississauga Lakeshore, this is one that the Conservatives feel they can take back. Stella Ambler running against Van Spengman. It is a rematch. I was there with Andrew Scheer. They had a pretty good rally at the Solstice Wine Bar in Mississauga Lakeshore, next to Stella Ambler's headquarters, about 450 people. They were all extremely confident, but it was a wine bar.
Yeah, Bob Ray's been there, he tells me.
But just a couple of things, not to make too big a deal about it, but in the 905, the key worry that the Liberals had was that the NDP vote would eat into their vote.
Yes.
And if you look at the first couple of polls that we've seen, the NDP vote is not there. Yeah. And I think that is because people are voting strategically. And I think, you know, in those ridings where people say, look, we haven't got a chance of winning here. Yeah. For example, in Cambridge, that has been a three-way fight going back into federal and provincial politics for as long as I've been there, which is a couple of decades. So it's interesting to see how that's turning out. It's too early to see there's a trend,
Yeah.
But it's an interesting footnote to what's happening.
Well, you're quite right. It's down. The support for the NDP is down 3.2% in Ontario, and it can't be doing that if the NDP wants to reclaim any of the seats that it previously had, particularly in the GTA. That's also bad news for the Conservatives, who need to have the NDP performing at a certain level in order to split the votes and make sure the Liberals don't win any. Let me show you what the map of Canada looks like right now. You can see lots of red there at the end, but look at that big light blue in the middle, and that's why the Bloc is now leading or elected in 12 ridings. 12 is enough to give you official party status. So they're moving in the right direction because that gets you more staff, it gets you more money, and it gets you more power inside the House of Commons. Obviously, they're looking for the balance of power, but they're on the right track there. If we start tracking west, we can see the NDP starting to pick up in places where they traditionally do well, in Ontario, moving into Manitoba, and there's a little orange spot there in Alberta, too. Let's keep our eye on that, probably just early results. And of course, the Conservatives doing well in all the places you would expect, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba. I should tell you that orange riding right there is Peace River in Alberta. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Of course, all the ridings in British Columbia and Yukon still to come, and we'll bring you other results from the other two territories reporting now, Nunavut and Northwest Territories. Andrew Chang's going to come in and start to give us a big picture here of what we're seeing as we see the Liberals starting to pull away in leading and elected. Andrew.
Yeah, so we've got about 1 million votes in the system right now. So we're starting to get a sense, and if you're following along at the bottom of your screen, you're seeing all those numbers start to climb, right? As we get preliminary results from every single riding, well, at least from Atlantic Canada all the way to the edge of the Alberta border with British Columbia. And so as those numbers climb, you might be asking, okay, can any party hit 170? 170 is the target in order to form a majority government. And this graphic that you see here is one way that we can answer that question. So 38.5%. Think of that as the ceiling. That's the ceiling that any party would have to smash through in order to form a majority government. Because in Canadian history, virtually every time that they've managed to cross that threshold, they've formed a majority. And we have never seen a party fall short of that mark and form a majority. It's never happened before in Canadian history. So right now, the Liberals in excess of that. The qualifier, though, is that still a lot of the votes are skewed towards Atlantic Canada. So we will almost certainly see their share of the vote continue to drop from 40, even maybe edging down to 39, and potentially further, depending on how the remainder of the votes turn out, because we're still waiting for a lot of results in Ontario and Quebec. But let's take a look at the seat change right now. The Liberals down 4. You might recall earlier in the evening, I was talking about how the Liberals can afford to be down 16 and still hold on to their majority. So they are still within that wiggle room. And you can see the Conservatives up ever so slightly, up 3 seats. They were looking for a much stronger performance, particularly in Ontario. But again, still a lot of the ridings, even in the Greater Toronto area, that we haven't seen results from, and a lot of the results from Alberta still yet to come in as well, which of course we all know as a traditional power base for the Conservatives.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Andrew. It's good to get that big picture as we dive into very specific results for ridings, which I know if you're a voter, that's what you want to know is how your ridings perform, but it's good to get a good picture of where we're heading in terms of a government forming tonight as well. David Cochran's got some more results from the 60s.
Yeah, Rosie, we already showed you that the New Democrats are trailing in Beloit-Chambly in Quebec. I'm going to show you 3 other ridings that they hold but are currently trailing in early results. In Berthier-Masconanger, these are early results, but Christine Poirier, the Liberal candidate, is leading over the Bloc candidate, Ruth Ellen Brousseau. This is only one of 273 polls, but Ruth Ellen Brousseau, the very popular incumbent who was a breakthrough candidate in 2011, right now in 4th. Here in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, the Bloc is off to an early lead with the NDP candidate in 4th place right now. The Liberals running 2nd. This was a seat that was targeted really by all of the parties, thinking they could take it away from the NDP. The Bloc surge is what concerned people late. And one more seat to show you, Rosie. This is Drummond, where William Morales, the Liberal candidate, has a 13-vote lead over the Bloc, who are in 2nd place.
Okay, and I should say that if the NDP is not going to get Ruth Ellen Brousseau, that is not a good night.
Super early, though. Super early.
Super
they lose
early.
her. That's one of the seats they thought they were definitely going to hold in Quebec.
Okay, we'll see how it unfolds. Heather's got some more results right now.
So what we're looking at is the popular vote for the Bloc. It's really coalescing in the ridings that it holds. Those are doing very well for them in terms of increasing their share, not necessarily translating into pickups yet, but there are a couple of ridings I want to highlight for you now, Rosie, where there's the vote share. It's now even up from where we were when we last looked at it. And if you look at the seat count, leading and elected in 12, which would put it up slightly and again into official party status realm. But again, not necessarily a huge surge of pickups at this early point, but where there are some interesting ridings where the Bloc is taking the lead in the eastern townships, Brome-Missisquoi. Now, this is Denis Paradis' riding. He held it for the Liberals for 15 years, but he is not running. So the Liberals have recruited the candidate who is right now in second place. That's Olympic cyclist Lynn Bessette, running right now behind Bloc Monique Allard, a long-time involvement in the Postal Workers Union, and she leading early on. As we look to the Laurentides de la Belle riding, this is, if you ski at Mont-Tremblant, this is a riding you will know well. It's north of Saint-Jérôme. David Graham is the Liberal incumbent there right now. Marie-Hélène Goudreau is a businesswoman in Laurentians, well-known. Yves-François Blanchette has appeared on more than one occasion with her in Saint-Adèle, notably. Small lead, but this is one to watch as a key Bloc pickup, they hope, for them.
Okay, it would be good to get a picture of maybe where the Conservatives are going, because I haven't seen much sign of that, but I realize that those are ridings where we wouldn't expect them. So, because they are not gaining anything here. It doesn't seem at all. And I should tell you that the Liberals are now leading in at least 20 ridings in Quebec. So they're on their way to a good night here. Ian's got some more results, and then I see Peter wants in. So
yeah, you know, we've been talking about vote share in Ontario. Let's take a closer look at that and the caution that Bob made just a short time ago. It is still early, but you can see the Conservatives now are in first place there. I'll leave the analysis to some of you, but it feels to me like the Conservatives would be hoping to have an even bigger vote share than that. Let's see how it's playing out in 3 ridings. First of all, a couple of ridings that last time around were won by parties that are not leading right now. But of course, this is just 2 polls of 314. But you see the Liberal in the lead in Simcoe Grey, traditionally a Conservative riding, and that may well change as we count more votes here. This is interesting. Hamilton Mountain has been an NDP riding for a while. And right now, again, still early, but we'll keep an eye on that to see if it can be a Liberal pickup. And finally, Beaches East York. This is a riding where the Liberals, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith was the MP, broke ranks with the Liberal Party over the expulsion of Judy Wilson-Raybould, for example, and you know, made his views very clear. In first place there, this is a riding I believe that the NDP has been hoping that they could regain.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. As stuff starts to roll in here, you can see the Liberals starting to pull away with 84 leading and elected. And these are the places where you need to start pulling off those big numbers, Andrew, because that's how you form government.
Yeah, and so the question that I'm just really hung up on right now is whether the Liberals are ahead right now, so let's look at them, whether they can form a majority government, given the way things are shaking down right now. So we know this much. We know they're leading or elected in 85 ridings across the country. That is short of 170. But, you say, there are still 166 ridings to come. Maybe some of those will end up in the Liberal camp. And so shouldn't those perhaps count towards the 170? Of course, let's crunch some of those numbers. So let's make an assumption. Let's say that every riding in which the Liberals won in 2015, let's say they win it again. Of those remaining ridings in which we don't have results right now, 85 plus 94, that gets them past 170. Now, that's really important because this would suggest to us that given how things are going, that the Liberals could very well be on track to form a majority government. And again, this is not just a number we're throwing out. This is based on a lot of things, based on the specific ridings to come for which we don't have results, based on how those have gone in the past, based on historical data, polling data, and of course, we'll have to wait until we see those results to actually be able to project with certainty how this night is going to end. But this is a really interesting way to calculate the numbers and crunch the numbers based on what we know about how these ridings have tended to go in the past.
Thanks for that, Andrew. We'll just remind people that the Liberals got their majority in the last election with 39.5% of the vote, so more than they needed for a majority share, but it wasn't a huge amount. Peter Mansbridge wanted to comment on where we're at right now.
Well, just a couple of things. Yeah. I mean, the Liberals are clearly doing okay in Ontario and Quebec.
Yep.
They're leading, you know, they're on the path to where they want to end up here in terms of a victory. But the interesting thing in terms of the country is going to be when you're looking at that big map on the floor, whether you're going to see any red. or much red, west of the Manitoba-Ontario border.
Right.
Because that's where we're really going to develop into the situation of, you know, two Canadas in a way. We haven't seen it quite as clear since 1972, when Justin's father, Pierre Trudeau, 109 seats, only 7 of them were west of that Manitoba-Ontario border.
Yeah.
And that developed into a real, you know, that was a Western alienation story. There was no, I mean, I lived
that was a
West
very tight result. It was two
well,
seats. Was
two
it
seats,
not? Yeah.
2 seats, and you know, there was no decision made that during that night. And Trudeau did his famous "The universe is unfolding as it should" speech to reporters.
Yeah.
But anyway, that'll be something to watch. The Liberals have a couple of seats going for them in Manitoba at the moment. They're leading in. But after that, you get into this wide swath. You see it on the big map, a lot of blue, and then in BC, of course, when it closes in a few minutes.
30 seconds, in
30
fact.
seconds.
Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted, Bob Rae, if you can go quickly. Can't you? 15 seconds.
I think the witness protection program for Doug Ford was a bad idea. Because I think actually he had more populist support in Ontario than the sheer people understood. And to keep him, you know, locked up in a room somewhere for, you know, 90 days was absurd. And I'm not a big supporter of the Ford approach to life, but I recognize the strength of my opponents when I see them.
Yeah.
And the Ford brand is not to be treated the way it was. I think it was a big mistake by the Conservative Party to do that.
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now that it is 10 o'clock Eastern, which means that BC and Yukon's polls have just closed. That's 43 more seats that we are waiting to hear more from. That will bring us up to 338. But again, reminder that we had that little delay in Thunder Bay in Northern Ontario, so we might go past that a little bit. But all polls, or almost all polls, closed now in this country. We're starting to get a pretty clear picture on where the country is headed. Corey, let me go to you on that point that Bob Rae brought up, because it reminded me at the end of 2015, when you were there with Stephen Harper and things were not going well, you guys actually did the opposite. You went and got the Fords to try and see if you could take advantage of their popular support, and this this was played very differently.
And in a campaign where we were struggling and having trouble getting rooms filled, we had like 2,500 people come out.
That's right.
Who were enthusiastic supporters. No, I think the strategy of the Liberals to go after Doug Ford makes political sense, because you're trying to collapse progressive voters with the NDP and the Green Party. And you have to do that by, you know, raising the specter of a boogeyman. Well, you know, that's about motivating those people to come and back the Liberal Party. That's not to say that there isn't inherent support for Doug Ford. In fact, you know, we'll release some polling tomorrow. You know, Doug Ford has been more popular than Andrew Scheer throughout this entire election campaign in Ontario. And I think it was a mistake, because I think mobilizing Conservative voters, we'll see as the night unfolds, in Ontario is something that Doug Ford was able to do very successfully 18 months ago. And I think we're not seeing signs of that same level of enthusiasm for Andrew Scheer tonight.
I mean, we should put as a caveat that you were part of his campaign. So you're a Doug Ford fan, just to put all your cards on the table.
I was and am his campaign manager, but I'm also somebody who's spent most of his career, you know, working in federal politics, and have a deep vested interest in the success of the Conservative Party from coast to coast.
All right.
Propped up by Bob Rae.
Yeah, I know. Now it's like, I don't know what coalition is happening here tonight. Chantal, Andrew, and then I'm going to Mike Crawley on this same point.
But it's also that the strategy of locking up the Premier of Ontario in his basement literally at some point becomes insulting for the people who actually are loyal to him and who say, well, you know, who are these people who are locking up my leader? It's not called Ford Nation for no reason. And
you're bringing in the Premier of Alberta.
In his backyard. I tried to game this in my head happening in Quebec, and I thought...
It made no sense. To me, it made no sense.
Okay, Andrew, you want to weigh in on that before I go to Mike Crawley here?
At the same time, though, the strategy that seems to also be failing in this election is the fear campaign of, which is the traditional Liberal playbook, is be scared of the Tories, therefore you NDP Green voters, you have to vote Liberal. They had more success in 2015 with a very different strategy, which was a very positive, ambitious, idealistic platform, and that seemed to round up the left vote much more successfully than they have this time.
I would say, though, that with 9, is that what I see? 9 New Democrats leading or elected, it's not a total failure yet.
Okay, let's go to Mike Crawley, because he, of course, covers Queen's Park here in Ontario, covers the Premier regularly. I'm sure you've been listening in, Mike. The consensus at the table seems to be that it was probably a mistake to not let Doug Ford be Doug Ford, if you will, and to try and tap into that support that obviously exists for him. That's how he became Premier. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the question is, would it actually have made things a bit worse if Premier Doug Ford was out front and center reminding Ontarians about the way he's running his government here? Look, the Liberals didn't try to make this election about Doug Ford for no reason at all. They had polling data that was telling them that people were more reluctant to vote for Andrew Scheer's Conservatives because of the way Premier Doug Ford was performing. And the Conservatives had that same data too. That's why Doug Ford adjourned the legislature until next week after the election. That's why he wasn't out there campaigning with Andrew Scheer. That's why Andrew Scheer didn't talk about Doug Ford. So, I think clearly that these two strategies were working, against one another. The Conservatives were trying to, make up ground, but it would seem to me from these early indications that it worked for the Liberals to try to drag down the federal Conservatives by association with Doug Ford.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think there's always a risk to letting Doug Ford be Doug Ford. So they obviously weighed it and thought, well, that's not going to work in this case. Okay, Mike Crawley, we'll check in with you later. I see you're at Stella Ambler's headquarters there, so we'll see if she can pull off a win and regain her seat from 2015. David Cochran's got some results.
Yeah, Rosie Bobray talks about Doug Ford being in witness protection. The Liberals use him like a piñata. Every time they hit him, they think Liberal votes fell out. We're going to look at a couple of ridings now where that strategy may have worked, starting in Whitby, where Selina Caesar-Chavannes left, and it left that seat in support of Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott, expressing frustration with the Liberals. They were worried it could be a little bit of a scorched earth, but the Liberal candidate with a 116-vote lead in early numbers. Hamilton East Stony Creek. This is an area that is normally kind to the New Democrats, where the steel workers have been pouring money into these ridings to try to help the NDP, but Bob Bratna holding on to a 76-vote lead over Nick Milanovich, a university professor running for the NDP. Now, Guelph is a riding the Liberals were able to hold on to under Michael Ignatieff, but they were worried because the Greens have some strength there provincially. They are running second right now federally, but Lloyd Longfield holding on with a 155-vote lead. And our final riding is Milton, the gold medal riding that we wanted to take a look at. Adam Van Couverden with an 8-vote lead over Conservative incumbent Lisa Raitt. That is going to be one we're going to watch all night. One of the 10 closest ridings in the country would be my prediction, Rosie.
Okay, good to watch.
Look at the numbers for the Greens and the New Democrats in Milton. It's a two-way fight, and I think that's an important thing to notice, that there has been this attempt to really focus on what is the choice. In that riding, it's a very focused choice between Adam and Lisa.
Okay. Ian's got some more results at this moment. Ian?
We're going to take a look at the Green Party and how they're doing in Ontario. Remember Elizabeth May telling a reporter in British Columbia it was still early, too early after the Atlantic Canada results to assess where the Greens are. And she probably had in mind a little bit of early success like we're seeing for the Greens. Let's look at the vote change. First of all, the Conservatives are up by 3 percentage points. Not, I don't think, what they were hoping for in the province. The Greens up by 2.9 percentage points. But for them, that's a big change. And let's see how that's playing out in a couple of ridings. This is just the first of 223 polls reporting, but it is a significant one for the Greens in lead. We'll keep an eye on that riding over the next hour or so. And in Parry Sound and Muskoka, this has been a Conservative riding. It continues so far to be a Conservative riding tonight. But look at the Greens, pretty strong third in Parry Sound and Muskoka at this point.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let's just take a quick look at the floor here. As you can see, it's starting to change. We don't have any results yet from British Columbia. We'll keep our eye on the map for that part. But a couple things to tell you that in Saskatchewan, the Conservatives are leading in 10. But Ralph Goodale right now is still in front. There were some concerns that he might not be able to pull it off. The race is very tight. And in Alberta, all the seats so far seem to be leading and leaning blue, Conservative, which would not be surprising, although that would be some losses there for the Liberals. Vashi, tell me what you're hearing right now.
I think there's no way to overstate the significance of Ontario. We knew going into this that the path to victory for either party was through Ontario. I think two things to focus on that both Bob and others have brought up. The first is the potential impact of that you diplomatically put out a strategic voting message. It was really in the last 7 days. Keep them out. You have to vote for us, right? Like, did that work? I think
I've been the victim of that, so I know what it's like.
I'm sure you have.
It does work. It can work.
Yeah,
that's strategic voting.
The second is to pick up on what others were saying about Doug Ford. I mean, that's an interesting analysis and one that you really didn't hear through the media in the first 6 weeks of this campaign. I mean, there was a lot of how could they ever associate with Doug Ford. We know from speaking with conservatives that just before the campaign, the people in the 905 were at the doors and they were hearing very distinctly from people that they did not want to be associated with Doug Ford. Like, that association had been drawn. It was a specific conclusion that the federal conservatives drew that they couldn't afford to, and we don't know how much worse the outcome could have been if they did for them. However, I do take the point that there is a large constituency of support for Doug Ford as well, and perhaps it had an impact. I'd wager a guess that it's the strategic voting message, maybe more than that.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. Let's just check in on where we are with the board again. Liberals leading and elected in 124 ridings. The Conservatives at 94. The Bloc Québécois leading or elected in 28. Remember, most parties sort of predicted that they would get back to this space. They had 10 in 2015. So this is a big gain for the Bloc Québécois tonight. The NDP still doesn't have enough seats right now to form official party status, to get official party status. Remember, now they've just got it. You have to have 12 to get that. So they need to at least hold on to that tonight. The Greens have been leading or elected in 1. And it's still looking good for them in Fredericton at this time. Okay, our CBC News decision desk is ready right now to make a call. Canada, your next government will be a Liberal government. Justin Trudeau will hang on as Prime Minister. So after a contentious, sometimes nasty campaign, Justin Trudeau may in fact need the support of some other parties to govern the country. But we don't know how that's going to shake down. All we're willing to say right now is that Canada is getting a Liberal government. Justin Trudeau is going to be very pleased. There's Liberal headquarters right now. Some excitement starting as they've realized that they've held on to government tonight. Can we go to Salima Shivji? She is in Montreal at Liberal headquarters. Let's dip in with Salima. Salima, take it away.
Well, Rosie, you can hear the chants behind me. 4 more years, 4 more years. Obviously, a pretty happy crowd here. That call came rather quickly, perhaps more quickly than they were expecting a couple of weeks ago. So the chants of 4 more years, as the numbers were creeping up of the projected seat counts, there were cheers kind of peeling out from the crowd. When they got to 50, they got to 100, and then when the call came from us and from Radio-Canada, it's a pretty happy crowd here. Now, it was interesting. The room was empty at the beginning when the polls closed in the Eastern time zone. The Liberal team was watching separately, camped away, really kind of quietly watching the results from the Atlantic region, but they were really encouraged by those results coming in. They had expected some of those seat losses, and then with the results pouring in from the Eastern time zone, they started trickling in here and pouring into the room. So obviously pretty excited room so far, waiting to hear whether it'll be a minority or a majority government. But you can feel the excitement building. What a change from just about half an hour ago, about 45 minutes ago, when it was really quite empty, and there was still a little bit of nail biting as the team was waiting to see what was going to happen in Quebec. They weren't as worried about what was going to happen in the Atlantic. They were expecting those losses. It was Quebec that was the wild card for now, and they were feeling very confident about their chances in Ontario. So they're still waiting to hear, though.
Yes. Well, and let me explain to you and to everyone why we're all still waiting to tell them a little bit more about what this government will look like. As was the case in Atlantic Canada, as has been the case through part of the night, there are many ridings that are still too close to call. 59 ridings at this hour with a margin of less than 50 votes, if I'm not mistaken. I'll get that board to you just as soon as I can to give you a picture of what that looks like. But that means, given how tight some of those races are, in 59 ridings, that's a whole bunch still, we are not yet ready to say Liberal minority or majority, because those things are still in play. That's how tight this race is in some spaces. All we're going to tell you right now is it's a Liberal government. Justin Trudeau hangs on for a second mandate as Prime Minister, and we'll be able to firm that up pretty soon. So we'll bring in Andrew. This is a good spot for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and you hit the nail right on the head, right? There are so many ridings that are still in play. This 130 number, it could go sky high or it could hold pretty stagnant. So let's try to answer that question, whether the Liberals can cross this all-important threshold, where they can hit 38.5%. And historically, just based entirely on historical precedent, we've never seen a party not hit that mark and still form a majority government. Right now, the Liberals are underneath that mark. And remember what we saw just a few moments ago, right? The Liberals were trending at around 40%, but I was watching that number so closely, and it felt like every 5 minutes that went by, they went down a tick. They went down a tick. They went down a tick. They've been dropping it. The more results we've been getting in from Ontario and Quebec, that number has been dropping, and of course, in the prairies and in Alberta. So right now, these numbers would suggest the Liberals not trending towards a majority government. Still have BC results to come. But let me show you the seat change numbers so far. This is another metric by which we can try to gauge, and this is a much harder math calculation. And when I say hard, I don't mean hard difficult, but this is actually much clearer because the Liberals just mathematically can afford to lose 16 seats and hold on to their majority. If they lose more than that, bye-bye majority. Right now, they're down 20 seats. So those two things combined would suggest to us right now that, well, just a few short minutes ago, it looked like the Liberals might be able to form a majority, or at least the path was open to that. Right now, that door appears to be closing. But again, Rosie, this all hinges on so many of those ridings which are so close to call. As you pointed out, dozens of ridings that are within 50 to 100 votes, which is as narrow as it gets. A few other of the seat change numbers that I'll point out, the Conservatives up ever so slightly, not nearly as many as they would have hoped if this was going to be a good night for them. And the Bloc Québécois, they only needed to be +2 to form official party status, to recapture that status. Right now, they're up much more than that, up 18. And the NDP, they're down 14. If they lose many more than that, they would be threatened with losing party status, but of course, those BC ridings are going to give them a boost.
Places where we would expect them to do well. Okay, great. Thanks, Andrew. So again, just reminding you that there are so many close calls still to come and a lot of ridings not reporting yet in British Columbia, which is why we are not yet ready to say what form of Liberal government this will take. Let's get some more results from Ian right now.
Isn't this a time when you're glad you're not actually on the decision desk making those projections?
No, like I would be terrible at that job. Terrible.
But they are very careful and they're making sure that they don't do that projection until they know that there is going to be a Liberal government. But as you say, and we'll keep stressing, we don't know if it's going to be a majority or a minority. Let's look at the seat change to this point in Ontario, keeping in mind, Rosie, what you just said about a lot of these still very much in progress. But you can see at this point, the Conservatives only ahead when you consider elected and leading, primarily leading, I would think, only by +4 seats. And I want to show you 3 ridings in the 905. We've been talking about it all night. And in the 905, this is where the Conservatives in particular needed to pick up seats. Newmarket Aurora, Tony Van Bynen, who is going, if he were to hold on to this, of course, it's only 79 vote difference. Only 5 polls are reporting. He was the mayor of Newmarket. He would like to become the MP. This is a riding the Liberals won last time around with a different MP. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this used to be Julian Fantino's riding, and Francesco Sobara won in 2015 and has a fairly significant lead, 480 after 15 polls. And finally, Oakville, Anita Anand, first time she's running, although this was a Liberal win back in 2015. And a small lead, though, too, right, Rosie? Like 79 votes here. And so there are a bunch of these ridings that easily could change as we get more polls reporting.
Yeah, and that's why we're not going too much further down this road yet, other than a Liberal government. But just look at the Conservative number there for a minute. Okay, now they're at 100, but in 2015, they won 99 seats. So if they're not able to start pulling in some other numbers, winning some of these key seats in British Columbia, that's got to be a disappointing night for them, beyond the fact that they are not forming government. Heather's got more results.
It's, as you say, it's so dramatic, and these are very, very tight. In the riding of Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts, as we walk, but take a look quickly at the seat change there. You see the Bloc up 22 from 4 years ago when they had 10 and didn't even have official party status. We're into that 30-plus range that we've been talking about projected, but still not all decided. And this is one that is going back, it's 2015 all over again. You have the Bloc incumbent, Xavier Barsalou-Duval, flipping back and forth with Simon Chalifou for the Liberals, again, early with just 10 of the polls reporting, but that very much too close. Longueuil-Saint-Hubert is one of the ridings on the South Shore that we talked a lot about because there was so much party swapping and jersey swapping, and Régent Hébert has a solid lead at this stage of the night anyway. He's the former health minister in the government of Pauline Marois provincially, but he went to the federal Liberals because he wants a health care network for seniors. He thought that's the best way to put his main platform point ahead. Right now, he is leading on the South Shore, but again, that 450 range, the Francophone ridings, this is what we're watching, Rosemary.
Okay, should tell you that there are only 2 Liberal cabinet ministers trailing in their races at this hour. Amarjeet Sohi in Edmonton, where he only won by a very slim margin in 2015, and Diane Leboutillier in Magdalen Islands, she is trailing as well. Everyone else is holding for now. David's got some more results.
We're going to show you a couple of those Liberal cabinet ministers right now, starting in Burlington, where Karina Gould, when we last checked, had a 417-vote lead over the Conservative contender who was in second place. This is one of the seats that if the Conservatives are going to win tonight, they needed to break through. So far, the Liberals holding in these results. We're going to move on now to Peterborough, Kawartha. Mariam Monsef with a narrow 36-vote lead over the Conservative Michael Skinner. I believe this is a rematch from last time, Rosie, but this is another one of those seats in the smaller urban centers of Ontario where the Conservatives needed to bust through. Tight one there. Monsef slightly ahead. Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. This one's personal for the Liberals. Leona Alleslev crossed the floor in a dramatic moment in Parliament. She has an 88-vote lead over the Liberals with only 3 of 205 polls reporting. This is one the Liberals want back, as is this one for a bunch of reasons. Markham Stouffville, the Conservatives are 50 votes ahead right now over Helena Jaczek, the former Ontario Liberal Health Minister. Jane Philpott is the reason why this is interesting. She left with Jody Wilson-Raybould. She right now is in 3rd place running as an independent.
Okay, and that had gone Conservative before, so it wouldn't be surprising for the Conservatives to take it back. Ian's got some more results right now.
So British Columbia won't determine which party will form government, but they may determine whether it is a majority or a minority. And let's look at some of the first results from that province. Vancouver South, Defence Minister Harjit Sajjan is in a lead of just 5, but just 1 poll reporting. Quick look at Vancouver Kingsway. Don Davies, longtime NDP MP, one of those guys who just has so much support in that area, and he is leading. Tamara Taggart, very famous broadcaster in British Columbia, former broadcaster, really charming, and it'll be interesting to see how she does in that riding. And then North Island, Powell River, strong NDP tradition here, but this is one of those interesting ridings on the island, Rosie, where over the years the Reform has done well as well. And a lot of us are wondering to see how the Green Party will do. But of all the Vancouver Island ridings, this might be the toughest one for the Greens in the industrial North Island, Powell River area.
So those are some of the results, the early results from British Columbia, which, as Ian says, could make or break just what kind of government Justin Trudeau will be having for the next little bit. Let me show you again where we're at overall. Liberals leading or elected in 143 ridings, and the Conservatives now leading or elected in 104. The Bloc is on the board with 30. Remember, they started off at 10. So if damage has been done here tonight, it has been done by the Bloc Québécois and perhaps largely to the NDP, who's on the board with 20 at this stage, and those are, we'll go back and see whether they picked up or held on to any in Quebec. When I last checked, they were holding on to just 1, and the Greens are on the board with 1, but we are expecting more to come from them on Vancouver Island. That's where all their hopes are. They have, however, increased their share of the vote across the country by about 9%. And in fact, that could have hurt other parties as we saw that support go ahead. Now, our CBC News decision desk is ready to make yet another call. Canada, your next government will be a Liberal minority government. We're projecting that at this hour. Justin Trudeau will, as we say there, get a second mandate as Prime Minister, but his majority from 2015 no longer. And given the way this campaign has unfolded, Justin Trudeau may indeed need the support of other parties in order to find a way to govern the country. We'll have to see where these margins go and where they end in order to get that sense about where that cooperation would come from and how he's going to get it. But let's go to Salima Shivji, who's with headquarters in Montreal, and they're watching us behind you. Obviously, they're still very happy there tonight. Yeah.
They are happy here tonight. A loud cheer actually went out when you'd made that call, except for it wasn't as loud as when we first projected that there was going to be a Liberal government. Obviously, they were hoping for a majority here, but the fact that it is a Liberal minority government, little bit of a muted response. You can hear the cheers again behind me. They have switched channels, but they are cheering at mostly all of the results. For Liberals here, Liberal insiders, Liberal strategists, it's basically the idea is a win is better than a loss. You know, they wanted to win, they wanted a majority, but they'll take the minority and wait and see who will hold the balance of power and who they'll have to work with to get legislation passed. So the room is joyful, not you know, hugely celebrating, but obviously very happy that they will return to government, perhaps a little bit more difficult to govern at that point in time. A win is better than a loss, is what they're saying.
Yeah, and we'll see how big a win. Thanks for that, Salima. We'll check back with you through the evening. Of course, we'll hear from Justin Trudeau. So again, there are places where it's too tight, and we don't see the places where the Liberals can pick up support, so we can't get them to 170. But listen, can we get them close? Maybe. And that will be a determining factor in how they govern as a minority government. How high can they get that number? There were Liberals over the past couple of days that were certainly suggesting 150 and going all the way up to 160, which would certainly make their lives a little bit easier in a minority government. Remember, the last minority government we saw under Liberal rule was under Paul Martin. Minority governments generally tend to last anywhere between 18 and 24 months. Andrew now is going to come in and give us a big picture about how this actually broke down and explain to us a little better why we are where we are.
Yeah, and the way our decision desk is crunching the numbers, it just wasn't in the cards for the Liberals to form a majority government. And we have a few metrics by which we can describe how that comes about, but this is one of them that we've been talking a little bit about over the course of the evening. Just the simple fact that historically, we've essentially never seen a party fall below 38.5% and still form a majority government, and it doesn't look like tonight is going to be an exception to that rule. The Liberals falling well short, 36.7% of the popular vote. One other interesting thing I'll point out, the NDP are down about 5% in their vote share. The Greens are up about 5% in their vote share. Let's take a look at the seat change. Another way we can mathematically crunch this one, the Liberals could have afforded to lose 16 seats over the course of the night. Right there, I just saw a little minus 16 there just for a moment. Right now it's at minus 17. But even just that volatility gives you a little bit of sense of why it's taken as long as it has for us to make the call that we've made, because there's still so many ridings that are a little too close to call, a little too close for comfort. So these numbers can still go up and down, but right now the Liberals outside of that threshold that they needed to be within in order to form a majority government, which is why we can look at the board and we can see quite clearly Liberal minority in the cards.
Okay. Great, thanks for that. But of course, it's dependent on how big that is, because if you add up the Liberals and the NDP, you're 2 away from 170. So you can start to see 1 away at 19. So you can start to see how they're going to get people to find ways to buy into whatever they've got to do in order to make their governing a little bit easier. Not as easy as with a majority, but the more seats you have, the easier it starts to get, Ian.
So what happened with the Conservatives in Ontario that has changed this from a Liberal majority to a Liberal minority? Well, let's look at a couple of ridings. The results aren't complete yet in these ridings, but they give us an indication of a couple of ridings where, oh, look, here you go. This is a good example, Rosie, of why this is still in progress and could change. A 61-vote lead here for Kim Rudd in Northumberland, Peterborough South. She won the riding last time around. Just before I was going to speak, the Conservatives were in the lead there. Hastings, Lennox, Addington, this is a riding that the Conservatives held for many years before Mike Bossio won it in 2015. They are in the lead here, as you can see, with 28 of 224 polls. We're all finding out we need stronger glasses the next time there's an election, which, who knows, probably isn't going to be 4 years from now. Anyway, Conservatives in the lead here.
Okay, I should say the NDP. I'm getting to you guys. I know you all want to talk about 1972. It's coming. No. I need to get some, or 1985. Okay. No, hang on. I need to get some more results from David. Then I'm coming to you two. Hang on.
All right, Rosie. We're going to show you 2 seats where the Liberals had breakthroughs in the last vote, but are trailing right now. This is Lac-Saint-Jean, which is a historic breakthrough from them in a by-election in 2017. But look who's leading it right now by 1,700 votes. That is Gilles Ducep's son. Alexis Brunel Duceppe has a 1,767 vote lead over the Liberal candidate, 45 of 267 polls reporting. And here in Kildonan St. Paul, Marianne Mahaichuk, a demoted cabinet minister, trailing with 25 polls reporting to Raquel Danko, the Conservative candidate. So 2 seats that they won last time in a by-election and in the general where they're trailing now.
Okay, I didn't lie to you guys. We're coming, but Heather's got a few more results.
I just want to come
hang
back
tight,
to
hang tight.
I'll be quick. Spoiler and Kingmaker. Which party would form government? Would it be majority or minority? Look at that number from the Bloc 33. And here's one of the ridings with this happening. The Bloc taking from all parties. Rémi Massé is the incumbent for the Liberals, but leading at this point is 26-year-old Christine Michaud, who talks about doing politics differently. Yves-François Blanchet has really actively recruited young members, young candidates very successfully today. Valérie Tremblay is leading in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Richard Martel was really seen when he won the by-election and beat the Liberals in that by-election as the test of Andrew Scheer as his leadership and his attempt to create that Mulroney nationalist conservative coalition. He was seen as a really successful measure of that. Again, not lasting and going to the Bloc today. Rosemary, again, so taking from the Conservatives and from the Liberals as they form that 33-seat Bloc.
Okay. All right. You two ready? First, I'd like to talk about 1972. I was born 4 years later. We'll start there. No, but that was when Pierre Trudeau's majority was reduced to a minority. As we've said, a very tight race with Stanfield, only 2 votes, 2 ridings apart. But it leads you to believe that same comparison that Justin Trudeau could not hold the majority.
Well, but this one's a little different because he's
it's
got
not tight,
a big
yeah.
pad. This is closer to 79.
Okay, give me that story.
Well, 79 Clark wins.
Yeah.
4 percentage points lower in the popular vote than Trudeau, about 20 or so seats greater. But it was a minority government for the Conservatives, defeated 9 months later by this guy's motion in the House of Commons. But he had to try and figure out a way to hold that minority government. And that's the problem Justin Trudeau's going to have here. If these numbers are what they are at the end of the evening, and they won't be because they're going to change, but if they're anything like this,
yeah,
he's got to put together the NDP, the Greens, and some of the Bloc.
Yeah. But, yeah, but it also goes back to your other point about the way the country is divided. And in that case, it might look a little bit more like 1980, right? Because if you don't have much support here west of, where are we here, Manitoba?
Right.
You got a little bit on the corner, but
the thing you
west of Ontario, west of Ontario.
You always have to remember is that a majority is a majority and a minority is a minority. It doesn't matter if you have 169 seats. If you don't have a majority, you don't have a majority.
I know, but it's easier.
Well, no,
like
it's not necessarily, because it depends on where you get. You have to govern, if I can borrow a phrase from our friend Joe Clark, you have to govern as if you have a minority.
That's right.
And you have to remember that.
Right.
You only need
you can't get too cocky.
You can't say, well, I'm pretty close.
Yeah.
I have almost got a majority.
Yeah.
And that takes you nowhere. You have to govern as if you have a minority. And that's, I think, the hard truth about tonight. I mean, I don't think anybody that I was talking to was thinking we're going to win a majority again.
No.
But you got to understand that this now you're playing a different game.
Yeah.
And it's going to have different consequences.
The Liberals will telegraph this as a win, though, right? We knew that they will not be saying, but they will be framing it today as not, we're a few inches short of a majority, and they were even saying to us very often in the past 24 hours, $1.50, a buck and a half, a buck and a half. That's what they knew that this was anticipated.
Yeah. So they're pretty good at projecting their own things. Yes.
Senior citizen on this.
Stop it.
If I can
stop it.
If I can point out, though, that yes, it is a minority government, and yes, it may be that the Bloc will be needed on a day-to-day basis. But if you think for a second that any of those 3 opposition parties, the Bloc, the Greens, or the NDP, want to go in an election anytime soon,
That's right.
or that there is a topic that would, like the Andrew Scheer's Bill 1.
Yes, there's nothing that's going to fall apart.
There's nothing like that on the horizon.
Right.
So, and the Conservatives themselves are going to have to ask themselves some serious questions as to where they go from there.
They're going to be in a leadership
Well,
race.
that's where I want to go. I want to go to Regina and talk to Katie before we dig into that a little bit more, because there's lots of things to talk about. How does the Prime Minister lead a minority government, and what happens to Andrew Scheer? So we're at 108 for the Conservatives leading or elected, and I looked in Quebec just now. I think we were leading and elected in 10, so maybe that deals with the concerns that Corey had. What's the mood there, Katie?
Rosie, I think, well, right now, every time they bring up a Conservative candidate that's been elected, there's a little bit of applause here, but for the most part, there are hundreds and hundreds of people in this room, and it has mostly been pretty silent. The moment that CBC News projected a Liberal government, it was still unclear whether it'd be a majority or minority. It was on the big screen behind me, and as soon as you declared it, Rosie, they changed the channel, but the crowd heard it, the room was completely silent. So this is obviously a disappointing result for Andrew Scheer, and now the next questions are going to be not, well, you know, does the party with the most seats get to govern, which Andrew Scheer had been trying to plant that seed. If the Conservatives had won more seats than the Liberals, they were going to try and plow through and form that government. That question now appears to be completely out the window at this stage, and the question will be for Andrew Scheer is, does he continue on as leader? Will he get to a seat count where his colleagues, his caucus, will be comfortable with him leading the helm into the next election? And it's going to be a minority government, so who knows when that is going to happen. But at this point, one thing to be watching for are the Peter MacKays of the world, are the Erin O'Tooles of the world, are those people who possibly have an interest in leading this party into the future, do they start to assess their options at this stage?
All right, thanks for that, Katie. I would wager they were starting to assess their options 2 weeks ago, but that's just me. Corey, let's get your assessment. So he's gained 11 seats as of now, leading and elected from what they had in 2015. How would the Conservatives respond to that?
Well, I think we want to see what happens with the rest of the evening before we jump too deep into those waters. But you know, I will say this, that you know, for minority parliament situations, which we're talking about, I very much agree with the things that Premier Ray said about how that doesn't matter. But I would add to that this may be a very stable minority government, even if it is a minority government, because I think the NDP are going to be broke.
Yes, they will be.
I think
they already are.
I think the Bloc will have no real incentive to go back to the polls. And you know, we'll see how the rest of the night unfolds. But you could have multiple parties in leadership contests, whether it's the Conservatives or whether it's the Green Party, or you know what may come to pass. It could be a very stable minority government for quite some time as a result of that.
Okay, so let's see where the numbers end up before we start determining what happens to Andrew Scheer and whether the Conservative Party wants to give him another kick at the can or not. But let me give you some good news for the leader of the Bloc Québécois. Right now, we can confirm that Yves-François Blanchet has been elected in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. Remember, he was previously an MNA, so a provincial representative in the National Assembly in Quebec in 2008 and in 2012. This is his first foray into federal politics, and he has, it would seem, largely rebuilt the Bloc Québécois from where it was when it was wiped out in 2011, in large part anyway, by the NDP. Where they had no official party status back in 2011. Gilles Duceppe, the leader at the time, also lost. So this is a big return for the Bloc Québécois tonight, largely due to the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, who can claim a victory here. Let's go to Montreal and the Bloc headquarters, where Alison Northcott is there with some reaction. Alison.
Hi, I'm with Michel Duchesne. He's the Bloc candidate for Laurier-Sainte-Marie here in Montreal. What do you make of the results that you're seeing so far?
Yeah, it's really exciting because it's coming back to more a cultural and uprising, the pride and the anger towards the public funding to the petroleum industry. People are quite angry about that. So in Quebec, it's transforming into a need to put more money on the green resources. And me, as a writer, and a screenwriter and a director, to put some money back in the cultural, because we need some.
What does it mean for the Bloc to have this many, potentially the number of seats that we're seeing now, versus what it had before it started with just 10?
It means we're going to be heard more. We're going to be. We've been suffering of. It's always pushing forward. It's like for the GNS emission. Now it's 2050. They say 2050. 2050, we're all going to be dead. We have to act now. There's a climate urgency and also a cultural urgency. French is needs love in Montreal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duchesne. Back to you, Rosie.
Okay, thanks for that, Allison. Obviously, lots of excitement there in the headquarters in Montreal. I'm going to bring in for some analysis Megan Leslie. I'm going to start with you. So, NDP, leading or elected in 21 right now. A lot of them have been lost in Quebec. I can see one little spot there. I'm not sure where that is. Someone will come in my ear and tell me. What does this tell you? And what do you make of sort of Corey's analysis that the NDP really can't afford another election anytime soon either?
Rosemary, I actually think we're completely missing the mark on this whole conversation.
Okay,
My chest is getting tight as we talk
tell me.
about...
Oh my God,
Yes.
don't let that happen, tell me.
Well, as we talk about what leader should or should not resign and how are the parties going to govern, I mean, look at this map. The voters are sending us a message. And we've been talking about how nobody really gets enthusiastic about voting for a minority, and we're making little jokes about, you know, how are people going to the polls and they don't even know and nobody really cares. It's baloney. Look at this map. They voted for Yves-François Blanchet. The people in Kenora voted for Chief Rudy Turtle. The people in Fredericton voted for Jenica Atwin.
It's climate change. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not climate change. They didn't get the cooperation that they expected with proportional representation, and they are forcing cooperation on us. That's what's happening here. They are telling us that we've got to figure it out. They didn't get it through pro-rep, so they're showing us with the ballot box. And I think these are highly, highly motivated voters, and no leader should step down.
Okay, but that's a good point. But to my point around climate change, which you also wanted to talk about, you could also read the map that way.
For sure.
So you've got big swaths of the country that are willing and prepared to fight climate change and perhaps ask for something more aggressive than the Liberals were doing. And then you've got this half of the country and a little pocket down here that say no more anymore.
We are a country of regions. And it kind of doesn't make sense that we work, but we do.
Yeah.
But people are voting for their beliefs, for their values. They're voting for their regions. They're voting for their local economies. I mean, that is exactly what is going on here.
Yeah. Okay, Duncan wants to.
Well, I want to pick up on that point. I mean, my habits at Cross Country Checkup die hard, and I like to listen to what Canadians are having to say. And I'm getting a lot of people responding and talking about proportional representation and the frustration that they had with electoral reform. Clive Tassar sent this tweet: "I'd have a lot more enthusiasm for this election if I had a reformed electoral system in which I could vote." And you know, clearly there were people that were frustrated that Justin Trudeau reneged on that promise of electoral reform. And perhaps what we are seeing here is Canadians sending a message that they want to see cooperation, and they want, and I mean, anyone looking at the Green numbers, you know, they've been about 8, 9, 10%. Yet at the moment, they only have one seat.
Yeah, except that seat in Fredericton, which they are now leading more than 1,000 in. I don't like. Would they have got that without first the past the post? Like, I mean, it starts to be a conversation that depends on where you're going in terms of electoral reform, and I don't know that there's going to be enough pressure on anyone to do that this time around either, frankly. Okay, I want to bring you up to date on one more elected.
That's dead.
That's dead.
Electoral. Sorry, but it's not
here
happening.
We go. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. But the only parties that would advocate for it right now, the NDP and the Greens. Hang on, I just have to do this. Andrew Scheer has been re-elected in Regina Capel. The Conservative leader this will be his 6th consecutive win in Saskatchewan. First elected there in 2004, an easy win for him. First elected at age 25, has been a politician really for most of his life. So he has that good news now. Okay, weigh in there on your electoral reform.
No, but I mean, it's nice to have this conversation every time there's an election, but it is not coming back. The Liberals and the Conservatives are not buying in, and it will not be a topic. I watched, you know, Jagmeet Singh say a progressive government would do electoral reform. I think a lot of the people who did vote for the NDP tonight would not think that we would go back in an election over electoral reform.
No, oh God, no, I don't think so either. I gotta let Althea go quickly, and then I gotta go.
And frankly, the Greens and the NDP are not even saying that. No. I mean, Jagmeet Singh has refused to say out what his conditions for a minority government would be, but he's put electoral reform way down below pharmacare and housing. And Elizabeth May clearly said in the spring that her #1 thing was climate and not electoral reform. Yeah. So they themselves have given up on it.
Okay, so Megan just wants it, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing you.
Just the idea of cooperation, right? Every time I look at this, they want us to cooperate.
Well, that's what a minority government is. They want you to better cooperate and come to better results. I'm going to show you the map here because you're seeing something interesting at the top of your screen. All my friends in Northern Canada who are wondering, where the heck am I? Here you are. And Ian's going to tell us some of those results because they're very different than last time.
They are very different. They're very colorful. There are huge ridings, and it's very early results. So let's look at each of the 3 northern ridings in Canada, beginning with Nunavut. If the NDP were able to hang on here, this would be a gain for them. I talked to our bureau in Iqaluit to get the proper pronunciation of the NDP candidate, Mumalok Kukuk, and that is a phonetic that I got, just in case anyone's wondering where that pronunciation came from. Pretty sure it is correct. A 1-vote lead, though, at this point. Northwest Territories, we see the Liberals in a pretty big lead here, more than double the NDP, who are in second place. And the final northern riding is Yukon, and again, pretty early here, but what do we have? Just one poll of 91 reporting the Conservatives in the lead in Yukon.
Okay, I know early results there, but I did want to make sure all Northern Canadians knew we hadn't forgotten about them. We're watching. They're just coming in slowly, so we'll bring them to you as they get confirmed. David's got some results.
Yeah, Rosie, we've got 3 ridings with prominent women incumbents, all who are losing right at this time in different stages of voting. We're going to start in Milton, where Adam Van Koeverden is in the gold medal position on the podium with 1,100 vote lead over Deputy National Leader of the Conservative Party, Lisa Raitt. We're going to move on to the next riding of Markham-Stouffville, where Helena Jaczek is leading for the Liberals, 316 votes over the Conservatives, but look who is in third. It's Jane Philpott, the former Health and Indigenous Services Minister for the Liberal government who left over SNC-Lavalin. And speaking of SNC-Lavalin, Vancouver-Granville. This is a riding that can be summarized as JWR, SNC, and WTF is going to happen. Talib Noor Mohammed is in front in the early riding, the early results, 39-vote lead with the Conservatives in second. This is going to be all about the vote splits, Rosie. We highlighted that early in the night in British Columbia. This is one of those ridings where that is going to be the story.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, David. I know you'll continue to track those ones. I want to give you an update on a bunch of cabinet ministers, too. Mary Monsef, Ralph Goodale, Amarjeet Sohi, John Wilkinson, Joyce Murray, all trailing in their ridings at this hour. We'll try to bring you up to date on just by how far as soon as we can. I want to bring in Vashi now for some thoughts.
Well, like I was saying, I think this is on the positive end of what the Liberals were thinking, especially towards this weekend, they could achieve, particularly because of the gains they felt they had made in Ontario. At this juncture, this is not the result the Conservatives were hoping for. They had a wide range of projections, and again, coming into this weekend, they did feel they had lost some ground, as you were saying, over the past few weeks, particularly in Ontario. But because of the uncertainty around that message of vote splitting or strategic voting, whatever you want to call it, there was a lot of, they felt like there still was a chance. There was a level of optimism that perhaps they did not have, let's remember back in 2015, when you could feel that they knew 3 days out that it was a done deal. I didn't have that same sense this time, so this would be a very disappointing result for them. I'll sum it up by, I hope this is inappropriate, but someone just texted me from the war room saying, this really sucks.
Yeah. No, that's not inappropriate at all. I think I would expect more powerful language, frankly.
They say that in war rooms?
Well, they did to me, yes.
We will never surrender. That's what you're supposed to say in a war room.
In fact, I'm just being reminded here that the vote share right now, as it stands now, is 34.5 for the Liberals and 33 for the Conservatives, which is which would be a good night for the pollsters if that's where we end tonight. That's pretty much where we were.
It also raises that issue. I mean, look at the numbers on the board, right? There's a split of what, 30 seats between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and yet only 1.5 or less than 1.5 in the popular vote.
Right.
And it's entirely possible, the way these BC numbers are coming in, that it's going to be even closer than that on the popular vote.
Yeah, it will be. And the number to keep your eye on is what gets you to 170.
Yeah, how can you make it?
How do you make it to 170? And can you do it with one party, or do you have to rely on two or three?
I thought we just declared that we didn't need to worry about this because there's not going to be any immediate
No,
election
I don't agree
anyway.
with that. I didn't declare that. I think that the problem is, if you're thinking about how do you manage this government, how do you make sure it's stable, and how do you make sure it works? I agree entirely with what has been said about the need for cooperation.
Right.
I think your style of government is going to have to be cooperative, listening, but you've also got huge challenges in terms of the pipeline issue, climate change issue, Indigenous issues. You go down the list and say these are These are challenging for governments. It's going to be an interesting time. Yeah. I hope as much stability as possible. Yeah. I don't think it'll be a coalition or anything like that. I think it'll just be a Pearsonian minority government.
They'll just sort it out as they go along.
With as much as possible.
Okay, I want to show you some results for the Greens here because they've made some other inroads. Let's start in Ontario. Is that where we're going? Let me show you where the Green Party is doing well. Oh, no, we're going to go to Elizabeth May. She, of course, is the leader of the Green Party, Saanich Gulf Islands. She is leading there over the Liberals by 30 votes at this stage. Let's go to another first round out here. This is also not surprising, Nanaimo Ladysmith. This is the by-election that they won recently with Paul Manley. He is leading there. And let's bring you back all the way to the East Coast now in Fredericton, where there is a significant lead now for the Green Party in Fredericton, up by more than 1,500 votes in that riding. So definitely leaning towards being elected, but we're waiting for some advance votes to be counted in Fredericton before we make a call there. I haven't heard from my friend Andrew Coyne lately. Are you writing on deadline? Do you need
I've filed.
You filed? Oh, well then, put the computer away.
Who won? Well, I can tell you who lost. It's just both the major parties. On present form, the pollster's been pretty dead on this. Yeah. Yes. They're both going to finish with less than a third of the vote. That's never happened in our history as a country. Both of them ought to be taking serious lessons from that, particularly the Conservatives. This was a winnable election for them against a weakened Prime Minister. It's fine to talk about the failings of Andrew Scheer as a leader, and I think there should be a discussion of that. But if you look at that platform, that was a failure of vision in that platform. They are still stuck in this base-first strategy where they don't try to expand the base, they don't try to reach out to voters they don't already have, they just try to gin up the people they already have. And if they don't start rethinking that, they're going to keep on repeating this.
Who are you talking about here? The Conservatives?
Talking about the Conservatives.
Yes, yeah, they can't grow their base. It's always about 5.5 million people. I mean, yes.
The problem the Liberals have is the vote on the left is just skittering all over the place, back and forth between them and the NDP and the Greens and the Bloc. The problem the Conservatives have is they have a very solid base, but they cannot grow it, and they don't seem inclined to try.
Yeah, so what would they do to try? Because that was what I was wondering through the whole campaign. Like, why can't they, for God's sakes, think about carbon pricing? Like, why is that the boogeyman? Would that have helped them if they had done that?
And it's not just the issue, it's what it symbolizes. And there's a whole range of issues where the Conservatives have decided they don't want to appeal to the smarty pants vote. They don't want to appeal to the Central Canadian vote. They don't want to appeal to people who are that kind of voter.
Yeah.
And that's fine. They're going to own that the other kinds of voters. But there's a lot more people in the cities than there are in the countries. There's a growing proportion of the population that's university educated. And if Conservatives keep locking themselves out from that vote, they're going to keep on getting this kind of result.
Okay, Corey, I know you want in, but first I have to bring people some news. We can confirm right now that Maxime Bernier, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, has in fact lost his seat tonight. The Conservatives stealing it away with their candidate, Richard Lehoux. He has won by 38.9% of the vote over 28.5%. There you can see more than 2,000 votes. The Conservatives taking that away from Maxime Bernier tonight. Pretty devastating for the leader of that party, who, remember, slammed the door on the Conservatives after losing the leadership, said that they were morally bankrupt. He was going to form his party. He was going to have candidates across the country, and he was going to stick it to the Conservatives. Didn't win his own seat tonight, and in fact is only registering 1.6% of the vote for the People's Party of Canada across the entire country. Corey. And then I'll come to you, Chantal.
Well, I'll just quickly comment on that. I think that's very good news for the Conservative movement writ large. We spent basically a generation trying to unite the Conservative movement, and to have it start to splinter again is something is very unhealthy for it. That said, I think there should be some soul-searching and reflection as to how that situation came to be, and some outreach to try to bring those folks back into the fold, because a lot of them are, party activists and people who are of good faith, who want to improve the country and be active.
So is that party dead now in your mind?
I think that's it for the People's Party. If it makes it much harder for it to continue. It might take a little while, but it's pretty hard if you don't have a seat in the House of Commons and etc. That said, with all due respect to Andrew's comments, I think there are lots of examples of Conservative parties that do reach out beyond that base, and I think one of the The challenge is hating on on your opponent only gets you so far in this business.
Yeah,
you have to actually present a positive view of something else you're going to do. You know, if we like talking about Doug Ford tonight, so let's talk about that a little bit. Kathleen Wynne was one of the most unpopular politicians in the history of polling in this province. And if we had just talked about how bad she is all election, we would not have been elected government. And we were elected in the 416 and the 905, and we put together, you know, a substantial workable majority. But you know, just hating on the other guy is never enough. And I appreciate that point. I think that's true. But I don't think it's true that the Conservative Party is inherently trying to, you know, alienate the smarty pants votes or any of that. I think there's an interest in good faith to try to reach out to everybody. It's just some people do it in a better way and some people do it in a worse way. And a better way is obviously the way you want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, fair to say then that didn't happen here. I mean, I can bring in their total votes pretty soon and give you a sense of how many Canadians voted for them. But that is the sort of the perennial problem for the Conservative Party. If you cannot expand it, it doesn't. All you can do is try to destroy the others. And if that doesn't work, then you're sort of stuck.
This should be the last election that any party in this country believes it can win without having a serious plan for climate change.
I would agree with you.
Because if the issue was bigger this year than a decade ago when Stéphane Dion lost, it will be larger in the next election. And if the Conservatives do not take from what happened tonight their failure to thrive, for some voters, they're not even getting a hearing because of that position. Then they will have more nights like tonight.
Okay, quickly, Althea.
A few things. I think that Mr. Scheer could have addressed a lot of the handicaps that happened in this campaign by pre-positioning himself, like explaining his position, anti-abortion position over the summer, perhaps using different language when it came to same-sex marriage. A lot of people, especially voters in Quebec, looked at the TVA debate and said, I don't see myself in your party. And on the climate stuff, I think the handicap is so many people in Alberta actually don't believe that the Conservative Party should have a climate plan. How many times did I go door knocking in Calgary and be told, climate change, humans cause that, that's politically correct. We think that Andrew Scheer is even too far on the left on this issue. And on the PPC, I think that is a Maxime Bernier party. I mean, he's the leader. They embraced his party platform.
Okay, I got to go. I know Andrew wants to talk, but I got to bring some people some news because the Prime Minister now for the second time, Justin Trudeau, has been re-elected in Papineau, so I may as well give him that win as well tonight, not make him wait any longer. He's been elected there now 4 times. First elected in 2008. Of course, he became the Liberal Party leader 6 years ago, and here he's clinched onto his own riding with a lead of 1,200 votes. So. Andrew Chang is going to bring us some more info on that.
Yeah, so let me just give you a snapshot of how the Liberals did across the country, because it really shows you their performance and particularly where they were lacking. So they're down in double digits in every single province in this country except Ontario and Quebec, perhaps where it mattered most. And so if you're wondering how can they be down so much across the country and yet still manage to hold on to 153 seats, well, the key to that, the key to stopping the bleeding, in effect, was their performance in Ontario and Quebec. And conversely, the Conservatives, they needed to do much better than they did in those 2 provinces in particular. They actually did quite well, either approaching double digits or exceeding them in every other province in this country, but Ontario and Quebec, where they only showed marginal gains. And so what happened to the Liberals here is you have almost like a death by 1,000 cuts, but in 9 different provinces, right? They're down in Newfoundland, they're down in New Brunswick, they're down in Nova Scotia, losing seats, down in Quebec, down in Ontario, down in Manitoba, down in Alberta, down in British Columbia.
Right, but not down significantly in the places with the most seats, as you say. So if you lose a whole bunch of points in Manitoba, it doesn't have the same kind of damage. I know everybody wants in. I just want to go to our Canada Watches party to get a reaction to the result from everybody over there. Jamie.
Thanks, Rosie. So we're looking at a Liberal minority government and a sea of blue in Alberta, 1 unconfirmed NDP seat right now. And I have the mayor of Calgary, Naheed Nenshi. Look at the map. What does it mean for Alberta?
Well, I'm super happy to be talking about it because, of course, as an Albertan, I'm used to other people talking about Alberta instead of us. Yeah, do you want to jump in there, Mark? And I would really disagree with what I just heard from Althea. You know, and I think that is part of the problem here. is that Albertans are upset because after having been the economic engine for so very long of the country, we feel like our issues are being ignored and that we're being caricatured as people who don't believe in climate change or who think Andrew Scheer is too left. That's not the case at all. The issue is that the economy across the country is firing on all cylinders, except in Alberta, which should be the engine of the country. And we keep saying, you know, give us some help here, help us think about diversifying our economy, help us support our energy sector, get those pipelines built instead of just talking about it so much. And we feel often that we're just screaming into a vacuum.
But the Trudeau Liberals have bought a pipeline. Is that not enough to get Alberta on side?
Well, you know, the thing is that a lot of folks don't trust them. You know, some conspiracy theorists say, oh, they bought the pipeline just to shut it down. If they wanted to shut it down, they could have shut it down. They didn't have to spend $4.6 billion to do that. But the point is it hasn't been built yet. And when you combine that with Bill C-69, which will make it very difficult to build any kind of major infrastructure project, including pipelines, but also flood resiliency projects and so on in the future, you can see why people are getting frustrated. And I think that what needs to happen with this outcome, like a lot of people were very worried about this exact outcome in Alberta because they said, this will be at the end of Trans Mountain. Well, it better not be, because the Conservatives won't let that happen. So I think Prime Minister Trudeau is going to have to find his votes moving forward on things that really matter to people.
Okay. Mark, can I go to you? Mark Toohey, editor-in-chief of Sun News.
Yeah, Sun News. We've got two newspapers in Alberta. We've got two newspapers in Ontario. And I think I can say the people in Ontario, by and large, really don't get it. They really, the reason why Alberta feels like they're not being heard is because nobody's hearing them here.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, it's, we have, you know, we had somebody on talk radio yesterday talking about liberal strategists saying, well, Alberta whines all the time. It's always been like that. There's always been alienation. Not like this.
No, this is
not
different.
ever.
And even though we like to complain all the time, we're also secretly very proud of being the engine of Canada and being able to help out. We've invited Canadians from everywhere to Alberta for that kind of opportunity.
That sounds like Indigenous people.
Yeah, but there's certainly a feeling now that in our time of need, everyone just says we're whining, and that's very deep and it's very real. I mean, we've gone back to the electoral map the way it was pre-2015. It's not a huge change, but there's something much deeper here that I can feel every day, and it's going to take a lot of very frank conversation to figure out how to move forward.
Ryan, could you talk to me a little bit about the perspective from Indigenous communities in Alberta?
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of frank conversations, I think that this blue wave, I think, is troubling for many Indigenous people that are looking for deep and meaningful consultation on Trans Mountain. And you know, we can say what we want about free, prior, and informed consent, but the truth is that Indigenous people in Canada, whether it's this pipeline or any other issue, we're economically starved out of the reality in Canada, and we don't have a choice. So yes, there are some that have consented, and there are many that haven't. And if this is the make or break issue for this country, then this country owes it to the Indigenous people on the corridor of this pipeline to slow down, to engage properly, and to do the consultation in a full and meaningful way so that people can make informed decisions, because yelling at each other doesn't work. I've traveled to over 450 First Nations in this country in the last 9 years doing stand-up comedy. I've talked to leaders, I've talked to people. I've never heard one chief ever say that they are anti-Canadian economy. Right. I've never heard one chief say that they are against good jobs in Alberta.
You want to bring everyone together and have a real adult discussion.
For as long as it takes.
Trying to do.
How do you do that? The Indigenous community is not a homogenous block.
No, it's not, but you know how we do it? You do it. You stop saying, how do you do it? And you make the time and the space.
But they did it. They don't agree.
At some point, you've got
When did they do it? They've never done that.
Well, you know, on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, for example, the vast majority of nations on the pipeline corridor have consented. There are a few at the end that have not, and in fact, some that are not on the corridor that have not. So if you say free, informed, and prior consent on every project from everyone, how do you get stuff built?
Sorry to jump in there, Marinetti. This is such a complicated issue. We could talk about it all night. Before we go, Marie, can I ask you, when you see this map and you see this kind of division in the country, what do you think? What's the first thing that pops into your head?
Well, I don't know that I see division so much as a message being sent that this was not an identity politics type of election, and that people really were looking at the platform. And what you're hearing is that Canadians were enamored with the Liberal platform more than the Conservative, but that it was substantive. And I think it was a bad judgment call to be focused on leadership rather than policy. Canadians were starved for substance. I think that's the message that's being sent.
Okay, Rosie, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Jamie, and thanks everybody over there for weighing in. Want to tell you a couple things before I go to Ian. The vote share for the Liberals and the Conservatives is 33.8 for the Liberals, 33.9 for the Conservatives. Okay, so if that's not a tie, I don't know what is. Certainly we know that it's resulted in more seats for the Liberals, but man, that shows that the polls turned out to be pretty accurate. Ian's got some more results right now.
Andrew Coyne earlier was talking about the Conservatives and trying to get, or maybe that they ought to try to get, the Central Canadian Smarty Pants vote, I think is what you said. Maybe the Liberals were able to do that.
Laurentian elite. Urban elite. Urban elite.
At least in Toronto, the Liberals perhaps have done that. Let's take a look at how things have been shaping up. First of all, looking at the map of Ontario and then drilling down into the city of Toronto, and you see a lot of red there. And I want to take a look at a couple of ridings that there were some thoughts at different times in the campaign, certainly among the NDP, that they hoped they would be able to pick up these ridings. Toronto Danforth, of course, is Jack Layton's old riding. For lots of reasons, the NDP would like to have won this one, but pretty commanding lead for Julie Debruzin, who won this back in 2015. And Parkdale High Park, Arafurani, also a big lead in a riding that actually elected in a riding that the NDP has won in the past, but won't tonight.
No, and I should say that the NDP, so they're down from 44 now to 24 seats. The vote share down 5%. We're going to talk a little bit more about whether that's good at all. David Cochrane.
Yeah, we're going to look at the riding of Davenport, which is probably the NDP's top target and best hope for winning a seat in the city of Toronto. But right now, they are 888 votes behind in a rematch between Julie Zurowitz and Andrew Cash. They squared off in 2015. Only 40 of 195 polls reporting, but leads like that you start to see, they start to separate away. And Rosie, look, the NDP, 25 on the bottom of the screen right now. There's a lot of talk about that Singh surge. Yeah. It's more of a Singh save, maybe, as he stopped the seat sag somewhere in the low 20s. But it's nowhere near what you're seeing in the projections of like 35 and 40 seats.
Yeah, and I think Jagmeet Singh had been there to that riding in particular 2, maybe 3 times, I want to say, because Andrew Cash is a strong candidate, but if they can't pull back a seat like that, that's not good.
And the Liberals have been adamant, we are not losing a seat in the city of Toronto proper, mark it down, and they are showing that tonight.
Okay, I want to go to Hannah Thibodeau. She's at NDP headquarters in Burnaby, British Columbia. So, Hannah, what are people telling you there about this? So they're 24, 25 right now on the board. The vote share down across the country. So yeah, I mean, if you start off with low expectations, this doesn't look terrible tonight. But this is a lot less than Tom Mulcair got when he was booted out.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you look at the numbers, Rosemary, they went in with 39 seats. They're now looking like 25 if I look at the screen right now. But if you add that to the Liberals' 157, that means they could have a balance of power if the Liberals want to work with them on certain things. But we heard from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh earlier in the campaign. He laid out his 6 priorities to help with a minority government. That includes everything from a national Dentacare plan to a national pharmacare plan, capping cell phone and internet bills, as well as action on climate. So those are types of things that if you look at the 2 platforms of the 2 parties, the Liberals and the NDP, it seems like it could be something that those 2 parties could work on together. So I expect that when he comes out, this is going to be a win for him. Yes, we went into this election campaign saying that he may not even maintain official party status. That's 12 seats in the House of Commons. He's gone past that. He has exceeded the expectations going into this, and now with that type of power in a minority scenario, I think when it comes to Jagmeet Singh, he's going to be pretty happy about that.
Okay, Hannah Thibodeau in Burnaby at the NDP headquarters. I just want to ask Megan about that. So, you know, I would imagine Tom Mulcair would look at this tonight and he'd say, well, I guess he's got to go because he did a lot worse than I did. So tough luck. I don't think that's going to happen. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I don't think Tom Mulcair is determining very much about NDP party policies or anything like that these days. You know, obviously, I imagine the NDP is disappointed. We lost some interesting dynamic MPs. But like Hannah said, this is, I think that Jagmeet is in a very interesting position where he is going to be able to be propositional, work with the Liberals, figure out how do we do this, how do we take what Canadians are telling us and make it work. And whether it's housing or pharmacare or action on climate change, it's going to be an interesting time on issues. Yeah. You know, I don't think it's just going to be standing up and chest beating. I think people are going to see action on issues. It's exciting.
Okay, and I should, like, if we look at our screen there, the Liberals have now crept back up to 160. So they are now in a place where they don't really need, they certainly don't need a coalition, and they can look around for where they want to find support. They don't have to look to the Bloc Québécois if they don't want to. They can look at these other parties, and they might end up with a Conservative Party that's in disarray, so that will buy them some time as well. Heather's got some results now.
Take a look at the map with me, Rosemary, if you would. Saskatchewan. There is a big splash of red on the map of Saskatchewan. It's just not the splash of red that we're used to seeing as we look at that province. And let's drill down. Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River. That is a huge riding. It is the largest in the province. Wow. It is, in fact, last time the closest race in the province. The two main contenders are two fantastically impressive female Indigenous leaders. Georgina Jolibois is the NDP incumbent, but right now Tammy Cook-Searson in the lead, early going, 16 polls with a lead of just 72 votes. As I said, it was the closest race last time. It looks like it's going to be close again, but she's taken a lead from her position as chief of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. For this, it may end up being a longer leave than she anticipated. It's been quite a campaign, and she's put in more than 10,000 kilometers going all around. But if that is the one splash of red, that means that Regina Wascana is right now blue. And that is Ralph Goodale's riding. So let's talk about this a little bit, Rosemary. As everyone said, or the Conservatives in Saskatchewan said, we all want to beat him. Going for his 10th term, the consummate retail politician, but he is facing some very strong headwinds at this point. He's answering for energy policy and carbon tax. SNC-Lavalin, Western abandonment, just general anti-Trudeau sentiment. And there's been a big third-party campaign against him, really nasty billboards saying, send Trudeau a message, vote Ralph Goodale out. Michael Cram lost by 10,000 votes 4 years ago. He is in the lead, so we are not going to take our eyes off that very much.
Okay, thanks for that, Heather. I know lots of people were Liberals very worried about Ralph Goodale heading into tonight. They threw some extra resources at the riding. They tried very hard to try and keep him. It does seem the Conservatives are pulling away. Bob, what do you make of what's happening there?
Well, Ralph was my deputy leader when I was interim leader. He's an extraordinary.
He hasn't lost yet.
He is a great guy, yeah. And I spoke to him tonight at 5 o'clock, and he was ready for the battle.
Yeah.
I think the thing that's interesting about that result, as opposed to some others, is the NDP vote is very high, 1,500 votes. 1,500 plus Ralph's vote gets you where Cram is. So it's interesting. I know everybody talks about, strategic voting, tactical voting, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. You've got to, I think, understand what the consequences of this are. We've lost a really fine person for Saskatchewan. I hope the vote comes back.
Yeah.
But terrific guy.
Yeah, regularly called the minister of everything in Ottawa, the guy
absolutely
who you can go to.
Guy. You could put him into, he's like a player on a baseball team. You can put him into any position. You can ask him to do anything, and he'll
solves
do
any
it.
problem. Yeah.
And he's an extraordinary parliamentarian.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to take you up to this screen here because Maxime Bernier is starting to emerge and to respond to results tonight that he has not performed at all in his riding. He has lost in the both, and his popular vote share is not good either. It is around, I think, 1% is what we said, across the country. He had been polling at around 2%, so that would be about right. Let's listen in to Maxime Bernier in the Beauce, losing his own seat tonight.
Merci. J'ai eu le privilège d'être député de Beauce pendant 13 ans. Défendre l'intérêt des Beaucerons et les valeurs beauceronnes fut pour moi un privilège. Ça a toujours été la raison première de mon engagement en politique. Aujourd'hui, les Beaucerons ont décidé d'accorder
Today,
leur
the people of the Beauce have
d'autre.
decided to put their confidence in someone else. I accept with humility, and I want to congratulate the new member. I believe that the people of the Beauce have done a great job.
My heart goes out to our 315 candidates across the country. They showed extraordinary courage and passion in defending our principles and policies. They did it despite nasty and shameless attacks from our opponents. They made huge personal sacrifice to offer voters a principled alternative different from that of all the other parties. But what they did was not in vain. What we managed to accomplish in only 1 year is spectacular. Nous avions plus de 315 candidats.
We had more than 315 candidates running for the PPC across the country. They showed extraordinary courage and passion in defending our principles and values. They did that despite shameful attacks from our opponents. They made huge personal sacrifices in order to offer Canadian voters an option based on principles, a different option from all of those on display from the other parties. And they didn't do this for nothing. They built the foundations of a movement that is only getting started. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians gave their support to the People's Party today. We are the party that is building the fastest in Canada, and we will continue to grow over the next months and years.
Our candidates build the foundations of a movement. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians supported the People's Party today. We are the fastest growing political party in Canadian history, and we will continue to grow in the coming months and years. The issues that we raise during this election will not disappear. Unsustainable immigration, endless deficit, unfair equalization, pandering, big government policies, high taxes, all these problems will not disappear. And we will be there to criticize the government and offer better solutions.
The questions we rose during this campaign will not disappear overnight. Uncontrolled immigration, endless deficits, unfair equalization, policies of interventionist governments, high taxes, all of those problems will not disappear. And we will be there. We will be there to criticize the next government and offer better solutions. We will continue to fight for liberty, responsibility, equity, and respect. We will be stronger the next time. This is only a beginning for the People's Party of Canada.
There is no other option for our country. We will be stronger the next time. We will continue to fight for freedom, responsibility, fairness, and respect. It's only
okay, that's Maxime Bernier responding to the loss of his own seat in the Beauce tonight and an extremely bad performance on the part of the People's Party of Canada. He was saying that this was the beginning of a conversation, that they will continue to hold the government in check. Very hard to see how you do that, given that you haven't even elected your own seat. You've elected no other MPs. And the candidates that you did manage to find have now lost all of their deposits, so they may not be thrilled with you or want to work for you anymore. So we'll see whether the Conservatives want to reach out to them. But I'm not sure that that party has much of a future. I'm going to Ian now with some results.
Well, let's take a look at Alberta. It seems like hours ago, Rosie, we were talking about whether there was the possibility that the Conservatives could run the table in Alberta the way that the Liberals did in 2015 in Atlantic Canada. And let's look and see how they did. Blue almost everywhere in the province. And let's look at the one riding in the province where we don't have a projected final result, and that is Edmonton-Strathcona, a riding where the NDP, Linda Duncan, has represented that riding for a long time, and her successor, Heather McPherson, is in a pretty strong lead, but not enough for our decision desk to project her as the winner. Earlier, we were talking about Ralph Goodale, how tough it is for him in Saskatchewan to sell the Liberal energy policy to that province. Imagine what it was like for Amarjeet Sohi as the Minister of Natural Resources to try to do it in Edmonton. He didn't do it. Tim Uppal is going to go back to Ottawa, although, as I said earlier, he lives in Ottawa currently. But he was the MP before, and he's going to be the MP once again for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Okay, there are two cabinet ministers. Well, Sohi has now been defeated, and we know Ralph Goodale trailing, as Heather told us, in Saskatchewan and Wascana. David's got some more results. David.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the center of the two major population centers in Alberta. Here in Calgary Centre, Kent Hehr going down to defeat to Greg McLean, well behind in Calgary Centre. So Kent Hehr, former cabinet minister, had been demoted for some conduct issues, is now defeated by the Conservatives. And in Edmonton Centre, Randy Boissonnault loses his rematch with James Cumming. He's behind by more than 2,000 votes. So, Rosie, this creates an interesting scenario where we are projecting a Liberal minority government. Alberta may not have liked the Trudeau majority government, but they had a seat at the cabinet table and they had people in the caucus. Right now, we're coming back to a Liberal government with no Alberta representation in the government benches whatsoever.
That's hard. So let's talk about that a little bit. Duncan, you were in Alberta. What does that mean then? I mean, it makes Jason Kenney's life a lot easier because now he's got an opponent to work off of. And
yes, but I'm thinking that this is exactly what Alberta voters were hoping wouldn't happen. You know, this is exactly a minority Liberal government with possibly the NDP propping them up, possibly the Greens propping them up, and it takes us back to what Ryan McMahon and Mayor Nenshi were talking about and debating, which is the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And this is going to be a central issue. It is going to be a make or break issue from the perspective of many Albertans, and so it's going to be, I mean, a very frustrating evening for the blue province of Alberta. And when I was there yesterday, I was talking with Albertans who were coming up to me afterwards and talking about Wexit, you know, which sounds, I mean, it sounds extreme, and it sounds, but in other parts of Canada, they may not understand the depth of the frustration and the economic downturn in Alberta right now.
Yeah, and I you know, that's what the Prime Minister did go out to Calgary as part of his last ditch effort to try and at least show Alberta that he is going to pay attention to them, and now has to do that even more if he has no representation there. Chantal, I know you want in. Althea wants to go first, then Chantal, then Andrew. Yeah.
Vas-y.
Okay, Chantal, then Althea. You're also amenable tonight. What's happening?
Easy, but just on the Trans Mountain issue. I understand the concerns, and I've seen them when I was in Calgary. That being said, and for all that I know about the dynamics of minority politics, it's not that simple that the Greens and the NDP and the Bloc could say you need to stop the expansion or we'll bring you down. Because if it ever came to a vote, it's not a voting issue, by the way.
No, it's not.
If it ever came to a confidence vote presented by one of those parties, the Conservatives would vote with the Liberals.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's not in play as a result of this election.
No, and you would have to find a way to make it in play as well, because it's a done deal. And I don't know how you back out of it now.
Exactly right.
This map creates a very interesting problem for the Prime Minister at the moment. Without Ralph Goodale as a Western minister, does he pick somebody in the Senate to represent Western interests? Yep. That bargain that he gave to Canadians in 2015, that the environment and the economy went hand in hand, doesn't seem to be reflected in the 2019 map. And you know, I went door knocking in Calgary Centre, Kent Hehr's riding, and so many people who voted Liberal in 2015 said, we cannot vote Liberal again. And people who thought that they might vote Liberal, every single person refused to give their name. They were afraid to identify themselves either with a sign. One woman told me her home had been vandalized when she declared herself as an NDP supporter. There is a groupthink, I think, that they are afraid of identifying themselves to their neighbors in that way. That being said, I was with the Prime Minister, well, the Liberal leader, as we called him 2 days ago, in Calgary. 1,000 people did come out. And so the map does not, our system does not actually reflect what people vote for.
Well, and even bigger than that, if you look at that huge climate rally that happened in Edmonton at the legislature just a few days ago, where thousands of people appeared, I know many of them were young, but I still think it shows something about what's happening in Alberta. I got to get to Andrew first, and then I'll go to Kim. Oh, no, Edmonton.
And to pick up on this point, that map, with respect, is a total distortion. Now, I accept that we're unlikely to see proportional representation being brought
here we go
forward.
again, Chantal.
But I wonder how many times.
I
wonder how many times we're going to play Russian roulette with the country's future with this, because what we get is the West is solidly blue, and yet there's 20% of the population that, in the West that votes Liberal that does not get the representation. Yep. There are, the Greens got roughly the same number of votes as the Bloc, but they're going to get 1/10 of the seats. We're creating a funhouse distortion of what the country actually looks like. We've got deep enough divisions as it is, but our electoral system makes it look worse, makes us feel more aggrieved with each other, over-rewards parties that group their vote on the basis of regional grievances, and we reap what we sow.
Although, I mean, the Conservatives have 69% of the vote in Alberta.
Yeah, I mean,
like it's not like they're pulling at straws here. They've got most of
it. You'd have some Liberals represented instead of having to go to the Senate now to look for representation from the West.
Yeah. Okay, I want to go to Kim Ternasany. She's in Edmonton, Alberta. She lives as an Albertan. She's got Albertans there. Kim, how are they responding to this map tonight?
Well, Rosemary, they were clearly happy when a Liberal government was declared, but they're clearly disappointed that it doesn't look like Amarjeet Sohi, who has been the incumbent, he was the Natural Resources Minister, will be returning as their Member of Parliament. It's been a difficult campaign for Amarjeet Sohi because even though he's well known in Edmonton, he's well known in the riding, he was a 3-term city councillor, he was a Edmonton City bus driver, then became an MP and a cabinet minister. He also wore the issues surrounding some unpopular bills, such as C-48 and C-69, the bills that had to do with the tanker ban and the overhaul of the regulatory system of large industrial projects. And of course, the Trans Mountain Pipeline project, the expansion, the halting of it, and the consultation. So Amarjeet Sohi kind of wore that whole thing, and it contributed to the hostility, actually, that was felt on the doorstep. Now, I talked to some people here who said that people were reluctant to take signs. Speaking to what Althea was talking about just a few moments ago, they didn't want to clearly identify as Liberal supporters. There was some talk that maybe their supporters didn't come out. And there is not a whole lot of love for Justin Trudeau in some areas of Alberta, in a lot of areas of Alberta, actually, and it's clearly related to energy issues, that feeling of alienation and not being paid attention to. Rosemary?
Okay, and that's going to become all the more difficult now with the map as it looks. Kim, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Kim's at Amarjeet Sohi's headquarters where he lost tonight. One of the cabinet stores going down. David Cochrane has some results right now.
Rosie, the Liberals' Western woes aren't just confined to Saskatchewan and Alberta. They're trailing down some seats they busted through in the last vote in British Columbia. I want to start with Kelowna Lake Country. This was a surprise win for Stephen Fuhr for the Liberals in 2015. They quadrupled their vote there in Justin Trudeau's first campaign to a Liberal majority. The last time they won that, 1968, when Pierre Elliott Trudeau busted through to a Liberal majority. So if you're looking for a bellwether Trudeau majority to minority seating, it's Kelowna Lake Country. The next one is Mission, Matsky, Fraser Canyon. Jadis Sidhu won that for the Liberals in a surprise vote. Very heavy advanced polling there. 25,000 votes, I believe, went in the advanced polling. Brad Viss, who works for Ed Fast, with a 600-vote lead over Sidhu in with 20 polls reporting. We're going to take another look now at South Surrey White Rock. This is the suburbs of Vancouver. Gordie Hogue won this in a by-election for the Liberals. They said they only had a shot in that riding because it was Gordie Hogue. It looks like it's reverting back to its traditional pattern now. Carrie Lynn Findlay with a 1,000 vote lead over Hogue. And one more to show you. And look at this. Vancouver Granville, less than 150 votes from first to third. Zach Siegel, the Conservative, with a 73 vote lead over Talib Noor Mohammed, the Liberal running to replace Jody Wilson-Raybould, who was in third place with 1152 running as an independent. That will be all about the splits, and that one is going to go down to the final polls, I think, Rosie. All right, that will be interesting to watch, because certainly if the Liberals could get rid of Ms. Wilson-Raybould, they would appreciate that. I think that's fair to say, right? I don't think you're editorializing. I think there's champagne on ice waiting for that result. I think there's some bitterness there, so they're going to be watching to see how that unfolds. Ian's got some more results right now from BC. Do you, Ian?
No, Vashi wants to. You're not Ian at all.
I'm not.
Okay,
no,
go ahead.
Sadly for me. Two things that I would pick up on, and the first is just in Alberta, having, hopefully Mayor Nenshi is an offended, having lived for 5 years there, just as Duncan pointed out, and putting Edmonton Strathcona aside, which is a good win for the NDP in that province, it's more than just a problem for the Prime Minister. This Wexit thing is not just a joke. The feelings of frustration are, I don't think, perceived by people in this part of the country to the depth that they exist there.
Totally, yeah.
And this situation wherein they will not feel represented in government in much of any capacity is not going to do anything but further the divisions that exist right now. And it's
But
actually
he's going to have to find a solution to that, don't you think?
He will, but I don't know if that exists for the Liberals in Alberta, to be completely honest. And I just think that it's kind of a bit of a heartbreaking situation if you think of this verdict or this outcome from a national unity perspective going forward. I know we've been in darker places, but it is something I think more pronounced and a little bit new. On the NDP, I just really quickly wanted to say that is not a great outcome for them at this point. They were hoping for, and actually many of the internal polling that the Liberals and the Conservatives even had were showing that them anywhere from 30 to 35 seats. So under that, they had at the low end of their expectations, the mid to high 20s. Yeah. 23 right now, and I know that can always change, is not the strongest outcome they were
listen, I was going to bring that up too, because they have no urban ridings. They have not brought back any of the ridings that they were seeking. They are not pulling out all the stops in British Columbia. I think they only are leading right now in 1 seat in Quebec. I agree. I think this is a hard night for Jagmeet Singh, and just because you start off nowhere and you get to 23, I don't know how do you keep him? You just keep him because you hope it'll get better? Because that's not a good performance.
I mean, to be fair to him, though, his performance in this campaign did sort of seem to captivate his own base, like a lot of voters. I think that, and I'm not, an expert on this, but I think post this election, we'll be looking at the impact that the Liberals' messaging particularly had, which was don't vote for them because it's essentially going to keep the Conservatives in. I don't know the degree to which that impacted things. I don't know if the surge came too late or if maybe the surge was exaggerated. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure, but I just know that outcome is not one that they were hoping for.
And I realize that most of his seats in Quebec transferred from them to the Bloc. But I think it is fair to also ask whether Quebec was ready for a person of color to be leading a party and whether that was an issue across the country.
Actually,
I don't know. I just think it's a question we have to start asking.
When Thomas Mulcair was fired, none of the candidates who ran for the leadership of the NDP had a shot at keeping the NDP alive in Quebec. So, and up to a point, Singh probably contributed more to enriching the conversation in Quebec by being who he was than any of the other three. So I don't think that the Bloc tonight ate the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP. The easiest one to eat was going to be the NDP. But how many campaigns did Jack Layton run before he became this miracle worker? 3?
Yeah. Yes, but I agree. But then we're sending a message about Tom Mulcair was not really an NDPer, and Jagmeet Singh is, and so that's why they're willing to stick with him a little longer to see if he can build on anything.
Just a couple of things I just want to try to get in. The first one is that the situation with respect to the resource-rich provinces is very serious.
Yes.
Because I think everybody had the intention of saying we're going to build a pipeline and we're going to engage seriously on climate change. We're going to do both. I don't think you'd have to say the execution with respect to building the pipeline has not been great for all kinds of reasons. And we really have to work at that. The whole country has to understand that these projects have to take on a national element that they have not had at the moment. Mm-hmm. The second thing is that I think it would be a terrible mistake for people to start questioning the leadership, I would say, either of Andrew Scheer or of Jagmeet Singh. I think it's a terrible mistake.
Why?
Because it's their first election. Because Jagmeet Singh, in my opinion, did far better than anybody had expected him to do at the beginning of the campaign. And because I think he has a tremendous amount to contribute to our national life.
Okay.
And I don't agree with Andrew Scheer, but for heaven's sake, he's had one campaign. you can't keep eating people alive after they've had one election.
Yeah. Okay, I got to put this leadership conversation on pause. There's some excellent points I want to dig into more, but first I got to show you this result because we've got one of the elected candidates standing by, and in Milton, Adam Van Koeverden has stolen it away by a big margin from Lisa Raitt, and he's standing there. That's not a beer glass. I think it's just a water glass with David Common. David, over to you and the new MP to come.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam Van Koeverden. Congratulations. You've won the medals at the Olympics. Now you've won a seat in Parliament. How does it feel tonight?
Feels good, man. Well, David and I, I know you from the Olympics because we worked at the Olympics together. You were there at Summer Olympics.
You were a little more fit than I was, if I recall things.
And look how things have changed.
Look, sure. So now that you've won, and you've won in a riding, in a race that seemed to be one of those really close ones, expected to be a lot closer than it seems to have ultimately been. What do you think made the difference for you?
Preparation, just like anything, right?
Get out the vote?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's always a constellation of factors, right? I think we lined up most of the things that we wanted to do really, really well. We had a really good GOTV team. Sebastian Clark is amazing. My campaign manager from day one, Jeff Carpenter, was amazing. Everybody that I've worked with over the past year has been top notch. And this is a campaign that will define how you're supposed to run really good Canadian election campaigns.
When you think about your opponent tonight, the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, Lisa Raitt, she will not be the MP. You will be MP for Milton going forward. Your thoughts for her tonight?
I know that I've got really big shoes to fill. Lisa's a good MP, and we've had a couple of really good conversations over the last couple of months. I have the utmost respect for Ms. Raitt and her work. I hope that we can sit down for lunch and talk about Milton and talk about what we, a little bit of planning. It's important to when I was on boards, it was always a good idea to make sure that there was a plan in place when there was a transition, and I hope that's possible. We've got an important riding here. It's a quickly growing community.
Fastest in the country.
Yeah, I've lived in Halton, virtually my whole life, and I grew up just down the street, and I'm happy to call Milton home now because it's an awesome place to live. I love being in the outdoors. My dog likes going to Rattlesnake Point in the morning, and it's a great place to work and it's a great place to live. So I'm really, really proud of the fact that Milton chose me to go off to Ottawa on their behalf.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy the party tonight. Adam Van Koeverden, former Olympic medalist, now Member of Parliament for Milton. Back to you, Rosie.
All right, David Common, thanks. MP-elect. I would just offer the advice to not call Lisa Raitt right away. Maybe just let it play out a little. Maybe just let her deal with the grief and then see how it goes. Thanks, David. And that's Adam Van Koeverden, soon to be MP for Milton. We have another, though, leader to elect right now, and it is Elizabeth May. Elizabeth May has been elected as MP for Saanich Gulf Islands. This is now her third time being elected there, started in 2011, 2015. So the Green Party leader holding on to her seat, not a surprise, but certainly confirms that she can hang around if she wants. That's a pretty big margin as well. There was no doubt that her seat was going to be held tonight, and she can decide where she wants to go. Peter asked for a minute when I had one, so over to you.
Just a minute.
We'll see. Timer starts now.
Two things, actually, about Justin Trudeau. One, those two big holes in his government, Saskatchewan and Alberta, as Bob Rae said, that's a huge problem, given those two huge resource-based provinces. He's got to address that in some fashion in this speech. The speech coming up is a big speech for him. And he's got to address that in some fashion to try and connect with the people of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Second, and we haven't really talked about it, Justin Trudeau has had a terrible last year and a half, starting with that India trip and then everything right through.
Well,
SNC-Lavalin, and then brown-face, blackface. It was awful. And he's Prime Minister at the end of the night. He's going to win 157 seats or whatever. That's no small accomplishment given what he's been up against.
Well, and so that would reflect back to some of the things that Conservatives have said to me over the course of the campaign. I'm sure Vashti's heard them too, that if you can't take down a guy who's had a very difficult 6 or 7 months as Conservative leader, where was your opportunity going to be? And maybe I'll go to Corey on that. I mean, there were some obvious weaknesses here. So either the campaign strategy failed, or Andrew Scheer was never going to be able to do it, or Justin Trudeau is Teflon? Like, what is the issue?
Well, I think it's a combination of a bunch of things, but clearly, whether there's a leadership review or not, and I certainly understand the points that Premier Ray was making there. I think there is a case to be made to have a leader stay on. I think there's a case to be made to not. But in terms of errors and mistakes, whether or not somebody stays on, whatever happens, and all those leadership questions, those will be decided at some point. It's obviously there were problems with the campaign. I think having a ballot question about Justin Trudeau as being not as advertised, and then not being really full and frank about your citizenship, about your resume, about your answers to social issues. Those are the kinds of things that, when you draw a contrast around something like that with your opponent, you're also drawing it with yourself.
Okay, I got to pause you. These are all excellent points, and we'll come back to them, but Heather's got a big result, and I want to get to that, please. Heather?
Yes.
I was told to wrap, and here we are. Okay.
I'm just getting the final numbers here for Ralph Goodale. So let's take a look at this. Regina, Wascana, these are the final numbers. Michael Cram is the giant killer of the night in Saskatchewan for sure. 9,031 votes.
And Heather, I'm going to cut you off just because Ralph Goodale's talking. So I just want, let's listen in here, and then we'll come back to you. If we have audio.
Sean, formerly as riding president and most recently as campaign manager, and Mac, and the other Sean, and Sybil, and I'm going to get in awful trouble if I start listing off those names, and you'll forgive me if I don't go any further down the list. But I just want you to know that when you get into a political campaign, you develop a very close bonding. And it's very intense for those 40 days of an election campaign. But I have been so fortunate that it's not just a 40-day temporary thing. I have gained from this experience and from all of the other campaigns that have gone before, a huge body of deep personal friends. And I want you to know, whatever transpires in the future, that I will always treasure very, very deeply those personal friendships and the bonds that have tied us together, because they have been built out of mutual respect and trust, commitment to principles and ideals, leaving, as they say in football, leaving it all on the field, never sparing an ounce of effort, always being willing, all of us together, to go the extra mile, to try very hard to accomplish that little bit more for the people that we had the duty and the obligation to represent in this riding. I thank them for the mandates that they have given me in the past, and I thank all of you and all of the other volunteers that you represent for working so very hard to make that possible over the last 26 years. And from this day forward, let's remember that any one campaign is only temporary. There will be new challenges to face in the weeks and months and years ahead, and there will be opportunities for all of us, not just to celebrate our friendship and celebrate victories elsewhere, but to also reassemble to celebrate the rejuvenation, recovery, and victory once again of the Liberal candidates in Regina, Wascana.
All right, there's Ralph Goodale losing his seat in Wascana, Saskatchewan tonight. a class act, I think it's fair to say. Mr. Goodale has always been. He was the public safety minister, first elected to Parliament in 1974, is the only member to have served with Pierre Trudeau, the father, and Justin Trudeau, the son. He was also first in line after the Prime Minister to assume his duties if something ever happened to the Prime Minister, which is a critical role. He was also the campaign co-chair, part of the brain trust that crafted the platform that has got them back into government. But mostly, and I'm going to go to Megan and Bob on this, mostly it's one of those moments, Megan, where you think about someone's career and they've lost their job. And I mean, it happened to you, it happens to everybody, it's part of politics, and that's why you don't see Ralph Goodale up there sobbing, because he's been around long enough to know that this is what happens. Doesn't make it any easier for Liberals tonight, doesn't make it any easier for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can hurt, and there can be tears, for sure, because you do put a lot of yourself into it, a lot of your personal self into it, but it is, I don't want to say it's politics, because that sounds like I'm dismissing. It's our democracy. Yeah. This is the way it works. Yeah. And you got to put a lot of skin in the game, and sometimes it's going to work out and sometimes it's not. And Ralph has seen a lot of his friends lose seats and maybe even win again in future elections. I think it is a shame to lose him. It's a shame to lose his voice in the House of Commons. There are a few other voices. Lisa Raitt, another example. I think that even the Conservative Party losing her voice is a really important thing for us to think about and what that means. Yeah.
I'm going to go to Bob Rae, because I wonder, could you solve the Liberal problem in the West by putting a Ralph Goodale in the Senate? Could you do something crazy like that? And I bet you Ralph Goodale might be okay with it.
I don't want to make any suggestion.
Well, I made it. You can just agree
no,
with it
because
or not,
it will just jinx whatever should happen.
Okay.
Ralph Goodale is somebody who should be playing a role in our national life in some way. He has a tremendous amount to contribute. He's been an absolute stalwart of the Liberal Party and of the Liberal caucus and of Parliament. He was Parliamentarian of the Year many years ago, recognized for his skills by people of all parties. And he was up against a very difficult situation, and he lost an election. There's no shame in that.
No.
And he has an immense amount of talent and sagacity, wisdom, thoughtfulness, and never afraid, certainly when I was there as interim leader, never afraid to tell you, that was not very good, or why did you do that for?
Yeah.
Because, you got to have people around you who tell you those things rather than say, that was the way that was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. So I really hope that Ralph, not just that Ralph lands on his feet, but the people who make a contribution like he's made are recognized for what they can do.
Well,
because he's got a tremendous amount to contribute.
It's not unheard of what I've suggested, though. I haven't suggested it out of the blue, because Michael Fortier was a senator for the Conservatives in Quebec. The Conservatives had no presence, and they were happy to put him into cabinet, even, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The PM may have to be a little less orthodox about how he's done the Senate.
Yes, that's right.
Because he's going to have to figure out, practicality has to prevail here in terms of.
Yeah, but surely if Ralph Goodale sent in an application, he'd get accepted. I mean, that's all you have to do.
Well, I don't know. Independent, nonpartisan, arm's-length process.
Nonpartisan. That's supposed to be the Liberal representative.
I know, but I'm coming up with ideas here to represent Western Canada. Peter.
I first started covering Ralph in the early 1970s when he first won election as an MP. He lost. This isn't the first time he's lost as an MP. He lost in 79, and it was 93 before he came back. But there was another thing about his public service that we tend to forget. He was scapegoated by the RCMP in the middle of the 06 election. It might have cost, may very well might have cost the Liberals the election. When they launched an investigation in the middle of the campaign into, I can't even remember what it was about. It was something that turned out not
Income
to be.
trust.
Budgets.
Income trust, that's right. And after the investigation, which was well after the election, which they lost, he was proven to have been innocent of all charges against him.
Yeah, I mean, there was some irony that he ended up as public safety minister in charge of the RCMP, so that all worked out for him.
Not irony.
Justice. I want to get just a little bit of someone to weigh in on Lisa Raitt, because she would sort of be the equivalent here of what we're talking about with Ralph Goodale in terms of a loss to the party. But first, I want to show you the independent now that we see on the board. Still not elected, but leading now in a very tight race in Vancouver Granville. Jody Wilson-Raybould. She's now pulled ahead from third to first, leading only, though, by 199 votes. So this isn't over yet. It's 27% of the vote. It's very, very tight in this race, so we will continue to watch to see what happens. But let's turn it back, because we had just heard from Adam Van Koeverden, who will be the new MP for Milton. And that, you know, Lisa Raitt, incredibly strong MP, a deputy leader, someone who could have, at some point, perhaps led the Conservative Party. So that would be, they would be very upset about that in the Conservative Party tonight.
Well, one would hope that they would be upset, because while this party doesn't call itself progressive anymore, she was part of the progressive face and the bridge building that they need if they're going to expand their tent. It's not going to be good enough just to go get back the Maxime Bernier people. But throughout the campaign, what I never understood is why Andrew Scheer did not run advertising alongside his team, and in particular Lisa Raitt. He had a woman issue in the perception of many voters. He needed to showcase some other competence than just himself. And she would have been someone that you'd really want to showcase. I mean,
well, particularly around the abortion stuff. Why wouldn't you have brought her out?
And they don't have to like each other. I mean, Jean Chrétien spent campaigns after campaigning alongside Paul Martin in Quebec because he knew. So there's a lot of talent that was not used properly, and that contributes to a defeat if you're not given profile.
Althea, and then Vassy wants to say something.
I don't think they dislike each other. And in fact, Lisa Raitt did a lot of the public speaking for the Conservative government. She's the one who basically cleaned up the abortion mess in late August. She was on CBC The House. She's on all the talk shows coming to his defense and helping with the Women Front. Frankly, I think Lisa Raitt, I'm sorry, Megan, is like this year's Megan Leslie. I spoke with her in June, and she said that she had no doubt that she was going to keep her riding, and she thought that Adam Van Koeverden's work for the past year, apparently he was one of the top door knockers in the Liberal Party across the country, was all for naught, and that her riding had not changed. She didn't need to worry about all the new brown people living in the suburbs and what has become Milton. And she spent a lot of that summer actually in Nova Scotia campaigning for other Conservative candidates, and then came home, and the man had a leapfrogged ahead of her.
Pick up on both their points, that it is actually a really big loss for a Scheer-led Conservative Party. Andrew Scheer did trust Lisa Raitt, as opposed to some of the other people who ran against him for the Conservative leadership, and you saw that through what Althea is mentioning. She was very often the public face of the party. She was the first person that they put on, you know, any panel or any scrum when it came to, for example, SNC. They thought she was very effective at delivering their message. This is a big loss on a number of fronts, I think, for the party as a whole, particularly what Chantal highlighted around the progressive side of things. And with female voters, which also internal polls for the Conservatives showed, they did have a big issue, particularly Andrew Scheer specifically, with female voters who were not necessarily thrilled with the other options, not to say that, but particularly if you're looking at building the party and expanding the base, as Andrew talked about earlier, this is a bit of an impediment.
Well, and she's also just, like, frankly, super smart on all sorts of things, economic policy and other things.
A formidable leader.
Yeah, Corey, you want in there.
Yeah, well, look, she's clearly a loss to the team in her ability to communicate, in her public profile. But I think, it gets to, I think, some of the other things that are maybe a loss to the team and maybe contributing factors to some of the things that we've seen tonight. She is one of, there's only two other, I think, leadership rivals of stature that were in caucus that are still in caucus. Well, I guess she's out now, but who survived into this. The person who got 49% of the vote in the leadership against Andrew was driven out of the party. You have a number of other, Kelly Leach, who led the leadership race for most of the race, not in the party anymore. Brad Trost, social conservative, not everyone's cup of tea, not my cup of tea, but still part of the party, but not in the caucus anymore. I think, there's a fence building, bridge bending, process that has to go on after one of these kinds of races that is inclusive, and it's about healing the party after a loss, which is actually a big and important thing.
Okay, Lisa Raitt is standing by in Milton with our reporter Lisa Shing. So let's get some reaction to how Lisa's feeling tonight. Lisa.
Absolutely, Rosemary. A big upset here in Milton tonight with Adam Van Koeverden edging out incumbent Lisa Raitt. I am with Lisa right now. Lisa, how are you feeling tonight after this?
You know what? I served Miltonians for 11 years. There's a lot of people who never make it into the House of Commons, and I've been so privileged to be there. So it's not the win that we wanted to have this evening, but I'm amongst my friends and I'm amongst my family and everybody who's been with me in 11 years. So we're going to turn it into a celebration of what we've been able to accomplish.
What do you think happened, considering you have been representing folks here for the last 11 years?
I think there's going to be a lot of thought put into what this election meant and where it went, but that's not for tonight. Tonight is for thanking Miltonians for 11 years. Tonight is wishing Adam Van Koeverden well as the next Member of Parliament for Milton, Ontario, and thanking all my volunteers here this evening. I'll let my leader, Andrew Scheer, address the nation later on tonight to talk about what Conservatives plan on doing. But for me tonight, it's always been about local, and it's going to stay about local.
And what about the campaign? The Liberals did put on quite a strong campaign in this riding here at Milton.
Yeah, and we fought them street by street, house by house, and we had so many volunteers out today. But Miltonians have spoken, and quite frankly, the voter always gets it right. So thank you for 11 years. I'm really honored, and I wish Adam the best.
And here in Milton, it's part of that 905. It's impossible to talk about this region without talking about what is now being known as the Ford factor. How do you think that played into this?
You know, I'm just thinking, quite frankly, about all the polls that we had. I mean, there's going to be a lot of information locally that we're going to be able to take a look at. But the reality is that Miltonians just decided that they wanted to vote for Adam Van Koeverden as the Liberal and not for me. And that's how the result came out. So I'm not going to put too much worry into what happened. I know that my team was strong. They put in a fantastic campaign. I wouldn't change anything we did, any way at all. I'm proud of them, and I'm proud of my family and all the support I got. And I'm thankful to Miltonians for what they've given me for 11 years.
Thanks very much, Lisa. There you have it, Rosemary. That was Lisa Raitt, who was defeated tonight in a big upset by the Liberals' Adam Van Koeverden.
Okay, thanks for that, Lisa. You might want to hand your telex over to the other Lisa, because now I'm going to do something that might make her upset a little bit, but it's not supposed to, because she was very classy there, which I could never be. Another reason I could never be a politician. I'd just be a bitter, bitter loser. But Megan Leslie, when you lost...
Yes, are you going to do this
I'm
to me?
sorry. When you lost in 2015, I am going to ask Lisa to give her telex to the other Lisa. When you lost in 2015, you came on Power and Politics. I was still hosting the show at that time. Lisa's going to do this for me. Thank you. And you had lost, and Lisa Raitt came on the show, and she said a bunch of lovely things about you, and you teared up, and she's not going to do it. And so now I'm going to let you repay the favor. Oh, here she is. She's going to take it.
I'm handing the telex to Lisa right now, guys.
All right. No pressure on anybody. But Lisa, I'm just reminding Megan of the kind praise you gave her when she lost in 2015, and Megan happens to be here now, so let's see what happens.
As she starts to listen in, I mean, Lisa was just so graceful there, and I think it's a great reminder that this isn't a game. These are real people, the people that put their names on the ballots, the volunteers that work to get them elected. Lisa, we can see you here, and you've been such a strong voice for women, for conservative women. I'm really proud of you. I'm proud to be your friend, and you just are the most graceful person, and I love you.
Oh, Megan, you're so sweet. The only reason why I agreed to go on national with you right now was because I knew you were there, and I've been watching you all night. You've been doing a fabulous job. And I appreciate your kind words, and I appreciate your support that you sent me beforehand. But, hey, that's what happens. I'm proud of the 11 years that I've been able to be in the House of Commons, and I'm honored that Miltonians sent me.
You should be. You should be. Call me. We'll go for a drink.
Thanks.
Political matchmaking live on TV. Lisa, you're always a good sport, and I concur with Megan. Just very class act. So I know we'll see you again, and we'll see you end up. Good to see you tonight, Lisa. Thanks for that, Megan, as well.
Okay.
This is a good moment. Take care of you. Take care of you. This is a good moment to probably show you how women have done so far tonight. 97 women candidates, and this is what it looks like right now on the board. The Liberals have elected 52. So they're up 2, in fact. They've improved upon their fortunes from the last time round. So if Justin Trudeau wants to make a gender-balanced cabinet as he did the last time, he's got lots to choose from there. The Conservatives up
4 as well. They have elected or leading and elected in 21. But total, 9 more women right now look like they are heading to Parliament Hill. So you may have lost a good one with the Conservatives and Lisa Raitt, but they've picked up some as well. So that's an important part of trying to change the face of politics as well. Where are we going to go now here? Duncan wants to talk.
Well, you talk about Justin Trudeau wanting to have women in his cabinet. Look at what happened to Jane Philpott tonight. She is not going to succeed in her bid to be an independent. And, you know, speaking with Jane Philpott, for her, this campaign was about a matter of trust and a matter of truth. Well, unfortunately, running as an independent is pretty difficult when you don't have the support of the party machinery, when you don't have the resources. And so we're talking about smart women, strong women. I think everyone would recognize that in Jane Philpott, but it didn't work. Standing on principle in the SNC-Lavalin affair didn't end up helping her.
Okay, and so we have one still independent on the board. I would imagine that's still Jody Wilson-Raybould, who was leading only by a small margin when we last checked in with her in Vancouver Granville. We'll continue to track how she does tonight as an independent. And Althea wants in.
Oh, okay, sure.
Do you? Yes?
Okay.
You can pass. Andrew wants in too.
Well, I mean, this is a very
Andrew.
interesting race. It's a three-way race, as we've seen go up and down.
For Jody Wilson-Raybould, you mean? Yeah, I'll throw the board up when I have a minute.
And the Liberals. And, you know, having door knocked in that riding as well. And Don Streeter, yes, I spent all summer door knocking. The votes that are bleeding to Jody Wilson-Raybould are basically Liberals. So it's not a huge surprise that the Conservatives is doing very well in that riding.
Just on the SNC-Lavalin, it seems to me, is kind of the elephant in the room tonight. We talked about an RCMP investigation. This campaign began with an RCMP investigation. We talked about the Tories needing to expand their base. There's another party that needs to expand their base. The Liberals are going to finish on present form with a smaller share of the popular vote than the Conservatives did. And a big part of that is, I think, due to the SNC-Lavalin, to the appearances of the Prime Minister as a result of that. He's now in a minority parliament. He now doesn't control the majority. He doesn't control the committees. I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about SNC-Lavalin once Parliament resumes. I don't think this is over by a long shot.
Of course, that presumes that the Bloc Québécois wants to play in that movie, and it won't. Sorry.
Is right about that. I mean, I think this is one of the ways in which I think the Prime Minister is going to have to, you know, dig down deep in terms of the healing process and in terms of what he has to say about, you know, what took place. We didn't really have a chance to deal with Anne McClellan's report. What else unfolds after that, we don't really know. But yeah, I think there's no question that SNC-Lavalin hurt the Liberal Party as we were heading into the election. But I also think that it's an issue that plays differently in different parts of the country.
For sure.
And we need to understand that. And the House that we're going to be looking at is a House that's going to have a very strong representation from Quebec that's going to be looking at some of these issues in a very different way. And that's a reality that we're all going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the Bloc said, the Bloc leader on a number of occasions during a number of debates said he had no interest in going after that, and that he was actually offended that it would become a thing because that's his position in Quebec.
I mean, it's also the Premier Legault's position that SNC-Lavalin should be offered a remediation agreement. You can disagree or agree, but the dynamics of this Parliament are not going to be conducive to rekindling this issue.
Well, we have other players besides just the Parliament. We have the RCMP, which was attempting to launch an inquiry before the election started, was unable to talk to several of the witnesses it would like to.
We don't really know
Andrew,
that.
We don't know
That's an assumption.
We don't know that.
Okay.
You don't know what the RCMP was trying to do or not.
Okay, all right. I'm definitely not relitigating SNC-Lavalin. I did that for too many months of my life. David Cochrane.
Well, Rosie, just one point to bring into this, and it does relate to SNC-Lavalin.
Oh, God.
In the fallout of it, as they're going through the caucus drama, one of the things that this exposed about the Trudeau Prime Minister's office and the way he ran the caucus is there wasn't enough enough caucus outreach. There wasn't enough relationship building with the backbench.
Which he admitted. He admitted, yeah.
But look at what's happening now. It's a minority government situation. How important is your caucus relations going to be when you don't control a majority of Parliament? You need to broker relationships better. And there has been a persistent complaint that the Prime Minister's office under Trudeau needs to change the way it functions, becoming more open, more transparent, and more reactive to events as they unfold in real time. And this is going to really test their ability to adapt to that with this new Parliament.
Well, that's a good reminder, because after that debacle, scandal, controversy, however you want to qualify it, they did put someone in place, I forget who it was.
George Young.
That's right, George Young, to be a better liaison between caucus and the centre to make sure those people were being heard. You're going to have to do that times 100 now, though, are you not?
Yes, but can I just note, and I do it mindful of my neighbor, that one, I have heard this about every PMO.
Oh, yes, I agree. I agree.
But also that Stephen Harper doubled down on control when he was a minority prime minister. He did not say caucus we're a minority, so I need to be so much nicer to you. I'll water you every morning.
But sunny
so
minority
you bloom.
ways.
That didn't happen.
Probably won't work.
But they all realized that they were where they are because of Stephen Harper. And these Liberal MPs may think they're there because in spite of Justin Trudeau and not because of Justin Trudeau in 2019.
All right, weigh in on that part, Coyne. Weigh in on that part, whether he can manage that. And do you manage it better if you're tough or if you're...
He's a much diminished asset. He is not the same towering figure he was in 2015. There's going to be a lot of people very unhappy with the fact that they are now down to 33% in the vote. So I don't think he's going to be able to be quite the... I mean, yes, the dictates of staying in power will keep people alive, but there's going to be a lot of much more unhappy people, much less feeling like they owe him their livelihood.
Right.
I'm curious just really quickly to see how he frames it himself tonight. Like,
yes, yeah.
Is it you know, it's kind of a nebulous thing. It's hard to say this is a big win or a
strong minority, is it not?
Yeah, it's a strong minority, but is it framed by both Trudeau and the Liberals as a win, but with an ounce of humility? Like, is there a recognition that there's no representation in the West, that the Bloc has surged in Quebec, about the impacts on unity going forward, and the kinds of things like SNC? Like, is there a recognition that he was not able to pull out another majority, or is it just framing it as a win and nothing else?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be some sort of slightly more humble speech, right? It has to be an admission that there were people that wanted to rein you in, that there are places in the country that didn't hear from you. Is that not what you would...
But will it be?
Tell me. Tell me. Is that what you would expect
well,
from
look, I think we're conflating two things.
Okay.
It's like, I think the only person on the panel who's actually worked in a PMO in this kind of situation for a period of time. Yeah, you have to control things from the center, and I think you're going to see a very strong center because it's required to manage that situation. But that doesn't mean that you have to be a partisan a-hole in how you approach every issue with the other parties and how you communicate with the public and the rest of the country.
Lots of people just went like this to you.
Well, but, you know, but in fairness, that's why we lost in 2015.
Redemption is always possible.
But yeah,
I believe in the past.
Okay, all right.
But I will say that is why we lost in 2015, and you know, and you'll have that be a cautionary tale. That if you do take a path where you are not accommodating parts of the country that you aren't well represented in, that there will be a price to be paid, not just on a partisan basis, but as one would hope that whoever is sitting as a prime minister is trying to think about a greater good, that this is not just about partisan politics, but this is about trying to have a united country that's functional.
Yeah.
And this map, you know, doesn't remind me of the 70s because I was a baby then, but it reminds me of 1993. Where we have, you know, where we had the Reform Party dominating the West, and we had a separatist party with the majority of seats in Quebec. And I don't think that was very healthy for the country. And I think we were at a much better place where we had national parties that were competitive in every region of the country, and you had representation. Look, I'm from Saskatchewan. Yeah. Part of me is very happy to see Ralph Goodale lose because, you know, you want to do that when you have your partisan hat on. But it's really not good for the province of Saskatchewan or Western Canada not to have a voice like Ralph Goodale's around the cabinet table. And I think that is a problem and a challenge for this Prime Minister. So I think we have to separate the, having to control things from the center. I think that's just a part of how modern politics works. But it also doesn't, abrogate your duty
to look after the country.
To look after the country.
Okay, I got to put everyone on hold. I'm sorry, because Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, is coming up to the stage now. He has leading or elected in 32 ridings. He's tripled, really, his seat count from the previous leader in the previous election in 2015. So we're going to listen into him a little bit and continue this conversation right after that, because this is part of how does Justin Trudeau appeal to his home province, where he doesn't have as many seats as he did before. Let's listen into Yves-François Blanchet.
Mes amis, je nous trouve très fringants.
I think we're doing well.
Je nous trouve très vivants.
I think we're full of life.
Et ma foi, je vous regarde et je vous trouve très jeune.
I look at you and I see that you're very young.
Nous revenons de loin.
We've come a long way.
Nous irons encore plus loin.
But we will go even further.
Permettez-moi d'adresser d'abord quelques remerciements.
First of all, I would like to convey some thanks. In a few hours, my father will have left my life 21 years ago. And I know he had a great deal of admiration for René Lévesque.
Permettez-moi de remercier Nancy.
Allow me to thank Nancy and the children for their patience and especially for their encouragement and for a look that is shining at all times. I also want to thank all the activists from Belleuil-Chambly and the constituents and voters of Belleuil-Chambly. You welcomed me with such warmth that went well beyond my expectations.
Je veux saluer toutes les militantes et tous les
I want to
militants
convey
du
my
Bloc québécois.
greetings to all the activists of the Bloc Québécois, and I want to thank my advisor and friend, Mr. Gilles Duceppe. Mr. Gilles Duceppe has allowed us to benefit from his son, who has just been elected in Saint-Jacques.
Pour la trace indélébile qu'il aura laissée dans l'histoire du Québec,
the trace that he left in Quebec, I also want to thank Lucien Bouchard.
J'ai une pensée toute amicale, mais surtout
and I have
reconnaissante
some friendly thoughts and some gratitude for a great team that ran an impossible campaign in money and human resources. We did a lot more with a lot less than many others.
Et ma foi, à bien des égards,
and in many regards, it was really a victorious campaign.
Je gardais pour la fin mes amis candidates et candidats.
I want to keep for the end my fellow candidates. What courage.
Bien sûr, aujourd'hui, avec le recul,
now,
de loin, on peut se dire
with hindsight, I suppose you can say that this would have looked like maybe an easy choice, but it's important to realize that 4 or 6 months ago, when we were still just crazy people, well, there are some crazy people that said yes, and they're now going to the House of Commons.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you very much.
Ces gens-là ont mis une vie professionnelle
set aside their professional life, and they won through a solemn commitment to Quebecers. Some of them were not chosen tonight, but there is tremendous gratitude for all of you, not only from me, but from all Quebecers, and you will have my lasting friendship.
Les Québécois et les Canadiens se
The people
donnent
of
ce soir
Quebec
un
and
parlement
Canada
minoritaire.
have chosen a minority parliament tonight. No party among those who were aspiring to a majority won a majority of seats. No party will control the House of Commons. In Quebec, the Bloc Québécois does not want to form a government or even participate in a government. However, the Bloc Québécois can cooperate with any government. If what is proposed is good for Quebec, you can count on us. If what is being proposed harms Quebec, the Bloc will stand up and block it. If the government can be talked to and reflects the temperament of Quebecers, then the Bloc will also be a party one can talk to, except if we're talking about putting more oil across Quebec.
Sauf s'il s'agit de renoncer ou compromettre des valeurs, notre langue, ou l'engagement du Québec envers la laïcité des institutions publiques.
Secular public institutions.
Je ne crois pas que les Québécois et les Canadiens aient élu un gouvernement minoritaire dans le but de retourner aux urnes dans 18 mois ou dans 2 ans et demi.
And have another vote 18 months from now. I believe Quebecers and Canadians are asking us, all parties and all regions of this country, despite the deep divisions that we see in the electoral map today, to work together. They are asking us to make a state work even though it's imperfect. A country that for 37 years have abandoned a quarter of its population because of a constitution they never signed on to.
Mais c'est un parlement que nous devrons faire fonctionner.
Is a parliament we will have to make work. The Bloc Québécois understands the mandate that has been entrusted to it. We propose to be the voice of the Quebec nation,
qui s'est retrouvé dans son seul parlement national, l'Assemblée nationale du Québec.
In its only real parliament, the National Assembly. We are the voice of the consensus that existed in the Quebec National Assembly. We are solemnly committed to carry out that mandate, all of that mandate, without any hesitation. We understand the depth of that mandate, but we also understand its limitations. The members, the activists, and the voters of the Bloc Québécois know that we still believe that as soon as possible, in its own way, Quebec can choose to have all the attributes of sovereignty.
Mais Merci. Moi aussi.
I do too.
Mais j'ai une admiration sans borne,
but I have
un respect, une reconnaissance responsable envers nos militants, nos gens,
for our activists who can be impatient at times, but for all those people and all those friends who agree that Quebec this time, and this time, for this time, the realization of sovereignty be not our mandate. The Bloc Québécois is a sovereigntist party, and the desire for sovereignty has been part of me ever since my father sang the song. The Bloc Québécois will learn again to listen to Quebecers in that perspective. This, if there's one thing this campaign taught us, it is that we reflect the voice, the people of Quebec. We respect their values, and they can give us their full confidence.
Nous devons conserver et chérir cette humilité
hold dear this humility that has brought us to where we are tonight. The Bloc parliamentary wing will be heading to Ottawa soon. Our work is not to make Canadian federalism work. Our mandate, our mandate, as dictated by voters, not to prevent it, but the deep relationship between the Canadian Federation and the Quebec state doesn't mean being servile. However, good friends, parliamentarians, well, maybe one day we will realize that this is the way of the future. Partners, but equals and free. Our mandate, in the meantime, is to get as much as we can for Quebecers in the time we are there, while we wait for Quebecers to choose another path. And it is by being patient and through humility, and only at that price can we possibly say tonight that Quebec is us. Tonight, I always have the great pleasure to speak to the other leaders of the parties. It is with obstination, obstinacy, that we were able to run a positive campaign, a clean campaign, a campaign of ideas, a campaign of heart. Quebec has just rewarded us for that. I do hope, without giving anyone a lesson, I do hope that we will all in Parliament have received and understood the message associated with that choice. I want to congratulate Mr. Justin Trudeau, Mr. Jagmeet Singh, Ms. Elizabeth May, and Mr. Andrew Scheer, and Mr. Maxime Bernier. I will make myself available to lay the foundations of a parliamentary culture that will adopt another value dear to Quebecers: respect. Respect, yes, but also respect among parliamentarians, respect and humility. We are there to serve the people. With that in mind and in that spirit, without compromising who we are and respecting our mandate and its limitations, our desire will be to cooperate. And I expect the same of the other parties. However, do not expect any compromise about the positions and our desire to defend the language and values of Quebecers. In that spirit as well, I believe it is appropriate to convey our greetings to the members of the National Assembly and to meet with Premier Legault, the Premier of Quebec. Friends, let us never forget this campaign, which is like a vow. The only vow of ours will be addressed to the Quebec nation.
Que lui avons-nous dit à la nation québécoise?
What did we say to the Quebec
Nous lui avons
nation?
dit, le
We
français,
said
c'est nous.
that French
La
is us.
laïcité, c'est nous.
That secularism
Les
is
régions,
us.
c'est nous.
That the regions
La
is us.
gestion de l'offre, c'est nous.
That supply management
Les aînés,
is us.
c'est nous.
That seniors is
La
us.
sortie du pétrole, c'est
That
nous.
getting rid of oil is us.
L'énergie propre, c'est
That
nous.
clean energy is us.
L'innovation,
That
c'est nous.
innovation is
Le
us.
Québec, c'est
That
nous.
Quebec is us.
Everyone's complaining on the set. Okay, that's Yves-François Blanchet, leader of the Bloc Québécois, and tonight is walking away with 32 seats to represent his party, building the party back from 10, well more than they needed, of course, for official party status, saying a couple of important things, and that's why we took so much of the speech, because this is going to be important in a minority government, says that the Bloc will be a party that people can talk to, but there is one condition. He does not want a pipeline to pass through Quebec in any way, shape, or form, of course, referring to Energy East, which died anyway, which the Liberals have no interest in reviving, so that's probably good news for them. And also said that his job as the Bloc Québécois was not to make sure that federalism works, but also not to stop it. That too sounds like a sort of conciliatory move. If someone decides that they will have to work with the Bloc, there are ways to do that there. Where am I going next here? David Cochran's got a few more results.
Yeah, we're going to look at a couple of the ridings in Quebec that sort of help tell the Bloc story tonight. And we're going to start in Berthier-Masconanger, which is still too close to call. With 240 of 273 polls reporting, the Bloc candidate Yves Perron has a 558-vote lead over Ruth Ellen Brousseau. This was one of the seats the New Democrats thought they were going to hold on to in Quebec. Right now, she is trailing in second place behind the Bloc. And right here in Trois-Rivières, this was a seat that the NDP held that the Liberals and the Conservatives targeted for gains. Yes. They were in there early in the campaign multiple times, and right there, the Bloc has eaten everybody's lunch, a 1,600-vote lead with the Liberal candidate running second.
Interesting. I was with Ruth Ellen when she was campaigning. She's very popular in her own riding, and I was in Trois-Rivières where it seemed to be anyone but the NDP, I thought, who would win there. Heather's got another result.
Well, further to that, I mean, the question beginning tonight was, would the rise of the Bloc come at the same time as the demise of the NDP in the province of Quebec? It's not exactly comparable, but in 2011, when the NDP hit the high water mark, the Bloc was reduced to 4. Now, with the Bloc at 32, we have precisely one NDP member elected, and that is the deputy leader of the party, the Quebec lieutenant, Alexandre Boulris, in Rosemont La Petite Patrie. You can see elected by a huge gap over the Liberal candidate. But what does he have? No money, no organization. Maybe the only last faint hope is that he will be joined by Pierre-Luc Dussault in the riding of Sherbrooke. This is not finished yet. It's so close, 29.2% to 29%. 86% of the polls in at this point, very tight for the Liberal candidate now in Sherbrooke in the Eastern Townships. He was, Rosemary, the youngest ever MP elected in 2011, 19 at the time. Yeah. Still in the balance, but it's, you know, winnowing opportunities for him at this point.
Okay, it'd be good for Alexandre Boulris to have a friend, I guess, from Quebec. I should say that the Bloc has made significant pickups, obviously, and mostly to the detriment of the NDP, 32 leading and elected. But the Liberals have only lost 6, as Chantal is kindly reminding me here over on the side. So they're down a little bit, but they've still performed well in Quebec. Obviously, it has damaged their attempt to try and form a majority government, but it is not disastrous. And they are able to say that they have a significant presence in Quebec, which ultimately may help them a lot if they're trying to deal with a problem of being shut out of parts of Western Canada. That's something they're going to have to address head on. Some other news now on a leader, Jagmeet Singh. Remember, he only decided to seek a seat inside the House of Commons more than a year after he became leader. He won that in a by-election about 8 months ago, and now here he is. He's won his seat again in Burnaby South in British Columbia, so he can serve at least as NDP leader inside the House and represent both him and his caucus of 25, which we've already talked about. Not the strongest performance for the NDP by any measure either. But again, we started out with very low expectations for Singh, so he did, as David Cochran said now a couple times, trademarked it, I guess, the Singh save, if you will. Let's take a look at the map on the floor, just give you a sense of what the country looks like tonight in case you've forgotten, because we are going to be standing by for more speeches from leaders. We've heard from Maxime Bernier in the Beauce, who lost his own riding tonight and had a devastating, perhaps, performance by the People's Party of Canada, with about 1% across the country nationally, a little more than 1% nationally. But you can see now what we're looking at in terms of how the country looks. There is some support for the NDP, both on the far west coast, a little bit in the north, and into Ontario. The Conservatives really holding most of Western Canada, the Bloc picking up all those seats in Quebec, and the Liberals sort of sprinkled throughout, but missing seats, some key seats in Alberta and Saskatchewan. And Peter, I think you have something to say, do you?
I didn't, but I could think of something.
Oh, well,
to
someone
say.
told me. Someone told me you did, but I know I can always count on you.
Well, you know, seriously, I remember a couple of hours ago we talked about the two-speech night, and obviously everybody has a couple of speeches in their pocket to pull out now and address the nation.
Yeah.
These next three are all key. Well, I guess next four. Elizabeth May will probably speak next, right?
Well, we're waiting because there's some confusion around when Andrew Scheer wants to come out, so we're standing by to get them all figured out.
They usually go in from
Yes, they do. Usually the guy who wins gets to go last, but we'll see. Yeah.
Anyway, they all have certain things that may well be addressed here. Elizabeth May will be happy that she's gone up to, 3 seats, but really, it may be time, and she may give us a sense of that tonight.
Yeah.
But for Andrew Scheer and for Jagmeet Singh, those are both key speeches. Everybody here is being kind around the table, suggesting this is not the night
to quit,
to either quit or the knives to be brought out. But they very well may be in the next few days.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to say that they have enough room here to think about things, because it's not a total wipeout. But so we might not hear anything tonight from any of them. But on the other hand, there would be cases to be made for choosing different options, different leaders going forward. We'll see how that unfolds. Duncan wants to come in, and then I'm going to go over to Jamie to say one last word from her.
I'll just say that I'm hearing, seeing online something that people, Indigenous people in particular, would like to see in Justin Trudeau's speech, which is being mentioned in this campaign. Indigenous people suddenly dropped off the radar of Justin Trudeau as compared to 2015, where he made an awful lot of promises. And so I think there will certainly be Indigenous people who will be watching closely to see if Justin Trudeau is going to deal with issues in the way that he promised in the last campaign. And likewise, when we have a minority government, they'll be looking to see if he's going to, the NDP had an extensive platform on Indigenous issues, not only committing to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not only committed to missing murdered Indigenous women inquiry and implementing all those, but some really specific promises like cell service on reserves, cleaner water in places like Grassy Narrows, things like that. So I think Indigenous people will be watching Justin Trudeau's speech closely.
Yeah, although to be fair to them, those are also things the Liberals have committed to doing. So I take your point. The NDP were trying to get in on that conversation, and I think you could also raise the issue that Indigenous issues did not get enough attention through this election from any party, right? And that obviously not acceptable to many Indigenous voters across the country. Jamie Poisson, one last thought there from your watch party, and then we'll let them go and get a glass of wine or a snack or whatever they want to do next.
Great. Thanks so much, Rosie. I'm going to start with lawyer Marie Henein. I know that you want to talk about women. 97 women candidates of 338. What do you think when you see that number?
Well, it's less than 30 seconds that was spent talking about it in 6 hours tonight, and it's less than a third of the number of seats that were available. It's profoundly disappointing. It's we talk about natural resources. I would think 50% of the population is one of the most important natural resources that we have, and it's too bad it's a byline. It's just disappointing.
Look, how do you think we address this? Because it strikes me that this number does not move substantially from election to election. We're always looking at about a third.
No, that's very true. It's a chronic problem in Canada. It requires a real promotion of women running. It requires a lot of discussion. And we're just not doing a good job of it. It sends an awful message to young women who are seeing this.
What message would you like to give young women tonight?
Come out and try, because we need you. You are the greatest natural resource that we have in this country.
Mark Toohey, any final thoughts tonight? Anything that you're left with?
Yeah, I think this election kind of proves, as much as Elizabeth May grew her seat count, I think the Green Party at this point is a joke. She had the best chance in ever in history in Canada to actually move into the center and have people in Canada understand any other policy than save the planet, kill the people.
Well, I mean, she did campaign on free tuition and farm.
And nobody knows that. The only thing she ever is passionate about is the one thing. She's been a dismal failure as a leader. In any other party, she'd resign tonight, and I expect she'll resign in the coming days.
Okay. Mayor Nenshi?
I'm just happy this is over. I don't mean the night. The night's been great.
I was having such a nice time with you.
No, at the beginning of the year, I said, I love elections. I've run in 4 of them. I find them really exciting, and I wasn't looking forward to our provincial election in Alberta or this one. And I've been proven right. I've also been proven right, by the way, when I said 5 months ago that the Bloc was going to be resurgent, and everyone laughed at me.
That is true.
But what's real here is the numbers bear out the fact that the kind of divisive politics that we've been seeing isn't going to work. So when you've got the Conservatives and they cannot grow beyond that excited base, it means they have to reach out a little bit more. When you've got the Liberals, it means they got to reach out to the West. They've got to think about the economy more. They can't be signaling their values all the time. And I really hope, because I'm naively optimistic, that the lesson that everyone takes from this election is, let's actually start getting to work on things that matter to Canadians, ditch the identity politics, ditch the behavior stuff, when it's just all gotcha politics, and get on with the job of making this country better.
All right, a very optimistic final thought from you, Mayor Nenshi, and Ryan McMahon, writer and comedian. Final word to you.
Indigenous communities are on the front lines of climate change, and they have been talking about climate change for nearly 2 decades. We've sat here tonight, hardly talked about the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, Nunavut.
Almost not at all.
Not at all. And I mean, we're not just talking about climate change as an idea there. We're talking about food sources, food insecurity issues, food security issues. And we weren't brave enough to hold a climate debate in this country. And to me, in 2019, climate change deniers are basically flat earthers. And so if we're not brave enough to hold a climate change debate in this country and have a conversation, we have to go to bed tonight thinking about that. And I hope all of the parties show more bravery. I mean, over 1 million people participated in the climate march and strike, and most of them were young people.
Okay.
So what does it say to them if we're not brave enough to have the conversation?
Okay, I think that is a good place for us to end this panel. I want to thank you all so much for being here. It was such a pleasure for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosie, I'll go back to you. My colleague, our colleague, Vashi Kapelos, and I are going to go record a podcast pretty soon, and hopefully we can get that out by 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Wow.
I know. Jamie tried to make me do it, too, and I said, Jamie, I'm older than you. I'm going to need to lie down.
Are you sure you don't want to do it?
Okay, bye, Jamie. Thanks to you and your launch party. Oh, good. You've got the mayor. There you go. Thanks, Jamie, for all your help with the evening. Appreciate it. We're going to dig into some more results, just to bring you up to date on why we're still the heck on air, given that we know the verdict. We are waiting to hear from the rest of the leaders tonight. We've yet to hear from Jagmeet Singh, Elizabeth May, Andrew Scheer, and Justin Trudeau. And all of those speeches will be important because they'll help us better understand the direction they're going to take under this new minority government, how they're going to potentially work together, if they've got any lines in the sand they want to put out there already, and just how they're feeling about the night. So all those speeches coming to you still as soon as they get themselves organized and decide what order they want to go in. Ian, you've got some more results right now.
Rosie, think back, I think it was 5 hours ago when we were in Atlantic Canada. I know, it seemed, we were all so much younger back then. And we were talking about the possibility of a green breakthrough in Atlantic Canada. And then all of a sudden, Jenica Atwin wins the seat in Fredericton, and the hopes were sky high for the Green Party. And a lot of those hopes centered on Vancouver Island. But let's look and see what happened to the vote tonight on Vancouver Island. And you see the Greens up by just over 1 percentage point. I don't think anybody expected that. And there was some talk about an NDP, if not collapse, then certainly the NDP receding. Well, that certainly didn't happen on Vancouver Island. They are down a little bit, but basically stayed pretty solid, and they have solid support there.
when Jagmeet Singh went to the House of Commons in that by-election, that same day, Paul Manley became the second elected Green MP in Canada. Another reason to have high hopes. Well, he's been elected tonight. But take a look at this other Vancouver Island riding. And there you have the Greens in third place. Alistair McGregor should point out he worked with Gene Crowder, who's a well-known, long-time former MP on Vancouver Island. There is a long tradition of NDP strength on Vancouver Island, and it continued tonight. But that Green breakthrough did not happen.
Okay, good to know how that unfolded in the end. David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, you're going to stick with Vancouver Island because Jagmeet Singh in the final days spent a lot of time there. He put out an attack pamphlet going after the Green Party for some of their position. I'll show you a couple of ridings that the Greens thought they might pick up, but where they are falling short, at least at the moment. In Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, Randall Garrison, the NDP incumbent, has a 2,400 vote lead over David Murner of the Green Party. He ran for the Liberals last time round. And in Victoria, where Marie Rankin retired, Laurel Collins, a municipal councillor from the city of Victoria, has held that seat with 2,400 votes. So disappointing results there for the Green Party, Rosie. Liz May has increased her caucus by a blistering 300% this year, but it goes from 1 to 3.
Sometimes the bar doesn't have to be that high, David. That's just how it works. Andrew Chang, you've got some more results for us, too.
Yeah, well, so I mean, let's look at what the Greens have been able to do if you just, take the whole country, as multiple pieces and let's break it down province by province. So what they have been able to do is they've been able to build on their share of the popular vote across the board in every single provincial case. And granted, Saskatchewan and Alberta, you have very, very small gains, but they're gains right across the board. What does that all add up to? I mean, the Greens have managed to almost double their share of the popular vote. Maybe two ways of looking at that. One is that double of a small number is still a small number. But nationally, I mean, they have almost 1 million votes cast in their favor. You compare that to a party like the Bloc Québécois that has 1.2 million votes. But they're going to end up with a tenth of the seats of what the Bloc has, right? So I mean, there are a few ways I think that you can look at that, whether tonight is a success for the Greens or, as Ian points out, I mean, it falls far short of the breakthrough that they were hoping for. But, two sides to that coin.
Yeah, and in terms of popular vote, it's not that far off from where they were in 2000. A number of voters that they got, not too far off from where they were in 2008. So, yeah, it's translated into more seats, but are they actually getting more people out and listening to their message? Not sure. Okay, let's bring you up to date on that independent on the board. And we can tell you at this hour that Jody Wilson-Raybould has been elected as right now the only independent in the next House of Commons. She has won by more than 1,300 votes. Of course, Jody Wilson-Raybould quit cabinet over the SNC-Lavalin affair and then was ejected from caucus along with Jane Philpott, who lost here tonight. Her goal in running was to try and do politics a little differently. And Anita Bath is in Vancouver Granville at Jody Wilson-Raybould's headquarters, where this would be a big win for her tonight. And I imagine she'll come out and talk at some point. Anita.
She is expected here within the next half an hour or so. I can tell you, though, the mood here shifted very quickly. People were biting their nails, worried that the Liberal candidate or the Conservatives was going to take this race. But as soon as Jody Wilson-Raybould took that top spot, the mood changed here instantly. People rushed onto the floor. They started chanting her name, very excited because this is a huge feat. It's very difficult in Canada for someone to get elected as an independent. People tend to throw their support behind those who have the support of a party. And Jody Wilson-Raybould has managed to pull this off. That has everybody here with giant smiles on their face, excited and waiting for her to come. What I can say is that it is quite clear, though, that the vote has been split here. Last election, the Liberals took 50%, with the Conservatives and the NDP taking about a quarter each. And this time, you see a much tighter race. It went back and forth quite a bit. And Jody Wilson-Raybould has only managed to squeak by. Still, though, a massive feat for her. She was able to raise more than $400,000 for this campaign. She had the backing of more than 400 supporters, and those supporters, those volunteers, were door knocking up until the last few minutes, trying to make that final push for her. So now everybody here is waiting for her. We're told that she's watching at home with her mom and her sister. and I imagine her speech is going to be a happy one. Rosie?
Okay, Anita, yeah, a very excited room there, and you're right, quite a feat for an independent to pull this off. It is difficult if you don't have the organization, you don't have the money right at your fingertips, and so she's managed to do that, so credit where credit's due. And thanks, Anita, we'll check back with you. I should point out that there are places there for Jody Wilson-Raybould to find alliances and friendships, probably not within the Liberal Party, but certainly she's been present at some Green Party rallies, and she's been hanging out with Elizabeth May a little bit. Elizabeth May, remember, even offered to leave the Green Party as leader to give it over to Jody Wilson-Raybould. She didn't want to do that, but there are some alliances for Jody Wilson-Raybould inside the House, and I'm sure she will try and find them. Before I go to Vashi, just wanted to let you know that the President of the United States has tweeted, as he does, this time congratulating Justin Trudeau on, quote, a wonderful and hard-fought victory. He continues on in his tweet, Canada is well served, and I look forward to working with you toward the betterment of both of our countries. So we know that he said some other things about Justin Trudeau. Tonight, he's sending his congratulations. Vashi, maybe I'll get you on the, I'll just update people on this other little bit of news. Jagmeet Singh and Andrew Scheer have now placed calls to Justin Trudeau, and they've spoken to him on the phone, which means that we're moving towards hearing from these people, because generally that's what you do. You make a little call to say congratulations, and then you come out and you give your speech. So I'll get Vashi to weigh in on any part of what I've just said.
Oh, there's a lot to choose from there. I'll pick something actually totally extra out of that and maybe look towards what we might hear from Mr. Scheer, particularly because he'll obviously speak before Mr. Trudeau, and that is around the popular vote. And we've sort of touched on this so far, but I think it's really interesting that the Conservatives right now, I'm just looking at our latest numbers, but they held about 34.4% of the popular vote, while the Liberals held about 32.9% of the vote. I know that there's been a lot of debate about what that means for electoral reform, but I'm also interested to see how that ends up being framed by the Conservatives. In the same way, I was looking to see, particularly with Mr. Trudeau, if there would be some humility and along with the way in which he delivers, conveys this as a win. I'm wondering if there will be, a desire on the part of the Conservatives to frame this as a bit of a, hey, we won the popular vote, but, and whether at the same time,
a la Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, that's exact. Speaking of Donald Trump, or whether there will be some humility in that message. Like, I'm very interested to see between these two leaders how they end up framing the way in which they and their party ended up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way the system works, right? I mean, you can't, for now, we'll see whether Andrew Coyne wants to try and make that case again, but you can have a percentage of the vote that is very close, but if you're getting seats in places where there are more seats in urban centers, in the GTA, in places like that, you end up with more seats, and that's the way the map looks right now. I should say that in Alberta, to your point, they've got 68.8% of the vote. I mean, that's pretty definitive that that's where people want to be.
It is definitive, but you also then again look out at this map, you see divided regionally, but you also look at those numbers and you see almost equal parts of Canadian society feeling very differently about the outcome that they wanted tonight. And I imagine that also doesn't lend itself to the easiest job for the Prime Minister going forward and bridging people and regions together. It's not just about appealing tonight. It's going to be very difficult to do.
Yeah, and those speeches, and that's why we're hanging around till all hours for these speeches, because those speeches are important to starting to set the tone to what you're going to do inside this Parliament and how you're going to approach these people, and how, more importantly, you're going to approach Canadians who either chose you or didn't choose you, and now feel, maybe a little bit isolated and maybe a little bit worried about whether you're going to pay attention to them. We are standing by for Jagmeet Singh. I don't know if we have a shot we can pop up yet. We're told he's going to come in about a minute's time. And then we'll hear, of course, I don't know, maybe Elizabeth May will come out before Andrew Scheer. All right, so this is just the pool shot in the room. This is probably them just getting ready to introduce Jagmeet Singh as he comes onto the stage. I'm just going to get Megan Leslie to dip in as we wait for Mr. Singh to appear. What kind of message would we expect to hear from Jagmeet Singh tonight?
I expect it's going to be positive. I expect it's going to be open to working together. I thought Blanchet's speech was in that tone too. And my only experience with minority was in 2008. And as a MP at committee, I felt I could get things done. I could advance my agenda and talk about the things I wanted to talk about by working with other parties. The House of Commons was a little on the toxic end, though, and the grandstanding and the government only lasted a couple of years. But we have a current example of things working in BC. And remember that the BC election there was a lot of mudslinging, there was a lot of name calling, and it was pretty ugly. Yet the NDP and the Greens have been able to figure out how to make it work. They're both really proud of the work they're doing on Clean BC, so advancing an environmental agenda. And I think that we can use them as a role model for how to do this. So I expect Jagmeet will be positive, like what he's seen demonstrated in BC.
Yeah. Can we flip up this big monitor here in front of me? Because look, you can see all the different rooms now ready to hear from their leaders. We are standing by for Jagmeet Singh at this stage. That's the person. There's lots of jumping at his rallies. It's very invigorating. All right, there he is with his wife coming out to talk to the crowds and give us his sense of what the results that he's received tonight say about the party, about him, and about his future, and where he sees this minority government going. I vaguely remember David Cochrane telling me how many minority governments there were in Canada right now. Was it you?
Yeah, there's 4 at the provincial level. Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, New Brunswick, and British Columbia. So we have 4 at the provincial level, now 1 at the federal level. Yeah. I think it's a first in Canadian history.
Really?
Had that many at the same
I don't know.
time?
I have no idea. We'll get someone to Google that for you. It's possible.
Chantel's nodding, so that's she's like Wikipedia.
So I can't think of a time when there would have been more than 4.
More than 4. Okay, good. I'm
plus the federal government.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of.
Yeah. What Peter? Well, he's going to start talking in a minute. But what kind of speech would you expect from Jagmeet Singh tonight?
Well, he looks like he's in a good mood.
Yeah,
so
I would say.
He's going to try and give an upbeat speech that said, you know, they all said I was written off, and we were written off, and here we are. We're in 4th place, but we got 25 seats, and we're going to make a go of it, and we're going to say all the right things.
4th place, almost shut out of Atlantic Canada with 1 seat.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to like. I get what you're saying. That's probably what he's going to say, but that's a hard thing to spin because in 1993, that was the last time the NDP was reduced to 4th place, and they stayed there for the next 18 years. So it's not like this could be them out in the wilderness.
Yeah, but this isn't the days of 12 seats and 8 seats.
No, that's
it was pretty brutal back then.
That's right. Okay, let's dip in here to Burnaby, where Jagmeet Singh's about to speak, and we'll stand by for the other leaders to come out as well. Here he is, the NDP leader, winning 25 seats tonight in the country.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Woo. Thank you very much, my friends. Thank you so much. Oh, man, the love is real. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate the love. Merci infiniment pour votre présence.
Thank you all very much for being here, for your involvement. It's a real honor to be here with you. Thank you for everything you did.
My friends, before I go any further, I want to acknowledge the traditional territories that we're gathered upon. The unceded Coast Salish territories of the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Musqueam, the Kwikwetlem, the First Nations. My friends, this has been an incredible night. It's been an incredible campaign, an incredible journey, and it is such an amazing honor to be home here in British Columbia with all of you. I also want to take a moment to congratulate Mr. Trudeau and the Liberal Party for the evening's results. I want to congratulate them, the new Prime Minister. And I spoke with Mr. Trudeau, the Prime Minister, earlier tonight, And I let him know that we'll be working hard on making sure we deliver the priorities that Canadians have, that all of you have, and we're going to work hard on that. We are going to make sure that the energy that we built over this campaign, the excitement that we built, and the focus that we put on people's struggles continues, and so that we can play a constructive and positive role in the new parliament that Canadians have chosen. I want you to know, this is always going to be our focus. When we get back to Ottawa, every single day that we're in Parliament, New Democrats are going to be working hard to make sure your life is better, so that Canadians' life is better, so that people's life are better. I also want to congratulate the other leaders, the parties, Mr. Scheer, Ms. May, and Mr. Blanchet. I want to congratulate anyone who allowed their name to stand for any party. It's a tough thing to do, and I want to thank you all. I got to tell you, I'm really proud to have been able to lead a team that is the most diverse, that represented women, that represented LGBTQ. This team was one of the most caring and the most diverse team that we've been able to run, and I'm so honored to be able to lead that team. And I want to thank the tens of thousands of volunteers that came out to support our campaigns and our teams across this country. There are far too many people for me to name. I'm sure you can imagine that. But I'm just going to name just a couple. First off, someone who's been beside me, by my side throughout this journey, throughout this adventure, my wife, my life partner, Gurkiran. She stole the show. She stole the show once already. I would love for her to steal the show again. I also want to thank my family, my brother, my mom and dad, and my sister, everyone who's been such a big support to me throughout my life, my friends, and my team in Ottawa, my team here in BC, my team across the country. Thank you so much. Now, again, there's far too many people for me to name, but if I can just name two people that can represent the entire team that I have, it's hard to do that, but there's two people I think you wouldn't mind if I recognize. They don't know I'm doing this, but I want to recognize two people, in fact, two incredible women that were integral to this campaign. And I'm proud to say they're women. It's something that's really powerful in our party. My campaign director, Jennifer Howard. And my national director, Melissa Bruno. Two of the most powerful positions in our party were young, or not young, well, kind of youngish. Young, powerful women. Let's just say they're powerful women. Either Melissa or Jennifer are going to get really mad at me over that one now. Both. I also want to thank the incredible people of Burnaby South for re-electing me, giving me the honor. I'm humbled. I'm humbled that you put your trust in me. Thank you. And I'm going to continue to work incredibly hard for you, to work with you, to work for you. Thank you. I got to tell you, I've met throughout this campaign some incredible people, some inspirational people. And I'm inspired by them. Their stories have stuck with me. I've met these folks across the country, folks that inspire the work that we do as New Democrats. And one of those people is a young man, a young boy, barely 10 years old, who lives with a chronic illness, and told me that he wasn't worried about the chronic illness, wasn't worried about the medication and the injections, wasn't worried about the fact that if he didn't stay up on top of his medication or his blood work, he might die. He told me he wasn't worried about any of that. He was just worried that his medication was costing a lot to his mom and dad. He worried about being a burden to his family. I remember that young man. And I remember that young man and the fact that someone as young as that felt like he was a burden in a country as rich as ours. And that's a part of the reason why we're fighting. We're fighting for that young man. I also want to talk about Grassy Narrows, a community that represents the injustice historically and ongoing that Indigenous people continue to face. There are people of Grassy Narrows who are so resilient in the face of neglect and negligence and being ignored, and being told they don't matter, being ridiculed. We brought the national campaign to Grassy Narrows to let them know that they do matter, that they are worthy. And that Indigenous reconciliation is sometimes as simple as basic respect and dignity for the first people of this land. And that means clean drinking water. That means not taking Indigenous kids to court. That means equal funding for child welfare, for education, and quality homes. Mes amis, j'ai rencontré des jeunes de tous les milieux.
Friends, I met young people from all backgrounds, people who have had trouble, and they were cynical about politicians. They weren't convinced, but they said they're all the same. So to the people of Quebec, I want to say thank you. Of course, the results are not what we wanted, but the welcome I received in Quebec warmed my heart. This first electoral rendezvous allowed us to connect, and I was able to show you that we share the same values. And I am grateful for the support that we received this evening. But it wasn't enough. We will continue to fight for you.
Oui, merci. Merci. Nous n'allons pas laisser tomber le Québec.
We are not going to abandon Quebec. We will continue to be a presence there. I will continue to have a presence there. I said that we would unite Quebec progressives with progressives in the rest of Canada. And together we can do that. And we will do it. Jack began the work, and we will continue it, because progressives are us. We are the progressives.
Merci, mes amis.
Thank you,
Et à
friends.
très bientôt. On
And
ne
see
lâche
you
pas.
soon. We'll keep up the work.
Friends, throughout this campaign, I've heard a lot of stories about Canadians, from Canadians who are struggling and just want to build a good life, but are finding it harder and harder to do so. And to those Canadians, I want to say to you this tonight. New Democrats are going to Ottawa to fight for you. And friends, in the days ahead, I'll be meeting my new caucus, and we're going to sit together and talk and discuss about how we can deliver for the people of this country. Because the real winner of this election is not a party or a leader. The real winner of any election should always be the people, and that means Canadians. And Canadians sent a pretty clear message tonight that they want a government that works for them, not for the rich and the powerful, not for the well-connected. Exactly. And if all MPs, you're right. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll talk about that. I'm sorry about that. And if all MPs elected tonight hear that message and act on that message, then the real winners of this election will be the people. Les Canadiens, merci. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont envoyé un message clair ce soir. Ils veulent un gouvernement qui fonctionne pour eux, pas pour les plus riches et les grandes multinationales,
and the
pour
big
les Canadiens
multinationals,
et les
but for
Canadiennes.
Canadians.
Et si tous les députés élus ce soir
And if all the
attendent ce
members
message
of Parliament
et
elected
agissent
tonight hear
en
that
conséquence,
message and
les
act
vrais gagnants de
as they
l'élection
should, the
seront
real
les
winners
gens.
of this election will be the people.
So I want to let you know, New Democrats are going to work hard to deliver the following results. We're going to work hard to make sure young people have a future that's filled with hope. That's right. We want young people to be filled with hope. We want to make sure that Canada is a leader in the global fight against a climate crisis. We want families to have a more affordable life. And we want a Canada that's a nation that takes reconciliation seriously. And you know this, with New Democrats, for us, reconciliation is more than just a word. It requires real action. Real action. So here's what New Democrats are going to seek to do when we work with other parties to achieve. These are our commitments. These are the things that we want to continue to fight for. If you need medication in our country, we want to make sure you use your health card, not your credit card. That means a national, publicly delivered, single-payer pharmacare for all. We want to help Canadians be able to get a home that they can afford. And what we mean by making life more affordable is not a tax cut for the richest Canadians, but tackling student debt by waiving all interest on student loans. That's right. That means taking on the big telecom companies and putting a cap on cell phone bills. Real and urgent action to fight the climate crisis, which includes ending fossil fuel subsidies and reinvesting in clean, renewable energy. And to make sure, absolutely, we got to invest in housing. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And we're also going to make sure, we're going to do something that no one else is ready to say, but we're proud to say, and we're going to say it again and again because we're going to get it done. We're going to make sure that the super wealthy start paying their fair share. We're on it. That's exactly what we're going to do. My friends, that's exactly what we're going to do. These are the priorities of people. These are the priorities of people that New Democrats will put at the heart of the conversations that we're going to have in the days and weeks to come. And if the other parties work with us, we have an incredible opportunity to make the lives of all Canadians so much better. And we even have an opportunity to even change the way we do politics in this country. I want to talk to the many Canadians that rejected the call to vote out of fear and thank them for voting for hope. And if any election showed the importance of this issue, this election showed it. With electoral reform, we can make sure that every election from now on is one where people don't.
All right,
have to
that's Jagmeet Singh still giving his closing speech. Expected it to be a little bit shorter, and obviously so did Andrew Scheer. So let's take you now to Regina, where Andrew Scheer is getting ready to speak. He now the leader of the official opposition, Andrew Scheer.
Always so great to be back in Saskatchewan. Now, first and foremost, I want to thank the voters of Regina Qu'Appelle for once again electing me as your member of Parliament. And thank you to all the volunteers that worked hard in the campaign office and who knocked on doors, put up signs. Joan Bayless, thank you so much for running a campaign while I was Being the Member of Parliament for Regina Capella is an honor that I will never take for granted, and I will work hard every day to repay the trust that you have put in me. I also say thank you to all 336 Conservative Party candidates for your hard work during this campaign. And a special note of congratulations for my two new colleagues here in Regina, Warren Stanley in Regina Louvain and Mike Cram in Regina Wascana. And to everybody across the country who joined our Conservative team over the last 40 days, whether you knocked on doors, put in lawn signs, made a donation, or simply told
this
your
is not
friend
how
and
things are
neighbor
normally
why you
done.
were
Generally, we
voting
all wait our
Conservative.
turn, so we're off to a raring start for this minority government. Here's Justin Trudeau, the next Prime Minister. We'll go back to Andrew Scheer if we need to. Over to the Prime Minister.
From coast to coast to coast, tonight, Canadians rejected division and negativity. They rejected cuts and austerity, and they voted in favor of a progressive agenda and strong action on climate change. I have heard you, my friends. You are sending our Liberal team back to work, back to Ottawa with a clear mandate. We will make life more affordable. We will continue to fight climate change. We will get guns off our streets, and we will keep investing in Canadians. Les Canadiens
Canadians have entrusted us with the responsibility of continuing to govern, but none of that would have been possible without the efforts and sacrifices of many, many people. I have so many people to thank, and I know I'm going to be spending a lot of time on the phone in the coming days, but tonight there are a few people in particular that I have to thank. First of all, my Sophie. We began this political adventure together 10 years ago because we believed in a better future, because we knew that it was worthwhile fighting for a better, more prosperous Canada.
Okay, we've put up all three leaders here, all speaking at the same time. Generally, you take your turn, and the person who wins gets to go last. Instead, everybody's all going at once. So we're sticking with the Prime Minister because that's the guy who won tonight. We'll bring you anything more that Jagmeet Singh, if he ever stops, and Andrew Scheer, if he ever does make any sort of announcement, we'll bring you that. Let's go back to Justin Trudeau for now.
Every single day you inspire me to do more and do better. And everything I do for you and for your generation. You remind me every single day that I have to take some time to appreciate the life we have and how lucky we are, and all the roles of all the roles that I have, the one I have is the one I like most.
And to the very best campaign team ever assembled in Canada, our incredible candidates, staff, and volunteers. None of this would have been possible without you. Thank you for the early mornings and the late nights. You've sacrificed a lot, taking time away from your families and friends to move Canada forward. And I cannot thank you enough, so instead I'll simply say this. You did it, my friends. Congratulations. To the leaders of the other parties and their families, thank you for being a part of this essential exercise in democracy. You have chosen to serve. Thank you for stepping up in this campaign and in this political life. Je dois bien sûr remercier
and of course,
les gens de Papineau.
I have to thank the people of Papineau.
Ça fait plus de 10 ans
For more than 10 years, you have entrusted me with your confidence, and it's a great privilege for me to continue to represent you and to continue to be a strong voice for you. Thank you so much.
Et bien sûr, and of course, to my fellow Canadians. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve you for these past 4 years, and tonight you're sending us back to work for you. We take this responsibility seriously, and we will work hard for you, for your families, and for your future. To those who voted for our party, thank you for putting your trust in our team. Thank you for having faith in us to move this country in the right direction. And to those who did not vote for us, know that we will work every single day for you. We will govern for everyone. And regardless of how you cast your ballot, ours is a team that will fight for all Canadians. Mes chers Québécois,
dear Quebecers, I heard your message tonight. You want to continue to go forward with us, but you also want to ensure that the voice of Quebec can be heard even more in Ottawa. And I can tell you that my team and I will be there for you.
And to Canadians in Alberta and Saskatchewan, know that you are an essential part of our great country. I've heard your frustration, and I want to be there to support you. Let us all work hard to bring our country together. Depuis 4 ans,
for 4 years, we have done everything we could to improve people's lives, and that is what we will continue to do in the coming years. Friends, you are sending us to Ottawa with a clear mandate. Continue to go forward and to move this country forward. You asked us to invest in Canadians, to make reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples a priority. To show even greater vision and ambition as we tackle the greatest challenge of our times, climate change. And that is exactly what we will do. We know that there is a lot of work still to be done, but I swear to you that we will continue what we have begun. Because Liberals know, like all Canadians know, that it is always possible to do better.
One of my favorite prime ministers, Wilfrid Laurier, often talked about patriotism and the unifying power of common goals and aspirations. And I've thought about that a lot since getting into politics. In my conversations with Canadians right across the country, I've seen firsthand that there is so much more that unites us than divides us. Canadians expect us all to focus on our shared vision of a stronger Canada, and I intend to work hard to make that a reality. We all want safer communities, a cleaner planet, and a good quality of life. We want this for ourselves, for our neighbors, and for our kids and grandkids. We seek hardship for none and prosperity for all. That is the world we're working toward. And if we unite around these common goals, I know we can achieve them. In the years ahead, our team will work hard to build on the progress made by the Canadians who came before us. We will champion Canada in all its diversity. We will give voice to the voiceless. And in every decision we make as your government, we will always put this country and its people first. On va aider la veuve qui vient de perdre son mari après 48 ans de vie commune.
We will help the widow who has lost her partner after 48 years of common life. We will help those students who are marching for climate change action. And we will help the mother with 3 children that needs a little bit more help at the end of the month.
For all people, including people like Dean. These last few days, I've done rallies across the country, and in a few of them, I've told Dean's story. Dean had voted Conservative his entire life, but this time around, he decided to vote Liberal on behalf of his daughter. You see, he understood that this election was about so much more than just the next 4 years. That this election is about the next 40 years. It's about the kind of Canada that his daughter and her kids will grow up in. But tonight, I want to say this to Dean. I need to earn your vote, not just your daughter's. And over the coming years, I plan on doing exactly that. My friends, this election was about you. About the world your kids will inherit. And tonight, we chose to move Canada forward. Tonight, Canadians have charted a path for the future, and I know we will walk it together. Nous allons avancer ensemble.
We will go forward together to a better future. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Montreal.
Okay, that's Justin Trudeau hanging on to government, but this time will have to govern as a minority prime minister. And he did appeal to parts of the country that he will need to reach out to in the coming months. For instance, Quebec, where he said that he's heard what Quebec has said to them, excuse me, and that he will try to answer those calls. And very specifically, he said to, sorry, is what happens when you get strep throat on election day. Thanks, Chantal. Okay. Okay, as I was trying to say there, he did appeal to Alberta and Saskatchewan, where the Liberal Party was shut out, reminding them that they are an essential part of Canada, and that he will try and bring everyone together and wants to work together with them. So talking already to the parts of the country that have turned away from Justin Trudeau and are likely not pleased with him tonight. Okay, the other weird thing that happened, of course, if you're watching, is that Justin Trudeau started his speech just as Andrew Scheer was starting his, and as Jagmeet Singh continued his very long speech. So we are, for fairness and balance here, going to go back to what Andrew Scheer, who's leader of the official opposition, had to say, and play you that speech in its entirety so you can understand the way Andrew Scheer has positioned things tonight in face of this loss to the Liberal Party. So if you guys are ready with that, let's go to Andrew Scheer giving his speech in Regina, Saskatchewan, as the Prime Minister and his wife make their way out of the hall in Montreal tonight.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. It is always so great to be back in Saskatchewan. Now, first and foremost, I want to thank the voters of Regina Qu'Appelle for once again electing me as your member of Parliament. And thank you to all the volunteers that worked hard in the campaign office and who knocked on doors, put up signs. Joan Bayless, thank you so much for running a campaign while I was Being the Member of Parliament for Regina Capella is an honor that I will never take for granted, and I will work hard every day to repay the trust that you have put in me. I also say thank you to all 336 Conservative Party candidates for your hard work during this campaign. And a special note of congratulations for my two new colleagues here in Regina, Warren Stanley in Regina Louvain and Mike Cram in Regina Wascana. And to everybody across the country who joined our Conservative team over the last 40 days, whether you knocked on doors, put in lawn signs, made a donation, or simply told your friend and neighbor why you were voting Conservative, our party is strong. It is united, and we are on the march, ladies and gentlemen. We ran an excellent campaign from top to bottom. For that, we should all be proud. And finally, on a personal note, I want to thank my wife, Jill, and our 5 children who have been so supportive. During all the long weeks and months on the road, no matter where public life has taken me or will take me, the greatest honor of my life is to be a husband and dad. Now, I have just spoken with Prime Minister Trudeau to congratulate him on winning the most seats. And my message tonight is that the strength of our democracy is not only measured by the ballots we cast, but also by how we move forward after they're counted. Mes amis, je tiens à remercier nos 336 autres candidats et candidates du Parti conservateur pour leur travail acharné
for their tireless work throughout this campaign. Earlier this evening, I spoke to Justin Trudeau, and I congratulated him on winning the largest number of seats tonight. And the strength of our democracy is not only measured by the simple fact of voting, it is also measured in the way we continue to move forward once the votes have been counted.
Result isn't what we wanted. I am also incredibly proud. Proud of our team, proud of our campaign, and proud of the bigger and stronger Conservative team that we will send to Ottawa. Now, there are still a number of really close races, so we don't know for sure how many more Conservatives Canadians will send to Ottawa tonight. But what we do know is that after the 2015 election, when Justin Trudeau looked unstoppable, when all the pundits and experts said it was the beginning of another Trudeau dynasty, that he would have 8 or even 12 years in power. But tonight, Conservatives have put Justin Trudeau on notice. And Mr. Trudeau, when your government falls, Conservatives will be ready and we will win.
Even though I'm disappointed tonight, I'm incredibly proud of our time and of our Conservative movement. Remember, friends, what happened in 2015. It was predicted that Justin Trudeau would govern the country for 10 or 12 years. But tonight, we have put him on notice. His leadership is damaged, and his government will end soon. And when that time comes, the Conservatives will be ready, and we will win.
The fact is, Canadians have passed judgment on this Liberal government. Now, not only have they lost over 20 seats, but Mr. Trudeau has also lost votes and lost support in every region of the country. And ladies and gentlemen, we knew this was never going to be easy, but nothing worth achieving ever is. Only once in the history of this country has a first-term majority government been defeated. But we've also made some history of our own tonight. Tonight, we have accomplished what only 2 parties have ever done before by holding a first-term majority government to a minority. We have picked up seats and support in almost every region of the country. And at the time I walked onto the stage, we are leading the popular vote, ladies and gentlemen. More Canadians wanted us to win this election than any other party. And remember 2004, Stephen Harper's first election. He erased Paul Martin's majority and then went on to lead a Conservative government that lasted for nearly 10 years. This is how it starts. This is how it starts. This is the first step. And now we are heading back to Ottawa with a much bigger team, with more support from coast to coast, and with an endorsement from the Canadian people that we are the government in waiting. Chers amis, je tiens à m'adresser à la nation québécoise.
I want to address the Quebec nation. With my Quebec team, we will continue to work for you. Conservative values are Quebec values, and Quebec values are conservative values. Freedom of expression, a state that isn't imposing so much on the people. And we believe that, of course, money is better spent by the people than by the government that taxes it. So Quebecers can count on us to defend their interests.
With the rise of the separatist Bloc Québécois and our dominant results in Western Canada tonight, Canada is a country that is further divided. Big nation-building projects and major industries remain under attack, keeping thousands of Canadians out of work and holding back our nation's potential. Our country is mired in deficits and sinking further into debt, threatening public services and even higher taxes. Canadians are falling further and further behind, with household budgets stretched farther than ever before. And as economic headwinds are gathering against us, we're as vulnerable as a country as we have ever been to the next inevitable downturn. But although the challenges we face are indeed big, I remain hopeful. Because Canada was built on conservative values, ladies and gentlemen, and conservative values will be what get us back on track. A belief in people, not government. A firm commitment to the freedoms we hold dear, the freedoms of speech, of thought, of religion, and of conscience. And belief that free markets, balanced budgets, and small governments are the best ways to create prosperity and lift people out of poverty. And a country where hard work is rewarded, not punished, and where the government realizes that the best way to help Canadians get ahead is to lift people up, not tear people down. I want to close tonight with the words of John Diefenbaker, who said this: "I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, and free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." And as we look ahead to the challenges we will face in the next few years, we must take these timeless words to heart. Because Canada is not defined by any political party or movement. Canada endures, not because of any one government or leader, but because the values Diefenbaker so perfectly articulated transcend us all. It is because we are free. Free to worship, free to speak, and free to believe. It is because we are equal in opportunity and before the law. And it is because we are strong in character and in principle and in action. It is because we are all these things that Canada shines for everyone. And Conservatives must always uphold these values, no matter what may come. Because if we should suffer them to falter, so too would Canada itself. Ladies and gentlemen, our story is just beginning. But let's remember this feeling: coming close, but falling just short. And let's use it as fuel to redouble our efforts, because our work is not over. Canadians are counting on us. Les Canadiens comptent sur nous. Canadians are relying on us. When the time comes, and who knows when that will be, Canadians will need us to replace the Trudeau Liberals. With a Conservative government that unites the country, celebrates our freedoms, honors its commitments, and serves to help every Canadian get ahead. Thank you so much for all the support you've given me. Thank you so much for all your hard work. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your commitment to this party and the ideals that we stand for. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, and that is Andrew Scheer speaking a little time ago. He tried to do his speech while Justin Trudeau was not yet out, but that didn't happen, so we wanted to play it in its entirety for you. Certainly didn't sound like the Conservative leader has, at this stage anyway, any intention of leaving, saying that they just fell short, but they will continue to work hard to, I guess, force Justin Trudeau to make sure he's doing his job properly. Katie Simpson is in Regina, Saskatchewan, where I would imagine things have emptied out tonight. The general feeling there about what's next or how they did tonight, Katie?
The room started to empty out once those results were sort of cemented there. There were a few moments of joy, even though this is not the result, obviously, that the Conservatives had been hoping for. But when a candidate in neighboring riding was able to unseat the longtime Liberal incumbent and, of course, now former Cabinet Minister Ralph Goodale, or soon-to-be former Cabinet Minister Ralph Goodale, anytime there'd be a a vote count projection showing that that candidate, that Conservative candidate, was in the lead, there would be huge rounds of applause. And even when Ralph Goodale was giving his concession speech, there were some people in the corner of the room chanting, na, 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 hey, 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 goodbye. So there were moments like that happened. But what is really important about Andrew Scheer's speech is that it appears he focused on some of the positives for the party tonight. And that could be an effort to try and fend off anyone who might want to challenge him on the leadership. He spoke about, as of the moment that he was delivering that speech, the Conservatives, he himself, had the popular vote, and that more people, pointing out that more people voted for him to be Prime Minister than Justin Trudeau. That's not how the system works, but of course, overall, the popular vote was in the Conservatives' favor at this time. He also spoke about how he's going back to Ottawa with more Conservative MPs, with a stronger team. So if any MPs, any Conservative members of caucus, or any former members of caucus perhaps, are thinking about a leadership run, he's trying to sort of tide or stem any talk about that because there is no indication he has any plans to resign. And he spoke about how even though they came close to trying to take out Justin Trudeau and trying to defeat the Liberal government, that the close, well, the way they describe it, it should give them more energy, more fuel, Rosie, to try and continue on to hold that Liberal government to account. And he said one last thing, that when the Liberal government falls, the Conservatives will be ready to pounce.
Okay, Katie, thanks for all your work throughout the campaign, and thanks for wrapping that up for us too. Appreciate it. So obviously, Andrew Scheer trying to position things for himself and for his party in hopes that this is enough for him to hold on. No one in this room seemed to think that it wasn't, but we'll see how his actual caucus responds to what he's saying in the days ahead. And my apologies for my wretched coughing fit earlier. Well, when I was trying to explain what was happening, but just so everyone understands that I was slowly dying by cough on TV and nothing more. But I'm back and I'm alive. Salima Shivji's in Montreal, and the room's cleared out pretty quickly there as well. How did the Liberals feel now that the day is over? They've secured this minority, but obviously not exactly what they were hoping for, but a strong minority nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly that, Rosie. It was a pretty jubilant room before it cleared out. I mean, it is Monday night, so people are trying to get home. The speeches did run a little bit late. But really a happy crowd here. As you say, a reduced government, a minority, but a fairly strong minority. Pretty much the best thing that they could have hoped for, considering that surge in support for the Bloc Québécois here in Quebec. So Justin Trudeau talked about having a clear mandate from Canadians to continue with the fight against climate change and the fight for gun control measures and to make life more affordable for Canadians. But there has been a rebuke, of course, for Justin Trudeau and his government from Alberta and Saskatchewan. The Liberals have been wiped off the map in those two provinces. And Justin Trudeau specifically reached out to Canadians in Alberta and Saskatchewan in his speech, talking about having heard their frustration and wanting to work for all Canadians and bringing Canadians together. But he'll have to work hard to convince those people that he is hearing them. He won't be able to name a cabinet minister from those provinces. So that remains to be seen if people in Alberta and Saskatchewan will hear that message from Justin Trudeau tonight.
Okay, Salima Shifty, thanks for all your great coverage throughout the campaign. Your first federal election campaign, you survived. So that's already one win for you tonight. Woo! Thanks for that. We'll see you back in Ottawa. Elizabeth May is speaking now in Victoria, British Columbia. I know everything's all mixed up. We'll listen to Elizabeth May, who's won 3 seats tonight, just for a little bit.
And to all his volunteers, and I particularly, she's not with us here tonight, but I couldn't be prouder than to have had Lydia Whitsom campaign with us as the Green Party candidate in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, doing a spectacular job as a Green candidate there. And here in the ridings closest to mine, and of course a huge shout out to Jenica Atwin and Paul Manley, who are celebrating as well. Don't celebrate too long, we have to get to work soon. But I do want to say that I do stand before you heartbroken, because Russell Coy is a spectacular Indigenous woman whose voice I wanted to hear in Parliament. And David Murner, our candidate in Esquimalt Saanich Soo, kind of a down-to-the-wire finish, but we'll run again. So, for the record books, this is the best election result that any Green Party in any first-past-the-post system has ever had. This is the best result ever, and we enter Parliament as the first caucus in the history of our Parliament that is 2/3 women. Just saying.
And to all of you who worked as volunteers.
I can't thank you enough. I literally can't. But I will keep trying. Your dedication, your love, your care, your concern, your shoe leather, you knocking on doors and talking to everyone. We have raised awareness. We have raised consciousness. We have raised our vote. But the goal here has always been to deliver the kind of government Canadians deserve. Let's hope that as all the other parties, well, except the Bloc, which, les félicitations à Monsieur Blanchet, qui a fait un
Congratulations to Mr. Champlain Blanchet, who ran a great campaign and greatly increased support for the Bloc. So we have the Liberals who have gone down, the Conservatives without a victory, the Bloc with a victory, the NDP that lost almost all its seats in Quebec, and also across Canada. They lost seats, but he ran a campaign, and the NDP remains as the 4th party in the House of Commons, and we are the 5th,
so it's not the worst
but not the
thing
least.
In the world. We're in that Parliament. It's a minority Parliament. We're going to make it by dint of hard work, moral suasion, and non-stop arm twisting. And I guess the phrase really is holding the feet to the fire. There will be crispy toes.
Okay, that's Elizabeth May giving her speech at the end of her campaign in Victoria, BC, where her party managed to pick up really only one additional seat, but her support across the country did grow to about 6.4%. That might be growth, I guess, nationally. So we're going to get a picture of what kind of vote turnout, or a start to look at that sense anyway, from Andrew now, who can give us some numbers there, Andrew.
Yeah, and the caveat will be that these are unofficial numbers because, believe it or not, actually still votes being counted even at this hour. A couple things that I'll point out just as we put the graphic up on screen. One, that the Conservatives did win the popular vote, though they won't form government. So strictly speaking, it is interesting, if not important, that more Canadians did vote Conservative than voted Liberal in this election. The other thing that I'll point out, if you look at the bottom right corner of your screen, turnout is down. But not in a dramatic way, right? I mean, considering, you know, when Justin Trudeau carried the day in 2015, that was during a year that saw a surge in turnout. But what I would also point out, though, is that the Liberals are actually down in a disproportionately larger way than the drop in turnout itself. So the basic takeaway there, that voters turned out, but in increasing numbers for the Conservatives, for the Bloc, and for the Greens.
Okay, that's good. Let's just leave that board up for a minute if we can, because I just want to contrast that with what happened in 2015. So as we've talked about before, the Conservative Party not great at growing its support, and indeed in 2015 it was 5,600,000 there or take. But the Liberal Party, who benefited from big turnout and benefited probably from a country that wanted to get rid of a government that had been in place for 10 years, they had, in 2015, in terms of popular support, close to 7 million people. So you can see that drop has left them now in a minority position, but also that's why there's that disparity between them and the Conservatives. Okay, we're getting ready to wrap this down one day. But first, I'm just going to get one more take from my friends at Issue. You're going to be back tomorrow, I hate to tell you, on the National. Well, you've had some time to sleep on things and give us another evaluation. But Chantal, you look at the picture tonight, and what goes through your head, or what do you want Canadians to be thinking about?
Listening to the speeches, I'm not sure that Justin Trudeau is not lost in the relief of having secured a fairly sturdy minority government, that he has lost a lot of voters, and that there's, you know, triumph should be more moderated going forward. If I were Andrew Scheer, I'd start focusing on making sure I survive a leadership review. Caucus management is going to become more difficult. The NDP is not in good shape at the end of this campaign. Mr. Singh has lost almost half of the caucus he had from 2015, and he has almost no representation east of Ontario. So the three of them have some thinking to do about how they want to behave in the next parliament to earn back the trust of more voters.
Yeah, because if there's any message for everybody, I would think it's that, Andrew, that the Canadians aren't thrilled with any of them.
No, and it's not a particularly happy result. You have a severely weakened government. They've lost more than 1 million votes. They've finished 250,000 votes behind their nearest competitor. But most importantly, this is the weakest mandate. I mean, Justin Trudeau spoke of a clear mandate. This is the weakest mandate at 33% of the vote of any government in the history of the country. And it's presiding over a sharply divided country. The Liberals got 15 seats west of Ontario. The Conservatives got 14 seats east of Ontario. The demons of regional alienation are awake in both Quebec and the West, and we don't have a particularly strong government to deal with it in Ottawa. We're going in for some trying times.
Yeah, we didn't really see in any of those speeches, I think we would all agree listening to that, any sort of outreach, conciliatory remark, super awareness of what had happened, perhaps with the exception of the play to Alberta and Saskatchewan from Justin Trudeau. Althea.
No, I mean, that's kind of giving them a scolding here, but they seem completely oblivious to it. All of their speeches seem to be campaign speeches. They actually reuse the lines from the Thrum speeches that we heard over the weekend. They seem more interested in relitigating the last contest and really actually trying to bring the country together. Except for the Bloc Québécois, I think this has been a really bad night for everybody else. Silver linings, Elizabeth May got more than 1 million votes. For the Conservatives, Maxime Bernier's party is probably done with. But otherwise, nobody met the targets that they had set out for themselves. And so we may be doing it all over again pretty soon.
Duncan, quick thought from you on where you think this leaves the country?
Picking up on what Andrew Coyne had to say, you know, sharply divided in whether it's regions or interest groups. And as I look at that map there, I'm thinking that we're going to have lots of fodder for cross-country checkup next Sunday.
Okay, Megan, this is, you were sitting here watching, and what are your thoughts?
I agree, sharply divided. I agree it's going to be tough for all the parties. But at the same time, I do think about other minority governments. You know, Tommy Douglas had a minority, Jack Layton worked in a minority, and we were able to get some great stuff for Canada, like Medicare, affordable housing. So I'm actually a bit hopeful about what kind of policies we're going to see. But it's going to be really hard work.
Yeah, you are just a more hopeful person than the rest of us. It's possible. Corey, your last thoughts.
I think others have summed it up really well. I think it was a bad night for everyone except the Bloc, and I think a good night for the Bloc is a bad night for Canada. So I'm not feeling really great about what a lot of those results are, but we'll, you know, this is Canada. We'll soldier on and make the best of it.
Okay, take one more look here at the map. Almost all polls are reporting and elected right now. There's just a few more that they are finishing up at the decision desk, but that's what it looks like tonight. Just to give you an idea, when we're talking about divisions and what's going to happen, that's why we're talking about it, because that's what Canada's going to look like going forward. Bob Rae, last thought from you.
Well, I thought the speeches kind of summed up the election. They were all talking over each other. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't completely deliberate, but you know, as we saw the triple screen here in this studio, it was frankly ridiculous in terms of people delivering messages. They were giving the same speeches they gave throughout the campaign. There was no different tempo. There was no self-deprecation. There was no real humor. There was just the same, you know, repetition of lines and slogans. And I really don't feel great about that. I do feel great about our country. And I always will feel great about it. We'll get through it all.
Yeah.
But I only wish that Parliament would be able to be itself, that Cabinet would be able to be itself, that people could engage with each other in a productive way and get some good things done. Yeah. There is overlap between the parties in terms of what they want to get done. It can happen, but there sure weren't a lot of signs of it tonight in terms of what people had to say. I was troubled by that.
And it is going to take a lot of hard work. I'm going to get a quick thought from all of my results team there on what struck you, either from your own results or just as the night unfolded. Yeah.
My favorite moment of the night was a moment that actually unfolded on this program. It was Lisa Rait's concession interview. And it's a reminder that you can lose and it's not a dishonorable thing, and that there are really good people in politics, and it doesn't matter, you know, what party you're talking about. And it was just really impressive and really poignant.
Yeah. Heather.
I would say the same about Ralph Goodale's farewell that we had live as well. And my real closing thought is I'm on the air in about 15 minutes, and you're all welcome to move down to my studio 6 floors below. We'll just keep this conversation going.
You negotiated badly, sister. That's what you did. Okay, you're a trooper. You're a trooper for staying up late for us. David.
You know, Rosie, I'm looking at this, I'm wondering what we're going to be dealing with when we go back to Ottawa in a day or two. What kind of a parliament we're going to be dealing with and how long that parliament can last. My sense is that it might last longer than some of the jokes that we'll be back here in 6 months or a year. The New Democrats are clearly the obvious partner to keep things going, and they have a real incentive to keep it going because they took a bit of a beating tonight in terms of the seat loss, and they are flat broke compared to the other parties. Andrew Scheer is going to have no trouble fundraising, or the Conservatives will have no trouble fundraising off of this result. The New Democrats have an incentive to keep this alive. They've mortgaged the building they own in Ottawa to pay for this campaign. They've lost a lot of their people. I think Justin Trudeau has a bit more leash than people think because of that, because Jagmeet Singh has a big incentive to cooperate.
Andrew Chang.
I guess I'm also thinking about the future, and in the sense of the country as a whole, because in a literal sense, you can think of the election as being 338 individual fights. It doesn't always feel that way, though, because, you know, often you have voters who vote in blocks, you have ridings that vote in blocks, but tonight it just feels like those blocks are smaller than we're accustomed to seeing them. And so you see this kind of regionalization, you see divided country. I mean, the 2 words that we've said a few times tonight, and I think we're going to be saying those in the days and the weeks to come.
Well, and let's look at that map again so that you can get a picture of what that means. I would say yes, divided, but there's a lot of parties on the left, right? A lot of parties that would qualify themselves as progressive. So enough overlap here that they can probably find some common ground. But I agree with what Megan said. That's not going to come easily, and it's going to take some significant outreach from everybody, starting first and foremost with the Prime Minister, who at this point of the night ends the night leading and elected at 156, the Conservatives at 122, the Bloc at 32, up from 10, the NDP down to 24, the Greens with 3, and that sole independent there, Jody Wilson-Raybould in Vancouver Granville. Peter, last thought from you.
History tells us that coalition governments last, on average, about 2 years. And for at least a couple of the opposition parties after tonight, there's no incentive to shorten that.
Minority governments, you mean?
Minority government.
Yeah.
What did I say? Coalition?
Coalition, yeah. Just don't want to scare people yet.
Terrible. I thought like some of the others, I thought the speeches tonight were really disappointing. This was a night where the country needed somebody to really stand up and talk about the importance of country and a united country, and nobody did. Justin Trudeau seemed to walk up there not realizing that 2/3 of the country had voted against him and left big holes in the country. I mean, he eventually got around to that one line on Saskatchewan and Alberta. Andrew Scheer had a similar issue, making a thing out of the popular vote versus the seats. Yeah. Well, a guy like him should know his history. There's 2 Conservative prime ministers have benefited from that very fact. That's how Joe Clark became prime minister. And he quoted John Diefenbaker. And Diefenbaker in '62 was prime minister in spite of the fact he had fewer votes than Lester Pearson. So, I don't know, there was just, I was really disappointed. You usually have a speech that soars on a night like this. None of those did.
No, although, Vashi, that is sort of the story, as Bob Rae said, the story of the campaign. Moments of just sort of not really understanding where we were going and what was happening next. But listen, I will give everyone 24 hours to see if they can come up with something more in the next couple of days and see if they can lift things. Because, particularly the Prime Minister, the ball's in his court to do some significant outreach here. And maybe they're all exhausted. I don't know. But
yeah, it kind of ended the way it started, right? And it looks like throughout the campaign, both of those leaders failed to truly inspire Canadians to come out and vote for them. And we saw evidence of that tonight. I guess the question that stood out to me, and just to pick up on what everyone said, whereas Ian highlighted Miss Raitz, for example, her class and the humility she showed, we didn't see any of that humility from either Justin Trudeau or Andrew Scheer. Andrew Scheer saying we won the popular vote, and Justin Trudeau saying we had a clear mandate. Okay, it's kind of true, but not the point that voters were sending to you tonight. And it would have been nice to hear a recognition of what became so evident throughout this evening from Canadians. And I wonder as well if and when we'll hear that from either of them.
Well, I mean, I guess it also depends on things like when do they recall Parliament, when does a throne speech happen, when do they form government? That may not happen.
They had a shot tonight, though.
Yeah.
To address it, right? They had the entire country listening, and they chose not to.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm not sure everybody...
Well, everybody's still up, Bob.
I'm optimistic.
On the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm optimistic.
I hope that somebody was listening.
Everybody's still up. How much time do I have left there, Julia? Minute 20. Last thought from you. I'm going to see you tomorrow, but last thought there. She gets 3 last thoughts.
Okay,
Andrew will get 1 more, too, so you better get ready.
I will give my last thought to,
last one.
to my premier, who may have opened a bottle and let out a genie that he will regret to have let out in the shape of a resurgent Bloc Québécois.
Exactly
it was
right,
the best sovereignist night, even since Pauline Marois won the election, and even that night wasn't so great because she didn't win a majority.
10 seconds, Andrew.
Both major parties have to think about how to expand their base. We've never seen this before, and it should be a night of sober reflection for both of them.
Thank you all. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I want to give a huge thanks to all of the many producers sitting behind us, the amazing control room upstairs, the decision desk that brings us all of these results, the phenomenal crew that for weeks now has been setting up this phenomenal set, for the support of all of them in getting us to this place, to all these people around the table for offering their amazing analysis. Wendy Mesley follows shortly with the Canada Votes 2019 after show. Thank you for watching. Good luck tomorrow, Canada.
We are living proof, from branches to the
I wonder what the history books will say about this moment, about us. Will they say that this was more than a political battleground, but an actual blueprint, as we watched and waited and looked to our leaders to see who could lead? I wonder if they'll say that we felt divided, with so many backgrounds trying to squeeze everybody in the same picture isn't easy. Or will they say that no one was listening, frustrated from being force-fed the illusion of a plan, and then choking on the choice between diplomacy and distraction, dysfunction and inaction? Or will they say that we were just so tired of all the yelling and fighting and figuring out that hope on the horizon is a hologram? So is that what history will say? That we tried to have our voice heard and never saw anything change? Or maybe it will say something else. Maybe it says that we were inspired, all of us. Beautiful and broken pieces of all shapes and colors colliding into a kaleidoscope of calling to become the meaning of Canadian, coast to coast, like roofs over our heads, like education for our youth, like the cost of progress and how we treat the earth too. Look, I don't know what they were right about us, but the one thing I do know is that the only part of the narrative not dependent on the future is this moment, this time, this place. Diverse like our landscape, we shifted these tectonic plates. So the moving of mountains, or one voice or vote making a difference, was more than just a cliche.